wake up till it's time to hold weight. Let's talk about these tethers.
You show up when the shine come on, never there when the grind too long. You want my rhythm but not my rain. My story's sweet but you skip the pain. I see the reach, I feel the pull. Fake love sound beautiful. You tired of take, I'm tired of truth. Can't drag me down, I cut that loose.
I move with purpose, not for clout.
Oh, I know what loyalty's about. Oh,
You can't fake rules with borrowed chain.
oh, real ones bleed before they gain. Oh,
They put up but they don't stay real.
tethers,
All that talk but they never build.
tethers,
Always want a piece of the globe, but the flame too hot, they can't control.
tethers,
Cut them, let the truth unfold.
freedom,
We don't bend, we just turn to gold.
tethers,
Trying to ride our lane, but this soul too deep can't be explained. I gave game, they gave excuses.
oh,
Shared the meal, they took the juices.
oh,
Now they dance like they made the groove.
oh.
But we the ones that pay those dues. Ain't no shortcuts through the storm. You can't fake struggle to look reborn. Respect the source, that's all I need. But if you leave love, I make it bleed.
We bitter, we well.
We just got what's rare.
You can tell it to the throne.
You ain't help lay that stone.
You can tell it to the throne. You can tell it to the throne. Tethers, they pull up but they can't stay real. They built this heart from iron and steel. Tethers, reaching for the crown, but the roots too strong to pull us down. Tethers, yeah, yeah, we free at last. Cut the cord, now the future's back. Tethers, you can change its name. We the soul, the sound, the flame, yeah.
Yeah. No ties, no strings. If it ain't love, it's not the thing. We cut tethers and we ride.
That might. Why you got me saying this shit? Love it though. Other races got their checks, their peace, their closure. We still got promises, but denying over and over. We built this shit, y'all were never here. Watch the wealth move everywhere but here. We marched for freedom, they cashed in on ours. Sat in the rain, they danced in the showers. Every bill with our name got stalled, rewritten. They quote our pain like scripture, but never listen. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We lived in movements, open the door. Then watched immigrants take the floor. Every law we bled to make was shared. But when it's our turn, they dirty ass, never there. Immigrant seats block the claims we made. In political seats, throwing shade. Saying if they can't pay, we can't get paid. Now that's the shit that can have you getting sprayed. Yeah. Green cards is your reparations, you're a hater. Here's our invoice for centuries of labor. The shift is here, paradigm real. Either cut the check or somebody will get. Until that day, we gotta tighten up. Build our own, pull our resources, we gotta tighten up. No more envy, no quiet divide. One code, one vision, one side. Group economics, that's the seed. Self-repair before they lead. No jealousy, no fear, no stall. Together we rise, or not at all. This ain't a handout, it's a dead loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. This is the shift, the correction, the call. We built the foundation, we own it all. FBA forever. It's not begging, it's a debt that owed. Stupid ass.
We some foundational black Americans. We some foundational black Americans. We some foundational black Americans. FDA crack, weed, heroin. We some foundational black Americans. We some foundational black Americans. We some foundational black Americans. FDA crack, weed, heroin. Everybody talk like us, but they can't be us. Everyone rock like us, but they can't feel it. Told them that it's given, so then they go steal it. My people had a dream, but they wouldn't see it. No 16, 19, 15, 26. Descendants of some slaves, now we is the freest. We mixed up with dope and aboriginal. They move around our history, that's America. After you crack, weed, and heroin. We some foundational black Americans. Inventions made for patents we can never hold. Get my reparations and give me some more. We some foundational black Americans. We some foundational black Americans. We some foundational black Americans. FDA crack, weed, heroin. Know a couple Karens that live in Virginia. Know a couple coons that's about to get dealt with. Told a couple Dylans, my niggas the business. FBA the culture, you better believe it. Everybody hate us, but God an opinion. People fake love until we settle score. All fun and games till the jury come. Bring me reparations, then give me some more. Had a couple Vikings, my niggas was living. Came before the Mayflower like we was pilgrims. Overcame redlining and slave codes. We fought for everybody, now we on code. We some foundational black Americans. We some foundational black Americans. We some foundational black Americans. FDA crack, weed, heroin. We some foundational black Americans. We some foundational black Americans. We some foundational black Americans. FDA crack, weed, heroin.
Okay, we have a number of headlines now out of Minnesota. 30 minutes of Tom Homan there that follows up his press conference from
my fault. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, the doll, the seduction doll, aka Brandy Beegers or the Black Villain. I'm going to go by many names. Well, welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. Yes, sorry, just kind of got thrown off right there a little bit. We're gonna get started here shortly. I'm not gonna talk too long. It's been a minute. Nothing's really popping off. I've just been sick, and trying to get some stuff together, doing a little spring cleaning and whatnot. So we're back at the dollhouse. Oh, super tired, but I gotta stay awake because I have something to do in the morning. I have an appointment, so that's kind of like why I'm up. What else was I gonna say? Sorry about the not being able to come on camera. Like I said, I'm back at my house, and it's my computer, and apparently I need to upgrade it. I was trying to find the the Windows 11 to do it so I can fix my camera on my desktop, and it is not working. I cannot find it. So that's why I have no camera on this for this StreamYard or whatever. It's kind of bothering me a little bit that I can't find it. Usually I'm able to find things and get it set up, but I don't want to have to take it in, or I don't want to have to replace it. So I just need an upgrade of upgrade my Windows. That's really what I need to do. This computer is down for a minute, so because the internet, you know what I mean? Now they got it all under control. Now I need to upgrade it. It's always something, you know. Anyway, I'm gonna jump right into it. There's a lot of this RVA is mostly gonna focus on some of the ICE stuff that's happening. Some interesting things I try to find. Try to separate myself from the Frontline Black News and the Chicago's Black Experience Enhanced and give you something different that we should equally be paying attention to. So that's why this platform exists, is to give you different things. Watch what else is going on in the world that are, that's happening that we should be mindful of. So that's that. In the next few weeks, as the RVA, moves forward, there's going to be some significant streaming changes for me. It's just the way it looks and how I present it, I guess. It's just that I've evolved, so I think my broadcast should evolve as well. And I'm gonna start taking it more seriously and maybe sharing it more. Kind of like shy, I guess. I want to really say why I want to do it, but I don't even want to get into it. It's complicated, I guess, but it's going to start making some severe changes. I'm going to start working on it. I have all this talent and I put it to good use. So that's what's going to happen. What else? I think that's it for right now. Unless I could think of something else, I'll make sure I say it. Let's get into it. So this one's going to be focused mostly on just more ICE stuff, a little bit of the news, and I think that's about it. Then I got a couple set up, so it's going to be like a couple of RVAs set up that I can do, and they're going to be squeezed in here and there. Just because I got to get them out my system, I'm behind schedule. And I got so much going on that trying to get them out my system as I have the time and the patience to sit here and do it. We'll see how long I can last, because now my leg has an infection and it's kind of driving me crazy. So let's see how long I last. How about that? All right. Let's go ahead. Put this up there. All right. Here we go. Right.
A week ago, unprecedented cooperation, Dana. Talked about smart law enforcement, not less law enforcement. Drawdown of 700 law enforcement personnel. That is significant.
And leaving 2,000.
And leaving thousands behind. I thought the props he gave to the mayor and the governor is a very different attitude.
And the sheriffs.
In Minneapolis. Yes, the sheriffs as well.
He said across the country, unprecedented cooperation with sheriffs.
So Chad Wolf is still with us. And Chad, hello to you.
Hi,
Just give us your top line observation from what we just heard from what started as de-escalation a week ago.
Yeah, a lot of positive developments there. I mean, you have Tom Homan saying unprecedented cooperation, which is allowing ICE to go into local jails as well as the state prison system. So that means you need less officers. What would take 1 or 2 officers to go in a jail setting, if you have to go out on the streets, that's a set of 20 officers. And so the drawdown that Tom is talking about is the fact that they now have access. They can now go into and pick up dangerous individuals in a jail setting. That's what they've been asking for months now. And so I'm glad to see that he's getting it. I think as that cooperation increases, you'll see even a further drawdown. I think what he was very clear on, though, was making sure that those officers are protected and safe. And so you'll likely see those CBP officers that are providing that force protection likely stay there in Minneapolis until more cooperation comes and they can draw down even more. So my guess is the 700 that are being drawn down are mostly ICE officers, because you need less of them to go into neighborhoods than you do into a jail setting.
You mentioned neighborhoods, and one of the big stories I think of today is that you have these civilians who are playing cops, and they are setting up roadblocks and running people's license plates. Tom Homan addressed them as well. Watch here.
Yeah, this is crazy.
What I saw yesterday with the roadblocks being set up, you're not going to stop ICE. You're not going to stop Border Patrol. The only thing you're doing is irritating your community and want to go get groceries or pick their children up or whatever. I talked to the chief of police, and he committed to taking swift action on those illegal roadblocks. They're illegal. We shouldn't tolerate them. Again, a complete drawdown is going to depend on the cooperation, continued cooperation of local and state law enforcement, and the decrease of the violence.
Seems like something that local law enforcement could do today to show cooperation, which is to put an end to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's illegal, so local police needs to go by, ask them to move, and if they don't, obviously arrest them. I think Tom is exactly right. It's a little bit of a joke. I mean, you know, even if those roadblocks come across ICE officers in a vehicle, what are they going to do? ICE is going to simply keep going, or they're going to arrest them themselves. And so it's not doing anything to impede ICE if that's their goal. It's just impeding other individuals there in the neighborhood that need to get from point A to point B. So I agree with Tom, and it is a good sign if the chief has agreed to making sure that he takes those down, gets them out of the roadway, and you know, gets them on a public sidewalk where they can, you know, peacefully protest if that's what they would like to do.
He mentioned Los Angeles, he mentioned Portland, and getting back to the work of ICE and Border Patrol. Dana and I were sitting here listening to him and just wondering, how does Tom Homan define success?
Right.
Well, I think he did that a couple of different ways, which is targeted operations, which is what ICE has always done. And he continued to reiterate that, making sure they have a target list of criminal illegal aliens. And that's what they're working on. That, you know, when he talks about public safety threats and national security threats, that's his list of targets, and that's what he's going after. But he also made it clear that no one's exempt, that if they come across an individual, a target, but he's, you know, there are 4 or 5 other individuals there that are also in the country illegally, they're not going to just let them go. The Biden administration did that. The Trump administration will not do that. And so I think Tom made it very clear that his priority and how he gauges success will be the arrest of public safety threats, national security threats. But if they come across other individuals that have a final order of removal or others, they will also arrest them. So he was very clear, targeted, prioritized, but no one is exempt from the law.
Okay, thank you, Chad. It was great to have you on the show, and thank you for watching the press conference with us so you could react.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every...
Oops. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's crazy. But we'll see more of that here shortly.
Well, public outrage is growing over a potential Muslim community in Indian River County. Residents packing a planning and zoning meeting to voice concerns about a company called Epic Estates.
Let's talk about another example where we rooted this out in the state of Texas. There was a massive multi-square mile what's called Epic Center, Islamic Center up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
And we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching today. Go ahead and hit that like button, my people. You know that it helps us out a ton. And of course, it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you these stories every day. Now, y'all, if you are a fan of the channel, you probably have caught our several videos about Epic City in the state of Texas. It is an Islamic-based city concept where some people, many people, thousands of people felt that the city would be not only an Islamic-based concept, but that it would be exclusive for people of the Islamic faith or the Muslim faith. That resulted in major backlash and even public officials all the way up to the governor working against Epic City, taking them to court, doing everything they could to ensure that it would not be an Islamic-only city. Even the federal government opened an investigation into Epic City. And now it looks like even though the city is still there, and I think that the development part of it is in doubt. They're currently fighting against the Texas State Attorney General, but the city is still there. And if it does go forward, the city will have to be open to all. And now a similar city concept, or at least a city with a similar name, has been proposed in the Vero Beach, Florida area. And now residents there are coming out against that concept. So we're going to take a look at that here today, y'all. This is going to be an excellent video. If you follow the last two videos, or if you want to get caught up on what's been going on, you should definitely watch until the end. Even Nick Shirley, y'all. You know Nick Shirley, the guy who brought you the Minnesota fraud, the Quality Leering Center. Believe it or not, he had gone to Texas before this for protests against Epic City, y'all. So you're going to see that here. And also you're going to see that there are a group of lawmakers in the United States that are coming out as the anti-Sharia law or the anti-Islamic law lawmakers, y'all. So this is just a jam-packed video, y'all. Again, watch to the end. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. But before we do, y'all, you know that we are a paralegal school. If you've been watching our program now, you know that we've been around for 23 years. You know that we help people get going in the paralegal field. You know that we've helped hundreds of people since 2003 start their career in the paralegal field or even move up in their career. Our certificate is good nationwide, and our program comes with an internship placement so that you'll get real experience on your resume. If you're interested, y'all, we are running a discount for all of our YouTube subscribers. Click the first link down in the description. Join us. New year, y'all, new career. Now let's go ahead and get into the story.
Well, public outrage is growing over a potential Muslim community in Indian River County. Residents packing a planning and zoning meeting to voice concerns about a company called Epic Estates.
A petition with more than 1,000 signatures claims the group is connected to a proposed Muslim community in Texas.
CBS 12 News Treasure Coast reporter Jack Wu has been digging into residents' concerns and joins us now with what he's found. Jack?
Building new homes in Indian River County is already tough. And now a company called Epic Estates is facing strong opposition from the public over their plans. A large number of people believe the company wants to build Muslim communities on hundreds of acres of land in Vero Beach, but county officials say there's no proof that's true.
You were misled by Facebook.
Public pushback against a land acquisition company hits the chambers. Nearly 200 residents appeared at a planning and zoning meeting Thursday to speak out against Epic Estates. This starts from a petition and social media posts saying the group is going to build an Islamic community in Vero Beach. The county says that's not happening.
There's also been rumors about a new town. None of that has come to fruition. Something of that size would be noticed to the gills.
Much of this concern stems from claims that the company is tied to a proposed Islamic community in Texas with a similar name.
So we're going to take a quick break right here, y'all, to bring you the information, the background information about Epic City in Texas, because they just mentioned that here. So watch this quick clip of the Texas Governor Abbott talking about his efforts to stop Epic City in the way that it was developing in Texas, y'all. And then we'll come back and pick up this story that's happening in Florida.
There's a massive difference between religion and terrorism. It doesn't matter what religious belief you may believe in or adhere to. If you support terrorism in any way, that is a crime. It has to be rooted out, has to be eliminated. I don't care who you are or what religion you're part of. And so that is point one. But let's talk about another example where we rooted this out in the state of Texas. There was a massive multi-square mile, what's called EPIC Center, Islamic Center up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, that they were trying to construct multi-square mile neighborhoods for only Muslims. And the way the documents read, which were very complex, the kind of thing that only lawyers can dig into, showed that it was only going to be Muslims who were allowed to live there, and that if you were not a Muslim, you couldn't buy land there, or if you bought land there and wanted to sell it, you couldn't just sell it to anybody in the marketplace. You had to sell it back either to the mosque or to the imam. And that clearly...
Let me just put it like this real quick, okay? If, hold on a second. Oh, I just got it back over there. Twin, hello. Glad you're here, buddy. Glad you're here. Okay, so let me put it this way. If the whites can have all white communities and build them, okay, they're building them all over the nation, all white little communities. Don't make me pull the tapes. I showed it on REA many times. They're already there. The whites can have it, and the LGBTQIA can have a little community of their own. Why can't the Muslims? Right? Why can't they? Why can't we? Right? So I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. Why is it just because I'm white and I say so, and they don't have the money? Apparently they got the money. Apparently also too, I just want to note that they're showing all these Somalians as, you know, obviously they're Muslim, but they're just showing Somalians. That's kind of like a little odd to me as he continues to speak. So I'm just putting it out there.
Is religious discrimination under the Texas Constitution, and was one of the many grounds that we had to stop that EPIC Center development in its tracks.
So you cannot have in the United States any city that is dedicated to a religion, in any religion, that would exclude people or prejudice people or give lower rights to people of a different religion. That's just illegal. It's against federal law. It's against state law.
Why did the whites got one? Man, you're making me pull that video. All right, go ahead.
So that's just not going to happen. So now let's pick up. Now you saw about Epic City in Texas. Now let's pick back up with the Epic City in Florida.
Epic City is a controversial proposed housing development in the Dallas suburbs. Plans include homes, an Islamic center, mosque, and schools. But the project has drawn opposition all the way up to the state's governor. It's been bogged down with legal fights, and to this day, they've yet to break ground.
To my knowledge, no connection between the two. In fact, I received correspondence today. Epic Estates, which is here in Indian River County, reached out to me to clarify that.
We dug into Epic Estates' background and found it's a land investment company that owns thousands of acres in Florida and across the country. In an email to county leaders, the company says it is made up of Hindu and Christian families and has no connection to the Epic City project in Texas. Again, CBS 12 News was unable to verify claims connecting Epic Estates to the Texas development. The company did file an annexation petition in Palm Bay, but denied our request for an interview. Petition organizers also did not respond. Reporting in Indian River County, I'm Jack Wu.
So we will definitely follow Epic City, Florida, Epic City, Texas, and every other Epic City that comes out, y'all. But in the meantime, y'all, I want to bring you this conversation about Sharia law. Now, this is Islamic law. I'm not by any means, I'm not even conversant in this, but I just know that it's Islamic law. But first, I'm going to bring you Texas Governor Abbott again, talking about his efforts to ensure that there is no Sharia law in Texas. And then we're going to see that there's a group of lawmakers that are banding together to say, we don't want Sharia law anywhere in the United States, y'all. So let's take a look at Abbott first.
We know of at least two that exist in the Dallas area. We're looking broader in Dallas County as well as Collin County, which is right next to Dallas. And that's why I sent the letter to officials both in Dallas and Collin counties to urge them to take action to root out any Sharia courts. And I am deploying the Texas Department of Public Safety to also root out any Sharia courts anywhere in the state of Texas. To be clear, the Texas Constitution does not allow Sharia courts or Sharia law. Texas statutes have banned Sharia law. And we are going to pursue this until we purge any attempt to impose Sharia law in Texas.
So there you heard what Abbott had to say. Now,
sounds pretty discriminatory, don't you think? I think so. Well, let's go right here for a second, okay? Just for a second. Let's go right here. Hold on a second. Let me go right here. 1 second. Let me put this out there. Hold on to it. Yep. All right, hold on. Get back the dollhouse and then goddamn mouse. I have a wireless mouse because a lot of times I'll be all the way across the room using it. All right, hold on. All right. All right. Let's just show that. Let me just put this on there. There's a couple of communities, right? This is all Jewish, right? Hold on a second.
Their wives are working. That's what I've learned too. And a synagogue. You don't know? All right. Giant families that God commanded them. Yiddish have an average of 7 kids per family. How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids? It's one of the poorest towns in America, with 40% living beneath the federal poverty line. Many men here are religiously studying the Torah full-time and heavily rely on public assistance and welfare in the form of Medicaid, housing vouchers, food stamps, and cash aid to support their giant families that God commanded them to have. And the village enforces strict gender roles, modest dress codes, and sends their kids to private religious schools. And why is it okay for Jewish people to live together in a homogenous Jew-only community, but it's illegal when white people try to build their own? I pulled up to Curious Joel myself to see what's going on. Welcome to Curious Joel, a traditional community of modesty and values. In keeping with our traditions and religious customs, we kindly ask that you dress and behave in a modest way while visiting our community. This includes wearing long skirts or pants, covered necklines, sleeves past the elbow, use appropriate language, maintain gender separation in all public areas. Thank you for respecting our values. Let's pop in here and say shalom. Lots of people praying. Hi, shalom. Okay, so it says entrance for members only. Not sure what it takes to be a member. What does it take to be a member? Do I have to be Jewish to enter? Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the schedule exactly, but 9 o'clock sharp, not at work. Okay, so I guess everyone's praying right now. So you got to wonder what these people do for employment. You'll notice the Mexicans out here are doing the hard labor, and the Jewish people, I'm not sure what they do. Maybe we can ask this guy. Excuse me. What do most people do for work out here? You don't know? All right, cold shoulder. Question for you, sir. How long do people pray per day?
Maybe 6 hours.
Okay. What do people do for work?
I'm not a news reporter. We have to...
Okay, what do you do for work? Okay, you don't want to talk? How many hours a day do they pray?
3 hours a day.
Do people have 9 to 5s?
Yes.
Like what industries are they involved in here?
Construction, or other type of industries.
And what do you do?
I'm a student, and also I'm doing home care.
What are you studying?
I'm studying Torah.
Torah?
Yes.
How old are you?
Our holy Torah.
And who pays for education?
I try to work on overtime.
Overtime?
Yes.
Where do you work overtime?
I work home care.
Home care?
Night, yes.
Is it like, do you have kids?
I have kids, yes.
How many kids?
3.
How do you afford to raise 3 kids while being a student?
Because I work very hard. I want to study the Torah. I'm very proud.
How do you afford to study the Torah, though?
God help me.
Does the American taxpayer help you too?
Also, yes.
Yeah. How many people out here are on like welfare in the form of like housing assistance or Section 8 or EBT, SNAP, Medicare?
Yes.
And that allows you to study the Torah?
Yes.
And raise your kids?
Yes, thank you.
How many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids?
They are proud to do what the Torah says, that you need to be multiple and fruitful.
Wow. Do you think there's welfare abuse in the community out here?
No.
No, because they actually have the kids?
Yes.
They have the kids. Do they get tax credits for the kids?
What they get, but they are all doing to keep our Torah. Yes.
Keep the Torah.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on people out there who can barely afford to have one kid?
If they want, they can have one. But if God's given them more, it's very proud.
Okay, shout out God.
Yes.
Okay.
Shout out God. I'm saying, look it.
In Arkansas, we got a whites only town. So here's a look at the founder behind this group.
How come?
My name's Eric Orwell. I'm visiting from America with the Return to the Land movement. We're inspired by Orania, and I'm here, of course, in South Africa, in Orania. It's great. I think what you're doing is extraordinary, and you should realize just how special it is and how important it is. And you're not just leading the way for Afrikaners, you are leading the way for especially European people all around the world, but more at a larger scale, any group who wants to define their own future, you are showing the way. I've learned in the value of dreaming big and thinking big. So we would like to, our community now is kind of rural. So we have 3-acre plots and it's agriculturally based. It's a rural atmosphere. And now I'm seeing these public spaces, these mixed use buildings, commercial, residential, office buildings. And I'm thinking we have to aspire to that same kind of thing. Like Orania right now wants to move from a town to a city. Well, we want to move from a suburb and a rural area to a town, a proper town with the city center.
Those are the words of Eric Orwell. He's the founder of the Return to the Land Association, a far-right group that has formed a tiny whites-only community in the Ozarks of Arkansas as part of a segregationist movement that is quickly gaining popularity online among some conservatives and alt-right supporters. The group is looking
But it's wrong that we want to do that, right?
to expand its reach from its base in northern Arkansas to an area near Springfield, Missouri. They're looking to spread out these all-white towns. And obviously there's some negative implications with that, but let's continue first. According to RTTL's website, the group is a private membership association that only welcomes individuals with European ancestry who have traditional views. I wonder, well, real quick, I wonder how deep that really goes because, you know, it's like, how many people have European ancestry? So many. I mean, pretty much all the Latinos, unless you're just strictly indigenous in like Central America or Mexico or South America somewhere, all of them got European ancestry. I mean, pretty much everybody that's black in America has some kind of European ancestry, whether it's like they're half or onward generationally.
My question about this is, what's going on with this hairline? Like, you might as well just give up the locks, bro, and shave this shit off. Because no matter how tight, how aligned your hairline is, the rest of this shit is balding and falling out. Like, how serious is this, really?
You know, so I think we know it's like if you're not just white, I don't know, it just seems kind of loose. But let's continue. The association's first Ozark community was founded in October of 2023 and spans roughly 160 acres of land in northern Arkansas. Quote, "We seek to create a decentralized movement formed of various individuals and societies returning to the land," the website says. Quote, "We will promote strong families with common ancestry and raise the next generation in an environment that reflects our traditional values. No Jewish people or anyone who adopts non-European religions, including Islam, are permitted to live there." Well, Jewish and Islamic people are all over Europe. So again, but racism requires a base level of ignorance and stupidity. So there is that. So if you Islam or Jewish, you cannot live there, as well as people belonging to, of course, the gays and the trans, y'all are not allowed either. Nobody in the LGBTQ plus community, y'all got to stay out. But we already know they won't. You already know that. An in-depth Sky News report about the community states that so far,
kind of hypocritical when, you know, they're the ones that created the fucking what is it called? The men I can't remember what it's called right now. They're the ones that said they were gonna make men all black men gay. They're the ones that said it. So I mean, and they're the ones that's always on Tinder when the RNC comes. I mean, it's kind of hypocritical, you know. They say, "Oh no, LGBTQ." Well, you know, you might want to stop your gay Tinder swiping right at the RNC, you know, when you come into town. I want to stop that shit. You know what I mean? Because you'll just get exposed. Like, just stop. Like, you know, I'm just saying. I'm just pointing that out there. They're always the ones on the DL.
Only 40 people live there. Yeah, well, if you're that strict, it probably won't grow that much. But applications to join range well into the hundreds. Oh, well, I guess I spoke too soon. Potential members are vetted in video. Oh, they vetted. If you ain't white for real, you can't be here. Families who join are also incentivized to have children. A Give, Send, Go campaign raises donations for parents of newborns. In May, the RTTL posted an update stating that a family who just had their 6th child was given $1,000. They're currently researching legal protections that might protect them from civil rights and housing discrimination lawsuits and injunctions. Yeah, y'all definitely better get ready for that. The group maintains that because it's a private association that doesn't sell real estate, it's shielded from that. So let me bring you in real quick, Sharon.
They just, like, you just got all this open land. You're not going to sell the land to no white so they can live there, so they can build their little homestead on. It sounds kind of like, yeah, right. You know what I mean? But let's talk about this hairline, though, because, like, you got a crispy line up this balding, because let it go. Just let it go. I want to write and be like, just let that go, cuz. Like, and they don't shave, you shave your shit off. Like, you grew your locks, you can't do anything with it unless you get it. You can't do shit with this anymore. This is like a hair club for men fucking advertisement.
Because again, like, it seems like it would be pretty quick that you could get past the non-European. Like, again, I'm half white, and then how many people are just like, they could be, you wouldn't be able to tell whatsoever. They may just be 1 or 2 generations removed from somebody who's European. So, like, it's just pretty thick racism to me. What do you think?
Well, it is. It's dippy too. You know, I remember as a news anchor, you know, they do these crazy stories and sweeps, and they said, well, we're going to do a 23andMe.
We'll go right here. It's laughing. Their laugh would make me laugh hard.
What we've done here
okay,
is
we know that
establish
their
a place where we have
why is
control
your hairline
over
still
who
there?
our neighbors
All the
are,
rest of them.
and that is just for the sake of preserving.
Shouldn't have went to. I mean, you shouldn't have no hairline if it's balding. Like, it's just, that's just confusion right there on the top of that dude's head. Like, like, if you're balding like that, for real, you got patches and shit, shouldn't the hairline not exist? I know it's just not cloudy because you know, biracial and shit, but you know, I'm biracial. I understand. I got, you know, I kind of understand balding a little bit. I'm just saying though, I mean, balding like that, you saw how bad that was. Why is the hairline still present? It's like it's there, but the rest of the shit is starting to fade to the back. Like, what the fuck?
You know, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a whites only place.
White American culture.
Over the last year and a half, high up in the Ozark Hills in the state of Arkansas, dozens of people have been working hard, leveling the land, building houses. They call it an intentional community based around shared ancestry, a long-winded way of saying something really quite simple.
I think we would generally be called far right, sure.
It's called Return to the Land, and they invited me in.
A lot of people are going to be, why are you making Nazi references? Right. Well, why wouldn't I?
A seemingly bucolic and sometimes surreal experience. But this is built on a radical modern premise, made possible because of a new political and technological moment. One with strong ties to the most active far-right groups in the US. Instead of taking to the streets, they are building their own, for generations to come.
It's important for me to do this for my ancestors, my friends, my family, my children, my children's children.
But in this southern US state, people who have lived through segregation once fear it is returning.
When you hear things like that, it causes you to be fearful, and you don't know who to trust.
Its founder says he is building a fortress for the white race.
His ears are crazy.
It's a racial association. I kind of want to ask you, after seeing this, do you think what we're doing is immoral?
I bet he can hear the black people come around the area. His ears are huge.
Arkansas, in the southern United States.
Welcome to Little Rock, where the local time is 4:27.
For the last few years, I've been exploring how an ethno-nationalist movement has been organizing online, a network that aims to define countries by ethnicity, but which links across borders. And this is the place that one group has chosen to put that into radical, real-world action.
You want a white nation? Build a white town. It can be done, and we're doing it.
It is an extreme view, but it draws on more familiar arguments. That mass immigration is out of control, that Western societies are in danger of losing their fundamental character as a result.
So one of the arguments here is that this isn't about persecution of an ethnic identity, but protection of an ethnic identity, and that identity happens to be white. So we're going here now up into these pretty remote woods to really put that to the test.
That's, it's not like
we are driving deep into the Ozark Mountains.
So it's like,
the group's leaders are not from Arkansas. They've chosen these remote parts for a reason. All the locals I spoke to knew only a little about the group, if anything.
I don't necessarily agree with it, but that's not my choice.
Yeah, but do you think they should have the freedom to do it?
That's what they want to do. I think it's kind of a little fishy around here, but just be safe.
The leader of the group is called Eric Orr, and he's invited me to spend a few days with them.
Hey, Eric.
He insists what he is doing here is entirely legal, and that's key, because if it is, it could be a blueprint for many other communities to come.
Welcome to the Ozarks.
Thank you very much.
What we've done here is establish a place where we have control over who our neighbors are, and that is just for the sake of preserving, our culture.
And that culture, effectively, we're saying this is a white culture, a whites-only place.
White American culture. Yeah, not just white, but white American.
But what this sounds like is bringing back segregation. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I mean, it's free association. So we're not trying to keep other people down. This is a small settlement in the middle of the Ozarks.
But they are being kept out.
You don't let everyone into your home.
160 acres taking shape. Forest cleared, roads laid, cabins built.
Just say
around
yes,
40
I'm
people
racist.
live here.
And I don't want to live around
Hundreds more
nobody.
from across the world
I'm racist.
have paid to be members.
I think that my
And I'm intrigued to find out what
polluted
motivates
shit
people
is
to give up
fucking
their old
curious.
lives for this.
We met here.
Oh, you met here? I guess he came here.
I met her on like day 3. So.
Oh my God, what a story. It beats Tinder, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah, right?
David and Caitlin not only met here, they got married last month. They wouldn't be here without social media.
Somebody had posted a video of Eric.
Yeah.
I saw videos of them actually building stuff on the land. I was like, oh man, I gotta come check this out.
And I figure if there's nothing else like this in the country, like it should at least exist.
Yeah.
Like, do people really think that we should never be able to choose our neighbors?
It wouldn't be controversial for any other racial group to do the same thing.
I think it'd be quite controversial.
Well, if you don't have rules against it, then anyone of any race
You don't
can
think it's
come
controversial?
and be your neighbor.
All right,
and
then.
they might
I
they're
don't think it's
watching the
controversial
news
if you do
just
it.
telling you that white
Maybe
people
right and exact,
are
but that's
the cause of all your problems and all the ills of society, and suddenly your children are much less safe because there's a lot of violence, anti-white violence happening to white people and white children. And so
specifically
anti-white violence
motivated by racism against white people. What sort of thing?
That's a lie.
The heavens are about to.
Yeah.
I'd like to continue talking, but the rain starts and it comes down hard. The residents shelter in their cabins and night falls. The next morning. This is how the average weekend works at Return to the Land, or RTTL, what they call a work party, made up of residents, but also new recruits who have come to check out the project. It is hot, hard work. To join RTTL, you have to sign up to the Private Members Association, or PMA. And there are strict criteria for membership, as Scott Thomas, a board member and one of the founding fathers here, explains.
You have to be a PMA member to live here.
Yeah.
So you have to be someone of European heritage.
The group's logo, based on a Nordic rune, draws on that heritage. It is the PMA that the group believes makes this all legal. Once members have been vetted on ethnicity and other grounds, they can buy shares in the Limited Liability Company, or LLC. Those shares translate to acres of land that they can build on. Peter Seri is the brains behind the legal side of things.
Civil Rights Act is there for a reason, and this is a way around it.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll survive contact with the legal system, the courts, if it came to that?
Hopefully.
Do you think it's racist or not? Do you reject that term? Do you embrace it?
I don't know about that term. I mean, people use it in a lot of different ways. I'm sure there's a lot of people on the internet who would call me racist. I don't really know or care whether that term applies to me or not. Maybe.
It does.
Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, I almost don't know what racist means anymore. Like it's
There's a prejudice towards someone who's from a different ethnicity.
Oh, well, actually, the modern definition of racism, according to critical race theory, all white people are racist automatically.
A lot of this is reaction to left-wing identity politics, critical race theory, and movements like Black Lives Matter. And fundamentally, this is identity politics, but white identity politics. And what they're building here is a safe space for people of European ancestry.
It's exclusionary. It's sort of an attempt at segregation.
Right.
Is that fair?
Probably.
While the men labor at the roadside.
It's fair. That's it. That's all. So it goes back to Texas. Like Texas saying that they can't have a all white, they can't have an all Muslim thing. But that's just Texas. Because apparently the whites are doing it, and the whites are the only ones that get away with it. Oops, let me see. Yeah, so I had to go back to my cue. So yeah, he's saying that. He said that they stopped it, and well, you know, I would figure so. I figured that they would stop it. Okay, I figured they would. It's Texas. They ain't go in white Texas.
All right, kids. In Ephesians chapter 5, verse 22 of the good book, it reads, "Wives, submit yourselves to your own husbands as you do to the Lord." So passages like this one, and there are more where that came from, seem to work best in America when you ignore the scriptures that come before it and after it, as well as applying it liberally to boyfriends and girlfriends, friendships, co-ed co-workers, along with brothers and sisters, and so on. Generally speaking, in a patriarchal society with Christian under and overtones, women are supposed to submit to men. And if that's the case, it should make you wonder who men are supposed to submit to. In context, it's the Lord, a higher power, the man upstairs. I mean, I guess it depends on the God you believe in.
Men will submit to another man, especially if that man has power over them or any level of superiority. So a lot of these dudes out here need to stop talking all this alpha male shit and all this testosterone bullshit, when a lot of you submit to another man on a daily fucking basis. And Trump is a perfect example of it.
Let's look at how and why the type of dudes who were supposedly untrusting a few years ago due to deep state overreach, didn't want to wear masks or carry papers, are fiscally conservative and ready to ensure that a free people can defend themselves from a tyrannical government that they want to be small, are responding right now to this big tyrannical government. I plan on using the terms submission, surrender, and bootlicking interchangeably for those who bow down and kiss the current administration's or any regime's ring. if you know what I mean. However, to them, they're not sucking Trump's dick. It's their dick. They're sucking their own dick.
First of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law. And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying.
Let me get this straight. If Tim Pool voted for them, how is it his boot? Also, if he is clapping for these people, his words, not mine, how is he wearing their boots? Are they wearing them at the same time? Neither him or the people cheering for federal agents are enforcing the law themselves. For somebody who loves to talk about civil war, Tim Pool sure did get a non-proven fight taken to him. All the while, he is in a podcast studio. And this one looks different because rumor has it, he's in Florida. I bring this up after Poole claimed on Twitter that there was a drive-by on his property. He tweeted that there were no injuries, which is good. He later said that his first thought was someone was trying to scare him, quote, but we have a security gate and armed guards, and it's possible this deters something more serious. Honestly, I would be more concerned if he had a wife and kids, but he doesn't. Why is that?
But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's everybody else.
Yeah.
It is believed that Tim Pool and his pod are located in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. According to The Independent, the Harpers Ferry Police Department said the incident did not occur within their agency's boundaries. A spokesperson for the West Virginia State Police said they have no information about the incident, and the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office could not be reached for comment outside of business hours. Look, Tim Pool is a fascist who ain't stomping on shit. His boots are made for walking away. Whether or not his has straps, all that talk and his security team is reviewing tapes in order to send to the police. And by the way, there's nothing stopping him from signing up to become ICE or Border Patrol himself. But when their boots are on his neck, it'll make things easier for him to lick them. This is the price we pay for speaking out against evil. Yeah, running to a different state costs money. Moving on.
The fact that you can sit up here and
work
claim
on this show?
and claim.
You
and
talking
claim,
tough ain't gonna work with me, buddy. Give me the law.
What are you gonna do? Shoot him 10 times? Shoot him in the back of the head? This whole time, you're cosplaying as a tough guy while you bootleg for 6 grown-ass men who jumped on a nurse and shot him dead. This is not the tough position. You are defending. Being a bootlicker is not a tough position, my dude.
That's Brandon Tatum, former Officer Tatum, making threats on Pierce Morgan in the name of Jesus. The laying of hands is a thing. Anyways, Officer Tatum has always been a comply or die kind of guy. It's how he got his start as a conservative influencer. He's banking on a militarized police state. Now, I'm serious. He sells Stand With ICE t-shirts. So him saying the way to avoid all of this and not get shot like Alex Preddy is let ICE and Border Patrol do their jobs unimpeded is literally on brand. I started thinking about this submission topic overall when I recently saw clips from years ago of Officer Tatum saying that he wouldn't want to cry in front of his wife, even if his kids died, or even at his father's funeral, because to him, the dropping of tears from one's eyes as a natural response to physical pain, or in this case, an emotional state, douses warm, salty water on the face of strength, along with him being a foundation and a rock. And then this happened. Now, Officer Tatum did not appreciate when the likes of ABBA and Preach clowned him for crying. There's nuance to that, and I can't or won't speak for them, but I will say Black men, conservative or otherwise, are allowed to express themselves and feel stuff. Black boys too. Like 8-year-old me, the first time I saw and heard Sade. And it's also okay to change your mind. It's just that the catalyst for Officer Tatum doing so was a white man, his friend, dying tragically live on TV. A white man that has said some messed up stuff about Black people and women. Yet, Officer Tatum won't surrender his emotions in front of his wife by choice. He'll admit that he will cry on his own, however, and this is for all the traditional women must submit men who are in romantic relationships with women. If you can't shed a tear in front of your girl for fear of losing her respect, she isn't submitting to you, you're submitted to her. Furthermore, and this is for Officer Tatum specifically, if you complain about black violence and hood culture, then what is this?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Is that black on black crime? Is that black on black crime?
You's a bitch. I told you. Everybody on your live stream knows you's a bitch. And when I see you, I'm whooping your ass. Everybody on your live stream. I like it. You want to be hood, nigga? You want to be hood? You on the phone talking shit to me?
Don't even get me started on the idea that women are more emotional than men. In order to hold that point of view, you see anger and rage as righteousness versus what they really are. And again, natural human feelings. I would know when studying for this episode, I was reminded that Sade was married to and divorced from a white man. Do black conservatives think she's fine? I'm not asking because they seem to like white women, but I'm distracted by her sweetest taboo. Where was I going with this? Crying.
So I was not invited to any of the Turning Point Faith events, which I'm one of the biggest Christians in the movement right now that stand up for Jesus Christ on every platform that I've ever been on. But I didn't cry and say, I said, you know what? I understand, man. God gave me a platform that's bigger than any platform you can give me anyway.
Is Officer Tatum sold out for Jesus? I question if he's been bought. Homie's group got spit on by a little girl while they were in Israel, and he said, well, it was only once. A few months back, former U.S. Representative Matt Gaetz told a weird story about his first AIPAC reception. You get there and you wear this name badge, and I remember there's a QR code on it, and what we're supposed to do is go talk to donors. Then, if they liked you, they scanned your QR code to make a donation, like on the spot. And this was Tatum's get back. According to AIPAC, the accusation about our fundraisers is, of course, a lie. Barcodes are on name badges for security reasons, not fundraising, and are scanned for that purpose. According to AIPAC, for real, Tate either thinks we're stupid or he doesn't know that he is. Barcodes on name badges in a closed event for U.S. Congresspeople is for security reasons, maybe to shield their daughters from Gaetz, but come on. If this is Officer Tatum's way of saying that Matt Gaetz, who actually wants a little girl to spit on him and who Tatum once called a superstar, made the story up, it comes off as, how would you know? I was there and you weren't. Tatum submits to Netanyahu, the red hats, and the brown shirts is the point. Yet the party that regularly votes for and supports politicians and pundits who are Pedros without the R says that ICE is protecting drug dealers and murderers and apists with the R. The thing about that is,
the Long Beach Post says Isaiah Hodgson died of an apparent overdose. Hodgson was reportedly involved in this raid in Pico Rivera back in June, where a U.S. citizen was detained. Weeks later, Hodgson himself was arrested for that alleged assault on police officers. He was awaiting trial for that when he died in August. Details on the circumstances surrounding the overdose have not been released.
Hodgson was also charged with assaulting a Long Beach police officer and resisting arrest for an incident in a parking lot. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office claimed Hodgson was off duty, intoxicated, and armed with a handgun while at a restaurant. He allegedly entered the women's restroom and approached a woman who saw his handgun. Long Beach police officers responded to the scene and tried to detain Hodgson, but he refused to cooperate. As Hodgson resisted arrest, he allegedly became agitated and physical with the officers, injuring one of them, prosecutors said. Also, a Minnesota state trooper found U.S. Customs and Border Patrol employee, 31-year-old Alfredo Mancilas Jr. of Corpus Christi, Texas, passed out at the wheel. Police say Mancilas failed a field sobriety test and refused to take a breathalyzer test, after which he was arrested and booked for jail. He had been charged with third-degree and fourth-degree driving while impaired. That newspaper asked the Department of Homeland Security what role Mancilas serves in Border Patrol, but the department declined to answer. And this Florida man identified himself as ICE. 19-year-old Joseph Patrick Cerner was arrested after two children were approached by a black pickup truck while walking home from school in broad daylight, I might add. Whoever was in the truck allegedly offered those children video games and candy if they would just get in the truck with them. The children ran away, told their parents, who called the police, and were later able to identify Cerner and a black GMC Sierra. Could that have been the same pickup truck that a Lee County deputy saw when its driver was swerving erratically and abruptly slamming on his brakes before making a U-turn? I think it was. After the officer initiated a traffic stop for a broken taillight around 2:45 in the morning, upon inspection of the vehicle, deputies found an open Twisted Tea, 3 empty Michelob Ultras, a small amount of marijuana, and an unmarked bottle containing Adderall pills. It was Cerner. It was also discovered that Cerner had a suspended license from a previous DUI case. He was arrested and charged with DUI, marijuana possession, resisting an officer, and 3 counts of intimidation. He wanted to call his boss and his mama. We would know more about these federal agents if we knew their identities and if they didn't wear masks. Even with that,
I just want to point out that now some of these officers, law enforcement, ICE, also have their faces covered. And that's for a different reason. So go ahead, explain.
So they don't get doxxed, which of course we've seen numerous times.
activist groups, civilians, citizens shouldn't get doxxed. Conservatives, Republicans, and the right have submitted to the worst people that we all went to high school with. That's who make up ICE and Border Patrol. Oh, and don't get me wrong. The highest ranking Democrats have too. Don't be fooled by calls for reform, training, and body-worn cameras. Speaking of, we're not that far removed from Dems dumping Bernie Sanders. Twice. Once for Hillary Clinton, another time for Joe Biden. And then the party just let it happen, before denying Joe's fitness when and where convenient. So many were surrendered to him. And then Kamala Harris got appointed to become the presidential nominee through voter delegate roll call without a primary. With that in mind, submitting clearly isn't a partisan issue or about one gender in particular.
I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for Alex Preddy, but I don't. This quite simply is a joke. All right. First of all, just carrying a gun illegally is not likely to provoke a violent response. In this case, in my legal opinion, should never have been brought.
Megyn Kelly asked, after Alex Preddy was killed, do you know why I wasn't shot by ICE this weekend? Because I kept my ass inside and out of their operations. She has resigned some of her own freedoms and civil liberties in order to let federal agents run rampant. Again, submission to a religion or a regime isn't about a party. Although one administration specializes in it.
You feel as a victim. You feel a victim. To people who are going to be out there, because some are going to judge and say you were 15, you were 16, you were 17, you were a willing participant. Again, the legal age of consent in California is 18. So there's no consenting for a 14 or even a 17-year-old in these circumstances.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls.
She makes seeing double standards so simple. Megyn Kelly has a teenage daughter. And if I would have just let that clip play, she would go on to elaborate and say that she doesn't trust Pam Bondi and called Epstein a disgusting pedo. She's not trying to excuse him, according to her, a woman who doesn't give a shit about Trump getting handsy with some woman 20 years ago. Both gender roles are, at their core, about submissiveness. Women submitting to men and men submitting to a handful of men perched atop a socioeconomic period. This same pattern also underpins other dominance-based hierarchies. Most of us, really, are nudged to accept our own submission to the few in exchange for the illusion of power over those deemed other and lesser. Yes, the side of the aisle that calls the president daddy is more submissive than the other. And my position could have easily been more about politicians, but it's their pundits carrying the manosphere. It's men like this that want women to submit not out of respect for scripture, but out of reverence for them. They may be attracted to the ladies, doesn't mean they like them. Going back to the beginning of this thing, if you base your beliefs about submitting on the Bible, you're going to have to do better.
Hey, you know what's not in the Bible? Wives, submit to your husbands, or at least not the way that it's typically used. So if you look to Ephesians 5:22, you will see wives be subject to or submit to your husbands. But here's the thing, that word that's translated to submit or be subject to isn't in the original Greek manuscripts. It's not in the oldest manuscripts. And so what translators have done is they have taken that word from the verse right before this and applied it to this verse.
Submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. The rest of this chapter deals more with men than women. Christ sacrificed himself for his bride, the church. If that's not where you are, then submission isn't for you. At least not the way you want it to be. This is no ordinary love. By the way, I wouldn't have submitted to Sade. We're gonna be all right.
Yeah, he would have. Yeah, he would have. It's a lie. All right.
And say, we have this individual who has stayed way too long on their visa. Would you like us to hold them? Now, in a normal working relationship,
Hold on, this is about to be good.
epicenter, and you'll find out that this problem isn't. We've all seen the headlines.
All right, Belly. So I've been talking about it for a minute. Paid agitators. We're talking about it. We've been talking about it. So we're gonna talk about it some more. I would say, you know, these motherfuckers out there, the paid agitators. Some of them are paid agitators. And also too, I wouldn't follow no white woman nowhere. So as I was watching, you know, most of these little clips, and I was seeing, you know, white women are like antagonizing the ICE people from doing their job, and getting their men all hyped up, and you know, shit just gets escalated, you know, from when it was just, you know, it's one thing or another. And you kind of saw a little bit when it started in California, when they started protesting there. There's groups of activists that were teaching people how to get physical, basically. So here we go. This
coming out of Minnesota. And a lot of you probably think that this is all organic. A lot of you probably think that concerned American citizens are grabbing signs and billboards and running out in protests and jumping on Signal Chat to obstruct ICE agents and Customs and Border Patrol. You might think that that's just a bunch of concerned citizens. And if you thought that, you'd be wrong. You might have a son or daughter who's been exposed to a lot of this pro-Hamas, anti-ICE type rhetoric. And you might think that that's just the generation. Unfortunately, it's not. Today on Off Air, I'm going to tell you the real story behind who is funding the disruption of America. You're going to be surprised about where it's coming from. And I'm also going to tell you exactly why this has all masked inside of Minnesota. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a coincidence that the largest Somali fraud, the largest healthcare fraud, public program fraud in the country was uncovered in a state governed by Tim Walz. You will find out about the powerful donors involved in this process and why Minnesota has become an epicenter. And you'll find out that this problem isn't going to go away very quickly. But also there are some charges that the Trump administration can file in order to make sure that this is swiftly dealt with. My name is Ron Chapman. I'm a federal criminal defense attorney. I went on Newsmax just recently to speak about Minnesota, which prompted me to film this episode for you today because, of course, on Off Air, we take a bit more time to talk about the things that I don't get to talk about on national news networks. I'm coming to you casual today from Philly. I'm involved in a federal trial, but still carving out some time in the evening to bring this information to you. So without further ado, as they say, let's get down to it. Talk about Minnesota, Governor Tim Walz, big funding donations. You'd be surprised about where they're coming from, and a few surprises from the left that you may not be familiar with. Let's jump into it. Federal agents risking their lives. One of them even got their finger bit off. And of course, we have the unfortunate death of a ICU nurse who decided to bring a gun to what he called was a protest, but really was a felony obstruction of justice effort. This is all going down in Minnesota, and it's reshaping our borders as we see it. Let's start from the beginning. Many of you may not know exactly what a sanctuary city is. And of course, as a lawyer, I think I should probably bring that information to you first so you can understand how this problem is created. When any individual is arrested or detained, often they will be asked questions about their citizenship status, or of course, if people run their information and find that they are in violation of some citizenship status, they would be subject to a detainer request. That would be a detainer request by ICE that sends a request to the local agency once that individual is reported. And that detainer request would say, hey, hold them for a couple of days longer than what you ordinarily would hold them for your charge. So you catch a undocumented illegal alien drunk driving, you hold them in the drunk tank for a while, you press charges against them. And then you would contact Immigrations and Customs Enforcement and say, we have this individual who has stayed way too long on their visa. Would you like us to hold them? Now, in a normal working relationship, what you would normally see is this law enforcement entity, the Minneapolis Police Department, hold them for ICE, and then ICE would decide whether or not they want to detain them for removal proceedings, which are proceedings that are just governed under that part of the statute that removes people who have overstayed their welcome in our country, right? You're violating the law, you get removed. Well, in a sanctuary city, it's a little bit different. You see, in sanctuary cities, some cities have decided that they are not going to respond to removal requests or detainer requests, and they may not hold individuals longer just for the purpose of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So it creates somewhat of a catch and release situation. You have an unlawful illegal alien who is drunk driving, you take them to the drunk tank, and then when you normally release them like you would after their DUI charge when they're sober, you don't hold them in ICE detention, meaning they go back out on the street. What you end up having in sanctuary cities is a collection of misdemeanor and felony crimes in your population because those individuals weren't held for removal situations. And so, of course, when you're Donald Trump, you go to Governor Tim Walz and you say, hey, Governor Walz, I understand you're running a bit of a sanctuary city there. We've got to go clean up the mess because that's what the American public voted me in for. And Governor Walz says, no way, Jose. We're not going to let you into our city, and we're not going to enforce Immigration and Customs Enforcement on our own people. So, Donald Trump, why don't you come get them? Well, of course, that's exactly what Governor Tim Walz wants, right? He wants the press to see law enforcement, ICE, marching through his towns, engaging in raids to rip his citizens out of their houses because it riles up the base that he wants to rile up, right? It riles up the base who's excited about tampons in the boys' restroom. It riles up the base that, you know, is going to spend more time attacking itself and crying about it than doing anything constructive for our society. And it riles up the base that just really loves to see unlawful, illegal aliens sitting inside of our country with zero consequences whatsoever, right? Now, why is that important? Well, because that's how Governor Walz gets elected. In fact, if you look at the vote in Minnesota alone, if you look at the electorate, there is zero chance that without the program fraud and without the undocumented migrants being able to vote and get driver's license, he has absolutely zero chance of getting elected. So the king doesn't get to keep his power. Governor Walz doesn't get to keep his power unless he keeps these people inside. The game is almost up. Donald Trump being elected was the worst thing that could have happened for Governor Walz. And really what's happening now is he's paying the piper. And of course, when that has to happen, you have to make some unfortunate friends. And we're going to talk about those unfortunate friends in a little bit, but let's go further. Now, we've got Sanctuary City. We've got ICE coming into town because Walz won't do it for him. We've got Fry doing the same thing. And now we've got Walz standing in front of his electorate saying, we're not going to help these ICE agents. And in fact, you should be reporting them and filming them and getting in their way. Well, they went one step further, which was likely criminal in nature. They engaged rampant obstruction of justice. And a conspiracy to engage obstruction of justice is a RICO charge punishable by a felony. Governor Walz is facing very real obstruction charges along with other members of his cabinet. And here's why. We just recently learned from a very brave reporter that we've got signal chats, encrypted chats being used by protesters on the ground. We call themselves protesters. I think we should really call them rioters. But encrypted signal chats are being used to communicate throughout the city. Now, if you went to Minneapolis right now and you wanted to go find out the location of an ICE raid so that you could film it, you would have a very difficult time. Why? These things don't happen all over the city. In fact, only a couple of times a day, ICE might leave the compound and go take some sort of action. In a large city like Minneapolis, there's absolutely no chance that you as a general reporter are going to figure this out. But Governor Walz doesn't want that. Governor Walz doesn't want mostly empty streets. He wants to make it look like Minneapolis is in riot conditions 100% of the time. And so what he's done is mobilize individuals by using these signal chats to find out the location of ICE. And once they find out the location of ICE, they swarm ICE with protesters and rioters and have those individuals engage in a bunch of obstructionist conduct to prevent ICE from doing its job. Now, protests are demonstrations that normally happen in a single place. We've seen cases involving protesters. We saw Occupy Wall Street. We saw other types of movements. One thing those protesters don't do is run around the city committing violent acts. What they do is they hold signs up. We see union protesters in our cities all the time. In Detroit, I'm used to it. They hold signs up, they walk peacefully, they engage in peaceful time and place protests that are appropriate. Well, these aren't protesters. What they do is they find out the location of ICE, they engage in these groups that report on the location of ICE agents, and then once they find out a confirmed ICE target, they swarm it with the video cameras, they engage in obstructionist conduct, and they make it appear as if ICE is all over the city, as if there's riots all over the city. But in reality, these are just the same few hundred people descending on each and every area. How did they get so organized? How did they get so coordinated? How were they able to pull this off? Well, that's where we get to our main subject of the day, a gentleman named Neville Roy Singham. Now, a very boisterous, and boy, do I say boisterous, Bill O'Reilly was screaming about this gentleman recently on, I believe it was News Nation. He was somebody that he said people should be talking about, and I certainly heeded the call here because I'd heard this name before, and I understood what he was up to, and I figured it was very important that we get to the bottom of it, or at least put a story out about it, because it's the real reason you're seeing disruption in your American cities, and particularly Minneapolis right now. Neville Roy Singham is an American tech billionaire turned Shanghai-based socialist who's funneled millions into radical causes worldwide. He was born in 1954, and he ran a large tech company that he later sold for millions and millions of dollars, which he has decided now to use on philanthropic causes, like supporting riotous protests. His IT firm ThoughtWorks was sold for $785 million in 2017. But here's the hook. The philanthropy that he engaged in wasn't charity. Per the New York Times and congressional reports, he donated $275 million to pro-China opaque 501c3 and other outlets. Some of that was used to directly fund the riots and protests that we see in Minnesota. Evidence from House Oversight Committee probes in June 2025 linked Singham to funding groups like the Minnesota Immigration Rights Action Committee, Democratic Socialists of America, and Party for Socialism and Liberation. They are all active anti-ICE actions. Fox News Digital uncovered encrypted chats mobilizing before the Pretty shooting tied to Singham-backed networks. These signal chats were tied to Singham. He's funneled $20 million to the People's Forum in NYC, which organizes Shut It Down for Palestine protests and anti-ICE campaigns that spilled into Minnesota. Now, is this guy anti-ICE? Is he pro-Hamas? No, he's actually just a Maoist in China trying to disrupt America as much as possible, trying to get in the minds of your youth, trying to get in the minds of your children, trying to get into the minds of anybody who will listen so he can pollute it for his own cause, which is generally to create as much disruption in the United States of America as possible. He's using our free speech against us. In India, his 5 million news to click sparked money laundering probes for inciting protests. In the US, he's backed Code Pink. That's his wife's group with 1.4 million for anti-war demos that morph into border obstruction. Singham denies direct CCP control, claiming ideological alignment, but it's pretty clear that he is actually controlled by the Chinese government. Is he alone? Absolutely not. Congressional trackers and Washington Examiner reports point to George Soros's Open Society Foundation as being another funding source, which has donated to Antifa-linked groups and pro-Venezuela protests overlapping with Minnesota actions. We've got Singham, we've got George Soros, we've got millions of dollars funneling into these areas. This is where they get their signs from. This is where they get their organization. This is where they get their material. But most importantly, this is where they get trained algorithms and social media posts designed to specifically target your youth. Your friends, your colleagues, your neighbors may be brought to tears by what they're seeing on their Instagram feed related to Hamas, but it may very well be carefully staged by a Chinese Maoist CCP sympathizer who's doing nothing but trying to pollute the brains of American citizens. Mainstream liberal foundations and charities with ties to extremist groups fund PSL and Answer Coalition. They were involved in the LA riots that mirrored Minnesota's. A January 2026 report on pro-Maduro demonstrations tied these to CCP-aligned entities as well. Just about all of these causes that are against what Donald Trump is doing are funded by these outside groups. Some funding supports legitimate advocacy like education programs, but a lot of it obstructs law enforcement and it crosses the line. If donors knew the violent intents and the liability spikes and the implications of these sorts of donations when they're used to engage in actions that are potentially punishable by the federal criminal laws of the United States, you think they would think twice about giving. But of course, Singham lives outside of the United States. And while he's currently under investigation by federal authorities, I don't imagine he intends on returning anytime soon. Now, the Minnesota mess has ignited a political inferno. From corporate America calling for de-escalation to Senate Democrats refusing DHS fundings after the shootings, things are very polarized in the United States right now. Republicans generally revolt against unchecked force. Democrats have been crying about invasions. There's been a hotbed of political implications on both sides, but we know it's eroding public safety. It's causing government shutdowns, which we may be facing a whole nother one. And sometimes these protests turn into riots that actually hurt people and destroy property, which is not something we want. On January 26, 2026, Trump engaged in a pretty grand pivot right after the most recent incident that we will go into a bit later. We see that there has been some people marred by a bit of the tragedy in this situation. And the concern here is that this keeps going on, a powder keg may turn into something more serious. And Donald Trump is a lot smarter than that. So he knows that these protests are being funded by outside sources. He knows that Tim Walz needs these people around so that he can continue to get elected over and over again. But the one thing he can do, Donald Trump, politically to end all of this is exactly what I told him to do when I was on Newsmax just the other day, and he complied about a day later. Now, did he see it? I don't know. Did his people see it? I don't know. But I stood before the American people on Newsmax, and I said the best thing that Donald Trump can do is back off of the ICE raids, and he can tell Governor Tim Walz that he's got one last opportunity to clean up his city, to clean up his state, to send the illegal, undocumented aliens outside of his city walls when they have federal criminal convictions, state criminal convictions, and when they have convictions that are related to violent offenses. And that's exactly what Donald Trump did, wisely. He backed off and he said, I'm going to change leadership and see what we can do to deal with these ICE raids. But Governor Walz, I'm willing to work with you, but you've got to work with me. If you've got criminals in your midst and if you're protecting them, you've got to follow federal law. and you've got to allow us to deport them. We won't do raids, but you've got to do our job and help us out in the process. Remember, the danger here was created by Walz running a sanctuary city, not by Donald Trump. These people would have been slowly deported, consistent with their criminal convictions, at a time when they were already captured for the crime that they engaged in. They wouldn't have stayed in this country. They wouldn't have grown roots. They would have been politely removed out the right way. Governor Walz created this mess, and Donald Trump is saying, you've created it, you help clean it up. Right now, Walz is looking at the spilled milk on the ground. Donald Trump has sent people to come in and clean it. And Governor Walz is slapping his hand back and saying, you can't clean up my spilled milk. Well, that's not the way it's going to be, Walz. You're going to clean up your own milk, or the government's going to have to come back in one more time and do it for you. Now, in response to the PR saying that Governor Walz and Donald Trump are somewhat engaged in a bit of an agreement, the protesters turned on Walz. They stormed his Capitol, and most recently were filmed outside of his Capitol with signs arguing that he's not doing enough. He made a deal with the devil, and now the devil's biting him back a bit, which is very unfortunate for Tim Walz, but I won't cry too much over that sort of spilt milk. So could funders like Singham face any sort of charges for the funding of these protests? And my answer to that is absolutely yes. First of all, engaging in these types of actions against ICE, not protests, as I've already said, it's riotous conduct. It is clear obstruction of justice. Engaging in a conspiracy to obstruct justice is a conspiracy to violate the laws of the United States, at a very minimum chargeable by 18 U.S.C. 371, a very popular charge for the feds. But in addition to that, it could also be a RICO conspiracy. Remember, we have nonprofit fraud going on in these places, pulling government money out and allocating it outside of the United States. That's what Ilhan Omar has done. That's the subject of a prior episode that I taped a while ago. Well, that money is getting outside the United States, and it's finding itself back in the United States in the hands of these sorts of protesters who are protesting ICE raids and all of that. When there's a central source of funding doing all of this, and that individual is at the heart of it, and Tim Walz is aiding it through his policies, they're a violation of federal law, and he's going before the American people and the people of his community on camera and saying, we are not going to help ICE, and in fact obstruct them. And when apparently some people in his administration are involved in signal chats organizing these demonstrations that aren't demonstrations, but really riotous and obstructionist conduct, we have the makings of a pretty solid RICO conspiracy. Now, RICO isn't just tied to the mob. In fact, I'm out here in Philadelphia dealing with a RICO case on the defense side. Often RICO is two or more criminal actions related to an organization that was designed for the purpose of engaging in criminal action. That's what a lot of these nonprofit entities are doing when they are just fronts. I talked about this funding Mondani's campaign in New York, and the same thing is happening in Minnesota. You are seeing illegal actors violate campaign financing laws, obstruct justice in the United States, obstruct proper elections in the United States through using funding from illegitimate and illegal sources. And while Donald Trump was charged with many of these things, these crimes could actually be proven against these individuals. Mondani could be charged with it. Walz could be charged with it. Ilhan Omar could be charged with it. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Pam Bondi start bringing some RICO charges down on these individuals. Subpoenas are already flying. We're probably going to see some action pretty soon. Now, the most common comment I get from you in the comment section of Off Air, and I love all of you, I promise you, I love all of you. But the most common comment I get is, hey, nothing's going to happen. Well, that's true. It can be frustrating, ladies and gentlemen. It can be frustrating seeing nothing happen when all of this disruption is happening in the United States. But just like Tulsi Gabbard's investigation of Barack Obama, just like Pam Bondi's investigation in Minnesota, just like the investigations against Jim Comey and the current investigation against Hillary Clinton, we've been watching a lot of these investigations go down, and we haven't seen a ton of indictments. Well, these things take time to do them right. The charges against Jim Comey were rushed. They weren't done properly. We can't do that again. In order to see the real type of justice, the type of justice that sticks and holds people accountable for real things, it can't be a headline. We need real investigations. Listen, I believe in the 5th and 6th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Everybody deserves a fair trial. They deserve due process. They deserve intelligent and talented counsel to take care of that process for them. And I want to see even Governor Tim Walz, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama get the right counsel and the right process that they deserve, which also means the right type of investigation. So for those of you growing impatient, I hear you, I'm with you. I'm going to be with you all along the way. We're going to be talking about it all along the way. Make sure you hit like and subscribe, smash the bell button so you can get updates when I talk about future issues. We'll be back in Minnesota pretty soon. And in fact, I'm thinking I might really need to make a site visit there. So let me know if you think I should get boots on the ground and talk to some people. That would remind me of my old Marine Corps days, and I wouldn't mind doing it. Once again, this is Off Air. I'm federal criminal defense.
This is a Tax the Rich rally in New York City ran by the DSA, a movement that wants to abolish capitalism, the police, and borders. And
watch this. This is like, whoa, you know what I mean? So yeah, this is like, oh my God. Pay attention. All right, here we go.
That's a professional protester I caught paying other protesters. Make no mistake, this movement is growing rapidly throughout the country. One of their candidates just became mayor of New York City. And as much as they avoid my questions,
please don't interview me. I'm not asking to be interviewed right now.
Try and shut me down.
They're right-wing journalists.
Okay. Well,
it won't stop me from exposing the truth. Welcome to Mom Donnie's New York, and welcome back to the Nate Friedman Show.
Can you answer me? I saw on the DSA site that we should abolish prisons. Could you say something about that? Should we do that? You just can't talk about it?
No, I'm not a spokesperson.
How did you get involved with DSA? Okay. I was hoping to speak to somebody who was able to talk. Are you able to have a conversation?
I think you can talk to the press liaison.
That's a picture of me in the DSA Signal group chat, and she's messaging the other paid protesters to notify them that I'm there. You can see it says they're talking to us right now. Now, despite their attempts at suppression, one of the most insane interviews I've ever done is in this video.
Do you believe that we should tax the rich?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, why not? Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. One of the things on the DSA website that I was reading is that they believe that we should abolish prisons. Do you think that we should abolish prisons? No. That's what they believe. The people that are speaking believe that we should abolish prisons. So you're against that. Yeah. What about like open borders? They believe that we should open up all the borders. Do you think we should do that?
Sorry, what is your name?
Oh, my name is Nate.
Nate, what outlet are you with?
I'm independent. Yeah. Can I interview you?
No.
Okay. But you're taking down my information.
Yeah, so I'm just a press liaison for the event.
Okay. You gonna notify the group chat that I'm here?
I don't know what group chat you're referring to.
The group chat where you let people know which journalists are here.
I don't have a group chat that does that.
Oh, okay.
She's obviously lying. I mean, look, she's talking to me, she texts you at the same time. Like, come on, cuz.
What outlet are you associated with?
I hate when Karen's try to act stupid. She knows exactly what the fuck is going on.
Why does it matter?
It's relevant to press.
Okay. Yeah, I told you my name is Nate Friedman. I'm independent.
Thank you so much. If you would like to speak to one of our spokespeople, I'm happy to go take you over to one of them.
You want to take me to the spokesperson right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're taxing the rich not because not just because their money is the result or universal child care bill in the New York State Senate, who has been a comrade in this.
Can I ask when the person is coming out?
I just asked if they know who you are and they have no intention to speak with you.
Can I ask why?
Because you've doxed some people in the past.
So do you want to abolish prisons?
I have no comment.
Imagine saying no comment on if you want to abolish prisons.
And I remember very clearly in 2021 when Kathy Hochul.
I couldn't help but notice that whenever the speakers would mention Governor Kathy Hochul, everyone would go, which is interesting because Hochul endorsed Mom Donnie. Not only that, but she has completely changed her behavior to try and fit in with the DSA crowd. She lit up the World Trade Center green for Muslim Heritage Month and left out the part that New York City has never celebrated Muslim Heritage Month until now. Governor, I ask you, why did this tower get built? She does all of this because she knows the Democrat Party has been taken over by radicals, and it's either become one or get left behind. New York is in danger, and it's the people at this rally that made it happen.
I'm a journalist, and I'm wondering if there's someone I can speak to. Is there someone that I can speak to?
Yeah, I think they might be like on the other side of the park, actually.
No.
Yeah.
They said you would be here.
Oh, no, but other side of the park's actually.
Why are you so upset? Why are you so angry?
I was angry right here.
What?
You
seem like really jittery, like upset.
You're just annoying, that's all.
Oh, why am I annoying? All right, well, I have to go for a stand here.
Meet Naftali Aaron-Kranz. He's a paid protester through and through. Here's him posting on LinkedIn to hire paid protesters for the company he works for called Get Free. Listen to this. Get Free is hiring for part-time mobilization support contractor. That just means paid protester. We're seeking out people with 4+ years of experience in leading direct action and large-scale mobilizations, demonstrations, protests, and civil disobedience, which just means experience getting arrested. Compensation is $3,500 to $4,200 a month for an average of 20 hours a week. Get Free on their website calls themselves a grassroots organization when Naftali and others are literally being paid to protest. Get Free wants to, quote, undo white supremacy. Naftali thinks one of the best ways to do that is to celebrate vandalism, saying Crown Heights stay winning after someone threw an egg at a stranger's Cybertruck and placed dog feces on it. Here's Naftali at an Abolish the Police rally. You can see he's not leading the protest, just blending in amongst the other recruits. He can get his photo op later because the way this works is combining all the leftist causes together to make the individual causes look bigger than they are. And of course, he works with the DSA, which is why I ran into him at this DSA Tax the Rich rally. On LinkedIn, you can see Naftali frequently doing his paid protester posts saying, come work with and help us expand our effort to win reparations across the country. And Naftali is recruiting nationwide in Chicago, the Bay Area, and Baltimore. Pod organizers he's hiring for are tasked with building small, localized teams. In other words, protesters that can be deployed on demand. Now let's see what happens when we click on one of these links attached. It's a 9-week contract, part-time, paying $3,400 in stipends, issued bi-weekly, and they're looking for someone excited about experimentation and will recruit people and train them to drive turnout to events. And Naftali is part of Jews Against Trump and urges people to donate to bail funds to, quote, bail immigrants out of concentration camps. A Jewish person that calls an immigration detention center a concentration camp has a serious mental illness, and it's colleges like NYU where he went, the Democrat Party, and the mainstream media who are guilty of this brainwashing. We see Nicole Carty at the top of the Get Free movement. She says the George Floyd protests were the reason Biden won the 2020 election. Share this with anyone who is trying to make the argument that morality, civil rights, and social justice have no place in electoral politics. It's the opposite. Now we can see that these protest NGO groups are about one thing: getting Democrats elected. So it's only fitting that donations to Get Free are funneled through Act Blue, who is under investigation by the Department of Justice for foreign contributions.
Pause right there. Okay, so back when Jesse ran for mayor, when he was running for mayor, right? There was like 20. I want to say there was contestants. I would say the contestants, right? I want to say there was like 12. There was like 20 motherfuckers running for mayor. I was probably like blowing that way out of proportion, like 20 motherfuckers. But when I swear to God on everything, y'all were watching this when we did this. We kind of were documenting the, I was with Jesse, so Jesse was he's the one that does all the fucking videoing. We had just got the what do you call them? I can't even think of the name right now. Sorry, I'm so excited. The list so we could get signatures, turn them in so you can get on the ballot. And each one comes with 50 lines, so it's 50 people basically, right? And I think we had to get like I had to get like 300 signatures, something like that, some crazy shit like that. And so we were going to go turn in the first one, and then we got it back, and they took out basically half of them based on. I would say that all of those people, even though we knew they lived there and they matched up, the people they took off were predominantly Black, elder, or Muslim, and they're all in the same apartment building that we knew was an actual address where none but seniors live. You know what I mean? So we turned it in, and we started seeing that the elections division, right, was on some other shit. You know, the dude that runs the elections division, Paul Lopez, was on some other shit. He was clearly on Jeff Fard's show talking about not to listen to anybody who's on Facebook and blah 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 and all this extra shit, right? Basically talking about us. It's not a hit dog holler thing. It's just that was reality of it, right? So then, all these people were getting at this time. It's called they was doing talking about fair elections. I don't know what else, right? But it was like each donation got doubled. You know what I mean? They would double it, right? The elections division or whatever, they double it and whatever. But they were using Act Blue, okay? Act Blue is a Democratic platform. Jesse couldn't use it because Jesse's an independent, right? Under a party, he actually has a party, or he's in a party. You know what I mean? An independent party. So he couldn't use Act Blue as an independent. Okay, so it made collecting donations like stupid hard. Okay, so he couldn't get on like everybody else was getting on. Everybody was collecting donations, and they were, you know, our state or our elections division or whatever would double each person's donations, right? So that so it was basically so that it was meant for the basically the people that want to run for office who couldn't never run before because of money finally had a chance. So basically it was meant for individuals like Jesse, okay? And that shit did not work for individuals that it was meant for, like Jesse, right? And I say that because it was fucking Act Blue that was collecting all these donations for these candidates who were Democrats who were using Act Blue to collect donations for their campaign. That's how the mayor got on. Okay, the mayor is a Democrat. That's how he got on. And like I was saying earlier, the lady that ran against him, Lisa Calderon, was like, you know, I was talking shit about her earlier on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. She's gonna use Act Blue again, and Act Blue is like he said, under investigation. So, you know, make it make sense. But this is how it's all put together, okay? And I'm sorry I can't remember exactly the terms. I apologize. I just got too amped up and I can't think about it right now because I didn't expect it to come up in my brain. I didn't expect it to come up, so I had to remind everybody. When in a little while when Jesse wakes up, I'll ask him and he'll tell me about what the actual names were. But it was Act Blue for sure, and it's Democrats. And that was the only time we did that in the state of Colorado. But it doesn't fucking matter. I knew there was something fishy about it. I always know there's something fishy. You can just tell, I could feel it like a mile away. So it was just real sus. And I was really questioning, especially with Justice Nemesis and all the people that were running. You know what I mean? Yep. All the people that were running. I was like, why are they getting their shit double? Especially we had a y'all were with me, well, twin back, y'all were with us through the whole, basically since day one. But when Jesse was running for mayor, we had a House of Representatives lady also run for mayor. She was basically holding office and running a campaign. Remember? And I was like, how the fuck is that legitimate? A sister, right? She was running up against Jesse. And this is like, we had a couple black people in there just running up against Jesse. Knowing good and goddamn well they should never did it. But it shows that there was some kind of I want to say it's not a conspiracy. I want to say this is like a legitimate thing because me and Jesse watched it and nobody fucking believed us because, you know, they don't want to believe pro-black fucking anything. They just want to keep it as the status quo. They're playing the party line, right? But if the elections division guy who works in the elections division, who touches all the machines, who handles all the votes, who cries about money and shit, and you don't want to, you know, go and submit a budget and all this extra shit, right? If old Paul Lopez is a motherfucking Democrat, right, and everything is by the Democrats or surrounded by Democrats, then why wouldn't it make sense that in order to get somebody so outspoken and on a legitimate, has a legitimate black agenda that would really, you know, be effective, especially with this, he was the only one with being unhoused. He was the only one with homeless experience. None of these people that were running had ever been homeless. Never. None. Not one single person. Except for Jesse. Right? So if he's the one who like has all the lived experience, why do you think that it was so much of a fucking threat? You see what I'm saying? It was a threat. They were like, oh, nah. Can't have that. Especially with somebody like me on the backside, like, say, no, it's like this. Because I see things completely fucking different. You know what I mean? And I see the game. I see it already handled. So they don't want a fucking outspoken activist, somebody who's been at city council for 10 motherfucking years, going over there and fucking changing the rules. They can't have that. You know what I mean? So they did everything in their power to fucking make it almost like shameful. Y'all remember I cried on fucking camera because I could not believe all the motherfucking work that we did, all the work I did, all the work I put in on my fucking intellectual property being stolen by a motherfucking white boy and just be shamed like that in our own motherfucking community. They shamed us, but they disrespected, and it was all a fucking lie. They did it because they were afraid of a motherfucker. What does it say? Black men who don't know how to read are fucking dangerous. You know what I mean? Motherfucker that has an understanding of what's going on is a fucking danger. You know what I mean? Like dangerous to the fucking status quo. And he couldn't do it. He could not bring up any money because they were using Act Blue. He didn't qualify for the fair elections. He didn't qualify. They wouldn't let him qualify. Just like they wouldn't let any signatures go through. They would cut them all off. So it looked like he go out there and collect all the fucking signatures you want. Doesn't fucking matter. They took half of them off. So they made them so they're not even valid. You know what I'm saying? And you know how difficult it is to go get fucking signatures and asking people and you know, like, you know, making sure that, keep in mind, we had a black agenda. So there's two separate types of flyers going out. And knowing that some fucking, that we put it in a black hand that went to the white hand, that got stolen all the intellectual property, and he couldn't get on because of fucking democratic policies or rhetoric or whatever the fuck, little games and shit. That Act Blue is the only thing that Democrats can use. And he's an independent. So while they were racking up fucking money, all these off-brands, including the white one, they got on to be the mayor, they were racking up money, just double the funds, right? And here he is doing a grassroots fucking, I want to say experiment. I didn't really feel like we should even get money. Like, fuck, you need money for it. But that's because I'm just a little different. You know, I'm thinking about shit. Your work speaks for it all. That's in my opinion. My opinion only. Okay? But I was like, there's something wrong with this picture. I couldn't figure it out until after the fucking election, and then after the one he ran after that, just because they asked him to. He wasn't even ready yet. He just did it because the party asked him to. You did? And I'm like, now that, you know, he might want to run again, or say he might want to run again for something. It's going to be a completely different thing because there is no independent fucking course of action where they could donate to like that. That's going to be just as big as Act Blue. You did? So don't carry on with that. I just wanted to remind everybody about that. The Act Blue is like, in my version of things, should have been hella fucking audited and scrutinized to the T, especially when it came to fair elections. Because all this whole city, I'm watching it and I'm watching this, and I'm thinking, it's all starting to make sense now. just off of these last two little videos. It's all starting to make sense now why these protests are happening right outside our fucking state house. Why all these people show up for these stupid ass protests that they know good and goddamn well they shouldn't be out there like that. Like, all these white people really care about the Palestine and motherfucking these immigrants for real. Like, come on now. And they're the ones that wanted them out in the first place. It wasn't just us. They act like we were just the only ones holding the motherfucking sign for Trump talking about get them out. Come on now. It's a white person that wanted them out there. So, like, like, now it's all starting to make sense. Just pay attention. This is serious. Like, you got paid agitators, paid everything. What this dude is exposing is like, yeah, that shit is really happening. It wasn't just in my motherfucking imagination. It was actually happening.
Act Blue has funneled billions of dollars for activist groups like Indivisible Twin Cities, who is orchestrating the resistance on ICE agents in Minneapolis. Indivisible has been caught paying protesters, and they've received over $7.6 million from the Open Society Foundation, funded by George Soros.
Can I ask why you're not authorized to speak to the press? Like, who said that to you? Because you seem like you...
Media training.
Why do you need media training?
People are aware of who you are. Please go away.
So that's Martina Crane. You might remember her from the Trump Tower protest a little while back, where she advised her coworkers to prevent my interviews. Well, she quickly deleted her social media when I exposed her for creating an entire network of people and organizations who help illegal immigrants evade ICE. She also removed that entire spreadsheet, as well as her guides on how to evade ICE. Ooh. However, knowing that she might do that, I screen recorded all of it, and that will be going into the Freedman Files, a website where you'll be able to learn all about the paid protesters wreaking havoc on our cities. The waitlist is in the description, or you can scan the QR code here. Now, there's something else on Martina's link tree that caught my eye that she hasn't deleted yet. It's an immigration hotline, but when you click on it and scroll down, you'll see that it takes you to an LGBTQ immigrant hotline. It writes, the National Immigrant Justice Center provides legal services to low-income immigrants who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. The craziest thing about that is you're funding this hotline. That's right. If you go to the 990 forms for the NIJC, you'll see that they got $2.6 million in federal grants in just 1 year. Now, some people will argue that LGBTQ migrants may face persecution in their home countries. But the question is, why is there a separate tax-funded hotline based on sexual orientation? Immigration law is supposed to be applied equally. Deportation is about legal status, not sexual identity.
So what is this rally about?
It is about taxing the rich to fund childcare for New Yorkers.
And who's organizing it?
DSA.
Okay. Indeed, they are. One of the things that I saw on DSA's website is that they want to abolish prisons. Do you think that that's a good idea?
Probably not.
Okay. It's just one of the things they mentioned, so I'm asking people about it. And they said that we should open the borders. Is that like a good thing to do?
They're right-wing journalists.
Okay. Well,
I asked her about something that was on the website.
Yeah, you're free to ask people questions, but they don't have to answer you, man.
And you stopped. She's consented to doing an interview, and you came in and stopped it.
I'm just letting her know that what you're doing.
You don't have to. You also don't have to act like da da da. It's okay. You just be normal. It's okay. Okay. So why did you stop the interview?
Sorry, man. We're just having a rally.
Why did you stop it? It's freedom of speech that she's allowed to talk. So why did you prevent her from talking?
I hear you.
Are you okay? Are you all right? Okay, well, get better, man, okay?
Meet Tim Traversi. He's a software engineer at Google. It's interesting to see these guys get a high six-figure salary working for a multi-trillion-dollar company and then protest for socialism. Tim is a prominent member in the DSA. Here he is front and center at another DSA rally with his keffiyeh. He was a field lead for Zoran, and they used Palestine to recruit thousands of people into the DSA. In an interview, he stated that his goal is to make every DSA chapter capable of running 2 to 3 Zorans a year against establishment Democrats. I had more interviews shut down in this video than ever before, but I still managed to secure one on the edge of the protest. You will be shocked by what he says. But first, a lot goes into making these videos, and one of the tools I use to do what I do is Ground News, a partner and sponsor of this episode. Now, let me tell you about what they do and exactly how I use their service. You know how when anything happens in the news, the left is going to cover it significantly differently than on the right. Ground News is a website and app that allows you to access every news publication in the world and compare coverage against the left or the right. News sources across the left and the right often cover completely different stories, so you might miss something simply because you're only reading one or two sources of news. Now, Ground News solves this problem with their blind spot feature, a feed that shows you stories receiving a disproportionate amount of coverage only on one side of the political spectrum. You'd be surprised what both sides choose not to cover. Right now, the right is talking about how protesters in Minnesota are actually being arrested, 16 of them now. You can see that only one source on the left is covering that, so people in that echo chamber would never know arrests are happening. That blind spot feature is where I spend 80% of my time on Ground News because I want to know what the whole country is seeing in the news so that I can make the best videos possible. And I also find it very interesting and a little entertaining. I can't recommend using Ground News enough. To get started with Ground News, I'd recommend the Vantage plan, which gives you unlimited access. I've been using it for close to a year now, and the concept behind Ground News is really brilliant. Right now, you can get 40% off the same plan that I use. Just head to ground.news/Friedman or scan the QR code to discover the stories that you're missing. And now, back to the protest.
Hey, you mentioned that I was an asshole. Would you like to have a conversation?
No, actually, I'm trying to take pictures. Thank you, though. You have a good day.
Okay.
That's Faraz Ansari. He likes going to Pakistan and photographing Hamas inside of New York City. That really is two wannabe jihadists about to walk on the Brooklyn Bridge, and Faraz is there to make the caption of the photo about Zionist militias. He's there to take professional photos of all the keffiyeh wearing Marxists. He's not just at the protests and running into these shots. These are clearly staged, and after photographing Hamas, he was made a perfect candidate to work with the Mamdani campaign. He did it through being an official photographer for the DSA. You can see him credited here. And half his Instagram is just pictures he's taken of Mamdani. He says there are more of us than them. These streets are ours, not theirs. While he showcases a photo using one of Anne Frank's statements about the Nazis and comparing it to ICE agents. We saw Tim Walz make that same stupid comparison, which incites violence.
We have a mandate to act, and we need to tax the rich, because tax the rich is about more than just what we can fund today. It's about what we can build tomorrow. The day after that, it'll be housing, and we will not stop until this world revolves around the workers.
Can I ask you guys a question for an interview?
Yeah, so maybe someone else besides me. Yeah.
That's fine. I just wanted to ask, like, can you tell me about what you're tabling here?
Yeah, I mean, we're basically out here in support of the Tax the Rich rally, and we're socialist alternative, and we've been overall just really supportive about the energy around 100,000 people going out and supporting a progressive left campaign like Zoran. I think what the Zoran campaign really touched on, right, is that it is possible to fight for things like free childcare and tax the rich, but it means you have to be as a working class person organized with your neighbors opposed to the billionaires, right?
What do you credit this rise in socialism to?
I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with right now, a lot of people are really scared about the far right and felt really defeated in a lot of ways with the rise of Trump, right? But then even before that, it's seeing the failures of the Democratic Party, right? And actually turning into an outright party of genocide with supporting the war in Gaza, for instance. I think that's one of those things that's just disillusioned a lot of people. And it's after a while, it's that has to express itself in some ways. And I think that's one of the things that's really pushed Zoran's campaign, I think, a lot more to the left and gotten a lot more young people excited. I'm 32, so I was around for Bernie Sanders' first run. That's where I got really excited about that. So now you're seeing people my age and even younger than that, right, that are seeing it is actually possible to fight back. And it's once you're seeing your neighbors involved, you're going to want to get involved, right?
There's a thing on their website that says abolish the police and open the borders. What do you think about that?
I mean, I would say with that is that it's sort of in the terms of the police, because I think there are genuine questions around public safety. And it's for us, it's clearly the police doesn't always serve the role that it needs to. And I think Zoran does actually have a good demand around creating the Department of Mental Health, for instance, and having more social workers. But then there is also the question of who are the police actually serving? So one of the things that Socialist Alternative we call for is democratic community control of the police, with working class people having the ability to hire and fire police. And I think it's like one of those things where it's a situation where if you have that like method of like community accountability, right? Frankly, there's a lot of people within the police that like are far right. They wouldn't tolerate something like that. At that point, they would be gone.
When it's tax the rich, what is the line in your opinion? Like, what is rich, what is not? Like, is it $1 million a year? Is it $2 million a year? Like, what?
I feel like the Democrats have totally brainwashed the world, brainwashed everybody. Because I feel like where he's going with this is like a lot of our thought process about, you know, being overtaxed and things like that. It comes from them. It's like the, you know, it's you know what I mean? Like, man, you gotta really rethink shit.
But where do you think the line is?
I mean, I definitely think like taxing the millionaires is like, you know, a very obvious place to start with that, right? Because it's also like, for me, like it's a much more of a question of like, you know, not even just like what your income is, but like where you're actually making your money, which often is like, you know, the property that you own, right? At the end of the day. So it's like, if we're talking about like somebody like in New York City, you know, you could probably count like the like biggest landowners like on like both of your hands, right? These people are making money hand over fist, right? Over just like the rents of like regular people. So it's like, yeah, absolutely. Like these people, like the top like 500 companies, they not only I think they should be taxed, right? We should also be like considering putting them into democratic public ownership, right? These like big companies, right? Where it's like working class people could talk about like, all right, we don't just have to like fund war, for instance. We could actually be funding like new housing, right? With like the like wealth that we have here, right? We could be funding like, you know, where food is going and stuff, new schools.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
saw like DSA mentioned a 90% tax. Like, do you feel like 90% on the rich is good?
I would also say it's just like also not enough just to tax income is like what I'm saying.
Yeah,
right?
that's why they mentioned capital gains too, right?
Exactly. So like there's capital gains, but I mean, it is also just like, just straight up like the property that like they control, the businesses that they have, right? Like at the end, like the demand is not for people to seize banks, right? Like from a lot of people at DSA, but I would say like this is like a certain step we have to consider. I actually think one good thing that Zoran has done in his platform when he's talking about like, you know, bad landlords and busting them, right? He's actually like one of the few candidates that actually put forward, if like there's a bad landlord or a slumlord that's like getting all these violations, the city should seize those buildings, right? Because that's like another argument that people have about capital flight, right? It's like if you're going to abandon all these giant buildings here and like your whole workforce, the city should own it, you know?
What do you say to those folks who say, well, if you tax millionaires, they're going to leave the city and the top 1% pays 40% of the taxes in the city. So what happens if they leave? What's your response?
Well, that's what I would say. It's like we should take their business and we run it like for our, like the city ourselves.
So if they take their business to Florida, you feel like you can make it, keep it here?
I mean, they can't leave the building. They can't like just bring their whole entire workforce to Florida, right? They can't bring all of like the resources that they have to like build a business here to Florida, right? That's a whole thing. And that's where you would even say like, if we're building a real movement, right, to like stop that, we'd also like make it illegal for them to like actually like leave, right? We would fine them to hell if they're going to try to like abandon their property here, right? Because clearly people do need to work, right? People do need to like, you know, make a living.
So that's Charles Berry. And while that might have been one of the craziest things I've ever heard in hundreds of street interviews, what matters more is that he's a teacher for New York public schools. Imagine that garbage being spewed in your kid's class. Now you can see what these people are fighting for, and it's to seize your business and make it illegal for you to leave. Mamdani has ushered in a new Democratic Party. A radical and un-American uprising is no longer beneath the surface. It's in plain sight. Thank you for watching. If you want to know about this rise of Sharia law in the UK, click this video. London is no longer London, and I'll see you there.
This is crazy. People going around using kids as activists. They're using them as props.
The difference between anti-ICE activists and ICE is getting horrifyingly smaller, as after they use secret encrypted chats to train, plan, and attack U.S. forces, they're now recruiting kids to walk out of classes and march on their...
Look, before this shit happens, like, I'm going to just put it this way. Okay, so check it out. Denver, right? Denver, our fucking city, the city we live in. I live in Aurora, but neither here nor there. Denver, right, had a protest just like over the weekend or whatever. I don't know, it's probably anti-ICE fucking protest. I don't fucking know. I wasn't really paying attention because it was a protest and I could care less, right? All I saw was white people out there, and it just bothers me anyway, period. They always got, I always want to cry the tears, pretend they're crying tears, right? And oh my God, it's all bad, right? So, it was it was right before the weekend. It was during school day or some shit like that. Anyway, so, what was it? It was like like no work. They were like basically no work, no shopping, bullshit, right? I don't know. I was in hella shopping that day. I was all over the internet. I'm listening to none of that shit. Either way, they had, and I'm gonna show you it. They had fucking children, teenagers, outside during the protests, giving their little opinions on the news, et cetera, mostly white children, whatever. They're outside protesting. Why? They said because their teachers were out protesting. So basically, there was nobody in there to teach them, right? And they decided they had some sort of little feelings and they wanted to go express them, right? So they decided to join the protest, and they were out there protesting. And I was like, man, we have a really bad literacy rate in Denver, right? Nobody knows how to read or do math, right? So what the fuck are you doing outside and not in school? And why the fuck is your teacher outside and not in school? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they have real questions. Like, this is bullshit. Like, all over the country, the literacy rate is fucking ridiculous. Adults don't even want to read, okay? Like, this is serious. I read somewhere, I watched the thing, it was like, I think it was like, I think it was either 19 Keys or Rizza Islam or something like that, saying that, I think it was Rizza Islam, saying that everybody was illiterate. Really, like at a 6th grade level of reading, right? And I was like, which is true. And I'm always like, reading is fundamental because that's all the fuck I do is read, right? So I'm like, man, like, what the fuck? Like, why would you do this? Like, why would you allow it to happen? And why aren't they in school? And why are they illiterate? What is the point of going to school? Like, you know what I mean? I have questions. Like, I know when I went to school, we did a lot of motherfucking reading. Reading textbooks, history books, geography books, reading math. I mean, like, there's reading everywhere. That's all you do is read. Like, what are you talking about? Like, why are they illiterate? You know what I mean? They don't know how to write. They don't know how to do math. They don't know how to use a pencil or a piece of paper. Like, Jesus Christ, everything's digital. You know what I mean? So there's like no basics. I'm like, I just can't fathom it. I couldn't fathom having a kid that's like in, let's say middle school. You know what I mean? What does it say, 4th grade? Well, fucking 4th grade. 4th grade on. And not know how to read, write, or do fucking basic math. Like, you know what I mean? I got held back in kindergarten for fucking off and shit, not doing something. Right? Not because I didn't know how to read or write. I did before I went to school. My mother intentionally made me learn how to read and write, do my ABCs, 1, 2, 3s in 2 fucking languages. So I was messing around, you know what I mean? Apparently they was getting graded. I didn't even think it was possible. But yeah, it happened. It happened. So like, this is fucking fucked up. After that, I was on my shit, you know? But this is ridiculous. We're in 2026 and everybody's illiterate. Make it not make sense. I mean, there's really no excuse for it. It's just basic laziness in my fucking thorough grown ass almost 46 opinion. Pure and utter laziness in the fact that you don't want to comfort your children. You're scared of your children that you had. You're scared of them or some shit. I don't know. Not me. I couldn't do it. That's why I'm totally not afraid to say what the fuck I think. You know what I mean? So I don't know what's going on, but there's a thing they say, blame the parents. So you can't really truly blame the parents. They go to school all day. So you might want to just blame the schooling and the teachers. And then the parents for not doing the follow through. You know what I mean? But either way, the children are living full on grown. Everybody's a winner, life of mediocrity in a 6th grade level. Not even a 6th grade level, just illiterate. What is that? You see what I'm saying? What is that? That's fucking just utterly disturbing. So that happened here. And when it happened, I was like, what in the fuck? So then it leads me to this. This isn't just happening in Denver. This is happening everywhere.
There we have. In California, what looks to be teenagers are taking the streets. But in New York City, it looks like they're brainwashing their preschoolers.
I mean, these are little kids, bro. Like, you're having little kids telling them this stuff, scaring them like this. This is fucked up, man.
My name is Dr. Canton. I am the director here at the Chloe Day School here in Harlem, New York. As today is a national day of protest, it's too cold outside for us to go outside and protest. Our teachers cannot walk off the job and leave our children unsupervised. So today we decided in solidarity we will support all those who are out protesting against the violence that we see and the harm that we see happening to our friends.
See, this is one of the reasons why kids are the way they are. It's one of the reasons why college kids are the way they are.
I don't care if they got their faces blurred out or not. Thank you for doing that. That way, that makes it easier for a motherfucker like me not to do it. But thank you. But we can tell through the blur that these are all mostly little black children, right? And maybe some Hispanic children too. Okay. Latino children, whatever you want to call them, whatever they're called these days, right? Either way, it's a classroom full of babies. These are like first graders, like not even maybe kindergarten, first grade. I don't know. These are babies though, okay? Little tiny guys, little tiny ones, right? That are like little baby sponges. You know what I mean? Just ripe for the picking. This is fucking grooming. This is fucking weird. Like, who does this? Shame on the teacher. You see what I'm saying? Shame on the motherfucker, the adults that are watching this shit happen. This is like, ooh, this is bad. They're like little baby sponges right here. The little minds are ready for programming and grooming and all sorts of ugly, nefarious fucking activity. This is nefarious shit right here.
Is they get brought up and indoctrinated into this stuff from the very beginning. And then guess what? Guess what happens after they get told this constantly? Well, then they believe it. I mean, it's crazy. Think of the children. Yeah, it's grooming. It is. It is grooming. Absolutely.
What do you say? Stop the hating. Right. What do we want to tell people? Enough. Stop hurting people.
And all the way back to San Francisco, they're doing the same.
Yep.
Where it appears they even escorted these kids to march out in the street.
Look at this, bro. They are bringing children out to a protest like this.
Protest is not a fucking field trip. This is not a fucking field trip. A protest is a live fucking thing that could turn ugly at any fucking second. What if the protest they're marching to got fucking ugly and started getting physical and started rioting? What the fuck are they gonna do with the children? Like, seriously. A protest could take a wild ass turn at any fucking turn, anytime. It could start out peaceful and end up really fucking ugly. You know what I mean? We've seen it countless times. It can start with getting really fucking ugly or really physical really quick. Next thing you know, there's tear gas and all kinds of shit being deployed. You know what I mean? You see soldiers, you see fucking police. It's like, really? What are you going to do with the children when that shit starts happening? Because you're not guaranteed that it's going to be peaceful the whole fucking day. Especially while it's daytime, you're walking up like a field trip. Protest, family, is not a field trip. It's not something you should take your small little child to go to at all, not even a little bit. I mean, fuck, it's not like they're not getting absorbed and watching it on the news. But Jesus, you're not supposed to take your child, these little babies, to a protest that could turn fucking ugly and violent at any given point, because the world is like that. You know what I mean? There's no guarantee it's going to be peaceful. So why would you lead them out like that? Why would you lead them to a situation that could get really fucking crazy?
Oh my God. Like, I feel like this very, very clearly has to be a line. I mean, you're clearly crossing a line by doing this.
Clearly.
How is this legal? I don't think I don't know how it is either.
I don't think it is. I think there's no, it's not like.
How is this not child endangerment? I think
every
it should
single
be.
parent seeing this should immediately take their kid out of that school and sue them for endangering them.
Exactly.
As the adult to student ratio looks something like 20-1. Now in a closed classroom setting, that's perfectly fine.
But not
marching
out in the
alongside
public.
the street on behalf of a movement the kids will have absolutely zero impact over is so insanely dangerous and meaningless.
It's
I imagine that
deranged.
school loses its insurance tomorrow.
I
As
hope
best
so.
case, they capture some footage to gain clout for the adults' social media accounts. Worst case,
yeah, they're using these kids. They're parading them around as a prop. Really, that's what they're doing.
A couple kids wander off in the
Strange
chaos
indeed.
and
Yeah,
get
it is.
run
It's
over.
fucked up.
And over in LA, that's exactly what these students are asking for, sprinting out into the streets to stop ICE. And
Oh my
it's
God.
even worse, as they straight block these icy streets. Now,
So
at
they're
least in
putting the children and making the kids stand in the street?
Right. This goes from like
Georgia, when the
kindergarten
kids tried to leave, they were marched right back into class. But in other parts of the state, they're nearly being run over, as homeschooling
Oh my God.
has never looked smarter. But even school choice is equally important, where in some states, your kid can either be forced into a classroom to receive an education, or be used as a useful pawn for activist adults that are willing
Go
to
stand in the street, Pilly. If you get hit by a car, I'll get so many likes on Twitter.
sacrifice your kid for their amusement.
Oh my
I meant
God.
movement, but then again, both are applicable. As watching the walkout over in Stockton, California, somebody called out the school for doing this while having
0%.
a 0% math proficiency, which
They
is
ain't do
actually
no
not
math.
an exaggeration.
It's literally 0%. And look at the other ones. Reading proficiency.
That's like that all over the United States. Okay, so this is just like, come on, man, like for real. I would think their time would be better learning fucking basic math.
Proficiency is 26. This says science proficiency is 10%. Graduation rate is 38%. Shut down the school.
Those numbers don't even match.
Oh my God.
How do you get 38%?
Future batteries.
How do you get 38%? They must have added all these numbers together. Because that's stupid. There's no way your reading proficiency at 26%, but you can still graduate. How the fuck is that possible? Mediocre.
So true.
Third of their students graduate. Only 1/4 of them can read, while 0/5
Wow.
of them can understand those fractions. Meanwhile, the tax
That is
man asks for
terrible.
more money for education, but they're not teaching the kids math or anything really, just how to be an activist. And when only 26% of them know how to read, it makes sense.
26% know how to read. It's a middle school? Bro, like they got to shut down that school.
While it's so easy
Yeah,
to
fire
get them to
terrible.
blindly run into the streets, which finally brings me to why I
Has
said
graduation rate so high with no one passing math? Everybody that went to a working class school knows this. They just pass you anyway.
Right. that's what they're gonna do. But I was just thinking maybe they added all those numbers together and got that 38%. Because that's stupid. Like, come on, I don't have an education at all. I was in the street. I was born in the state. No motherfucking education whatsoever. And even I know that those numbers don't make fucking sense.
anti-ICE activists are becoming like ISIS, as I
Fast
think
runner,
they're
yes,
only
fast
putting the
runner.
kids out front because they want something to happen to them. Even though they deny it, we know these
Right.
protests
What are
are
you gonna do with the little babies when this shit starts happening? Because there's no guarantee that that it's gonna be a peaceful fucking action. None whatsoever. It just takes one or two motherfuckers to get it crunk. Okay, that's it. That's all. That's all. You know what I mean? So what are you gonna do with the little babies that you done toted outside from school and in the weather and shit to go stand in a motherfucking action to do some fucking adult democratic bullshit? Like really? Like what are you gonna do with the little babies? How you gonna protect 27 fucking kids and you only got 2 adults? And that's just one group. Now keep in mind, maybe there might be 5, 6, 7 groups going on a walkabout to a motherfucking protest. Are you serious? Like you can't protect them children. Those children could get hurt. And then what you gonna say? Oh, I took them out for a protest. What do you think their mother or father is gonna say when they fucking get this like lawsuit cracking off? Because that is major fucking endangerment. You know what I mean? It's reckless. It's all bad. Like borderline on you didn't have permission. You know you didn't have permission. No parent signed their kid up to go on a protest. So that's basically like kidnapping. You know what I mean? You just stole them and took them for a walk to have them go do some bullshit you wanted to participate in. Like, are you serious? Because you know no fucking parent signed that fucking form to say, oh yeah, we're taking a day off too. They wouldn't have took their kid to school if it was like that. You think about it. Would not take my kid to school so they can take out of school and go ditch for the day with their teacher to walk to a motherfucking Democratic-led white people agitated fucking protest. Are you serious? No. So you know they didn't have no permission. I remember when you went to school, you want to go to the zoo, you got to take your freaking little form home and have your daddy sign it. That's what they told me. Take this little form home and have your daddy sign it so you go on a field trip. And pay that $12.99. Okay, that's what happened. So I know nobody did that, and you know all the little kids had to pee, so there was no potty breaks, right? You know they got to take naps and shit, and they got to eat and stuff. So you know who's doing all that, right? So not only are you not feeding them or taking them to the fucking bathroom, because where is the bathroom when they're protesting in the street, right? So you know you're just making it worse for them. So why you do that? Why?
Are actually riots. Local police are getting increasingly more aggressive with them, which is confirmed to be part of their plan so they can create flashpoint moments to rally about later. They tried to get it with that bunny ears hoax that was quickly debunked, but now all they got is a second idiot that might lose his eye.
LA rioter takes a pepper ball to the
With
eye.
someone
Fucking
claiming
based.
they were pregnant while getting pepper balled
they're
in the
pregnant.
stomach. And why would you go to a riot while carrying a baby? The same
Exactly. Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with you?
reason you would take a class of preschoolers to protest in the streets. You're a terrible person. You belong in prison, and the kids need to be taken away for their safety.
One more time.
Same reason you would take a class of preschoolers to protest in the streets. You're a terrible person. You belong in prison, and the kids need to be taken away for their safety.
Absolutely.
I definitely think
that's what we need to do.
For sure. And
see, like, are people ready? Is the American public ready to put all
they
these?
didn't have permission. You know, good and goddamn well, they didn't have no parents sign that shit, and there was all kinds of fucking kids out there. So I'm just saying that. I'm saying it because I don't have no children right now. But if I did, they sure as fuck would not be participating in no grown ass Democratic led motherfucking white agitated motherfucking stupid ass protest. There's no business doing that. And they sure as hell wouldn't be in no school that would fucking kidnap my kid, take them on a fucking walkabout to go protest with their little fucking student friends and shit and other classmates and whatnot to go watch some fucking acts of racism, white supremacy, and I'm white and I say so type bullshit happening, okay? I would not allow that. I would not sign my kid up for that. I sure as fuck wouldn't allow my kid to go. And if I found out, oh, it's all bad because I really want to take it there. You know what I mean? Because that shit is fucked up. That's like putting a shield up, using your kid as a shield. You know what I mean? And there's many motherfuckers that don't give a damn about no children. They'll still get it crunk. You know what I mean? There's many motherfuckers that don't give a damn about no children. They're just ready to make their point. And it's like that. You know what I mean? So thankfully, you don't know if anybody really got hurt or not, but whatever. The thing about the pregnant chick, why the fuck would you go out there knowing that you're knocked up? Nothing is guaranteed to be peaceful, especially the way the climate is right now with all this programmed agitation. You know what I mean? That's what I'm calling it, programmed agitation.
Women in jail. I don't think that they really are. I don't think they're ready to put these school teachers in jail. I think that we're getting closer to it, but we're farther away than you guys might imagine. Now, I've been ready for it for a long time. Those are other people's kids. That's so insane. I know. And again, you should, like, if it was up to me, I would put all of them in jail for like over 10 years. I would. And I would say, well, that's what happens. That's what you get. And I don't know why people don't do that. Like, I'm so, and maybe JD Vance, if he runs on doing this kind of stuff, then maybe I'll vote for him. But I don't know if they're ready to go in on this. I don't know if they're ready to actually go and push this to the limit that it needs to be at. He's soft. I don't.
Look, I'll tell you this. I'm all the way against using children as motherfucking token piece. I'm all against it. You hear me talk about that shit all the time on fucking city council when I'm confronting the motherfucking people for bringing their children there. I don't want to hear no motherfucking excuses about why you got your kid there. Whether they can't afford childcare, they can't have nobody watch their kid. I don't give a fuck what kind of fucking lie you're coming up with. That's a goddamn lie. Okay, because if you're going with a known a known 501c that is dedicated to fucking all sorts of human rights activism and whatnot. That's what they say, right? Then you know one of them fuckers will sit down and watch your kid while you go and make your little hands and knees beg to the white man fucking speech for housing and shit that you've already taken advantage of for the last 2 years. So don't tell me no fucking lies and bullshit, because I think it's stupid. So they are tokenizing. That's when I call it out on Monday. That's fucking clear, present, fucking tokenizing of fucking small children. They'll tokenize anybody if they can get it, because it's incentivized, right? So what this is happening, this is tokenizing small children to go protest on a fucking adult-led fucking protest. It's stupid. You know what I mean? It's dangerous, fucking dangerous. Like, then people are watching the news. They don't see what's happening all over the country. All these fucking little riots and protests and shit that's getting dangerous and gritty. They don't see any of that. And then they go out and take the kids out. That's fucking, that's just, it's, I don't even want to say it's absent-mindedness. That's intentional fucking harm. Let's put it that way.
I think that the person that, I mean, maybe he will be a good, like precursor or like a good herald for this person, but I don't think that that person is here yet. I don't think so. I don't think that we have somebody who's ready to be harsh enough on this stuff as it should be. And devouring mothers are a blight to society. Well, exactly. But like, what do you like? You need to have somebody. And you need to have somebody who's ready and willing to treat these people like they deserve. Like they deserve. And whenever that person shows up, that's who I'll vote for. And I'm waiting for that. I am.
Unfortunately, the left is going so insane, they'll never call out their comrades on this. As over in Portland, the rioters got blasted with tear gas.
Unpatched minion farm? Yep.
And some poor kid got doused with it. And even when the story got posted on
ice
Reddit,
gassed kids? Who the fuck brings their kid to an event like? See, like my response to this would be take the kid away from the parent, put the parent in jail.
Yeah,
like you have to, like these people want to be victims, make them earn it.
Why are you
the
doing
over
it?
30,000 upvotes, the top post
I like
wasn't
that.
stop doing this. It was what to do when you inevitably get gassed. Once again, proving her getting sprayed wasn't an accident, but part of their plan that they're almost hoping to happen again as human sacrifice has become a core tenet of accomplishing their agenda.
That's exactly it. They want to have these kids get hurt so it will push their agenda. You have to keep in mind that it's in the teacher's best interest to have one of these children be hurt. It's always important to keep that in mind.
Police involvement in their injuries is rare.
The best thing that
bigger
could happen
danger
for
to
their
these
movement is for
student
one of these kids to
protests
get hurt.
or the other students. Weeks ago, the walkout in Minneapolis
We saw
resulted
this one.
in mass brawls between students. And back in the riots in LA in February, the schools also allowed the students to walk out. Where tragically, a stabbing occurred as the one kid ended up in critical condition, all in an effort to march against Trump's deportation plan. Why wasn't this gaining national media attention?
I didn't even know about it. This is the first time hearing about this.
School district marches the
Never heard
kids
about this.
against Trump only for attempted murder.
Would
to
they
get
bring their kids to Gestapo? No, they wouldn't. I think it really reveals a lot. They want to say that ICE are like these paramilitary, militant, militia, Gestapo group. Do you think they'd take their kids to the Gestapo? Absolutely not. I think that, again, their actions reveal their actual opinions.
It's swept under the
That's
rug.
it.
It didn't stop a single deportation, but oh well, almost 1 year to the day, let the schools try again, except this time with preschoolers. I think every adult
Preschoolers.
involved in allowing this needs to be arrested by
Absolutely.
the feds.
Yep.
It sounds extreme.
No, it's not extreme. That is the appropriate action. It's an extreme response from an extreme action. That's a nutball behavior. Who does
But
this?
what's the alternative? Waiting patiently until a kid does pay the price for these actually evil activist
Not extreme
adults,
enough.
as if they're
Yep.
actually successful in getting their human sacrifice. No matter what the actual circumstances are, the left will ignore all the inconvenient information and
They
just
will.
say, this is Trump's fault.
Yep, that's right. That's the reason why you have to do this stuff with absolutely no reservation. You do it with no reservation, no limitation, no like, oh, well, let's not do it too much. No, you go as far as you possibly can. You make an example out of these people, and then everybody else will see that and they won't do it. And I'll give you an example. You don't see too many people running away or driving away from these Minneapolis ICE guys are. I don't see that anymore. After that woman got shot for trying to drive away, I don't see a single person trying to drive away whenever police are detaining them.
Right.
That went away. That stopped.
Yeah, because you know what? Well, because when I'm just gonna put it like that. It gets a lot of trying to run off, right? Trust me, they shoot you. Okay, they come out. They you just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's stupid, right? But these motherfuckers just don't give a damn. They're like, it's on white and I say so. That's just what that's about. All right, we'll move forward to the next one.
It's one of those stories that was jaw-dropping even for me when I stumbled across it. And as I heard from the group of parents who joined.
Our children are in danger of being motherfucking groomed. Okay. Led down the path of fucking stupidity. And it's happening, and now we're going to see it on a different level. Okay? We're going to see it on a different level. We're going to see what racism, white supremacy, talk to the children, okay? So we're going to see that. That's what this next one is about. Again, fucking like, ugh.
Most families have no idea that children are being targeted by adults who want to make them hate. For most parents, it's a hate that seems worlds away.
Oh my God, bro. You are a Jewish science experiment, bro.
But this hate is targeting your children.
Look at this Aryan Chad. Gonna hunt you down.
Targeting them.
Yeah, boy! Yeah! Let's go!
Inside their own bedrooms.
These young man! Woo! White power!
The man behind the videos, you have a problem with Jews in general, though.
Yes, I do.
Is John Minadio, the same neo-Nazi we had confronted outside City Hall.
Hitler was right!
His group, the Goyim Defense League, created scenes like this on the streets of Nashville in the summer of 2024.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Even assaulting a young Jewish man in the dark of night.
All I know is I heard gunshots and I just ran out running. Yes, it was inside the school.
When a school shooting at Nashville's Antioch High School earlier this year left one student dead, another injured, the 17-year-old shooter left behind a manifesto that indicated he had been influenced, at least partly.
I couldn't believe it was a little black student that they want to call it radicalized.
By Minadio's hateful propaganda.
So what I do is I'm an entertainer, pro-white entertainer. I hate non-whites, okay?
Pro-white entertainer. What the fuck?
Live streaming from his own racist website after being repeatedly banned from mainstream platforms, the Springfield, Missouri man makes money from other white supremacists who pay to cheer him on.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
How old are you?
I'm too old to be on this, but I'm warning women like you to stay away from these filthy.
As he goes into roulette-style video chat rooms.
How old are you?
I'm 12, about to be 13.
Where he often encounters children.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, man. How old are you?
10.
Awesome, man. Do you like?
No.
Good job. Yeah, white power to this.
We asked a group of parents to watch some of the clips with us to help us process what we were seeing.
Yeah! Don't get you shot, boy! Yeah! These yeah!
How Minadio's theatrics, including use of filters to change his appearance, have made him a celebrity among some kids, while others...
You be proud to be white and we're gonna bury you.
Stop just to take in his shocking displays of cruelty.
Well, listen, I was planning on shooting up like a black school.
Here, these young girls try to talk him out of the mass murder of innocent black children, while these young boys can barely contain their amusement over his overt racism.
More of this.
First reaction?
So sad.
Sickening.
Yeah, it's sickening, but I
I can't believe that guy's whole thing is engaging with.
I don't just know why is there only one black woman on there. There should be at least 2 more just for the sake of fucking evening out the playing field.
Kids like that. That's just so pathetic.
Whoa!
I thought there's in your house.
Get the ball, get the ball.
Then there are the guns.
Is it real?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you shoot something?
No, I can't, but it's real.
Oh,
I'm gonna go kill for Charlie Kirk.
Will you take me with you?
And when he picks up that AR and he's putting it in the sky, again, there's another kind of
excitement, enthusiasm of, oh my God, wow.
What I hear you saying is the gun is used as the hook to sell the hate.
Absolutely.
Is your dad in your?
Yeah, little white boy with a motherfucker. Whether I don't think it's real, but regardless, who knows anyway? You know what I mean? You damn near fucking 3D print a fucking gun out of a printer. So like, regardless, you see him like, go get the Glock. They're like little boys. Like, what in the fuck? You know what I mean? Why do you have access to anything like that? Why do you even have? Let's just say it's an air pistol. Why do you have one?
Your life.
Here, Manadio tries to befriend a 12-year-old girl whose dad had died.
That's also so predatory.
Yes.
To ask, where's your dad? Like he's looking for the vulnerable kids that are going to be looking for the strong male influence. And here he comes in with his big, strong gun.
Absolutely.
And telling her dating advice and all of that. Like, that's just
Like instant to grooming, right? Like he found his way in, and
we need more kids like you on this website because we got to be pushing this white power. This okay.
And once he's made the connection, the neo-Nazi tries to get the white kids to come to his websites and become followers.
Read that for me. The headline.
Every single aspect of the media is Jewish.
I have one of those flyers on my desk at work. When they, in the Going Defense League, were in town last summer, were distributing those pamphlets. That's what they were throwing on people's yards in the Jewish parts of town.
All of those are Jewish?
Yeah.
Fox?
Yeah.
Fox is Jewish?
Yes.
Yes. Comcast?
Yes.
Yes. Oh my God.
How does it feel to see kids embracing
Are you serious? Like, why the fuck would you be so dramatic about that?
his lies?
No, it's terrible because the guns, the racism, all those things are just props. So that once he gets them in, it's like, all right, now let's get to the good stuff, hating the Jews.
Look at me, boy. Listen, I got something for you, you little Holocaust survivor. Come survive this.
And when Manadio encounters children who are not white,
here's what it's going to come down to, okay? In all honesty, okay? You people are a bioweapon, okay?
The Goyim Defense League leader can be unbelievably cruel.
You look like an ugly
mocking a biracial teen.
Oh, but you look like you're part. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Man, that sucks, bro.
Calling him a Jewish science experiment. Eventually using a monkey doll
Oh my God.
to act out the murder of a black baby. For Miriam Abul-Fazli, it was just too much to take.
Sorry.
It's evil.
You think about those that are being spewed hate on a platform like this, and even the biracial child was not willing to accept a part of him because he's like, I have this person in front of me that's telling me it's wrong. I have to believe it's
and he
wrong.
calls him sir.
I know,
that's
what I caught. Yeah, he said
He internalized that like that.
Like it just
Like
was, yeah,
that.
he didn't even
He
flinch.
was so vulnerable. He was so vulnerable because it was somewhere else in him. It was somewhere else around him. And that man just
hamming it up, man. You see her hamming it up. I can see the sister get upset because that shit is upsetting, majorly upsetting. So I could totally understand it. I really don't believe these white tears, though. I'm just gonna say that
dug that hole deeper and filled it with his hate.
For this group of parents, it was a troubling reminder of the Antioch High School shooter who had somehow come to hate his own skin.
That kid was taught to hate himself and to hate others and killed them.
Is it fair to call this child abuse?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, God,
absolutely.
Yes. Now listen, you guys got to start playing with guns, okay? Joysticks. Joysticks are for
Adding to the horror, Menadio encourages the kids to get guns and prepare themselves to become killers.
All right, so you know what that means?
Hell yeah.
It's time to strap up and get ready for a complete race war. So here's what's coming, guys. Race war. White power, lead, okay? White
Oh, we're already there, buddy. You're a little late to the party, but.
power, lock and load, okay? You need to be at the shooting range, get ready to kill.
For Sarah Shoup Newman, it brought back memories of the deadly day at Nashville's Covenant School when a shooter roamed the halls of her child's school.
It's just utter depravity. I think about the evil that walked through the halls those days, and you can't comprehend it. You can't try to figure out why, and he's breeding it.
Lock and load! Lock and load on the toad! There you go.
And Menadio cheered on this teen, pretending he was shooting black people. Then the neo-Nazi mocked the tears of a grieving black parent.
A mother crying because their child has been taken. That's a pain that man will never understand.
Amber Posey lost her own daughter, Ashante, 5 years ago to gun violence.
Hearing him attempt and mimic or mock crying set me back to April the 9th of 2020 when I let out my own screams. With my child, when I had to tell her friends, her AAU coach, her siblings, call her grandmother, her great-grandfather, and say that their grandchild had been murdered, the first murdered victim in our family. And you make a mockery of that for clickbait, that's not okay. That's not okay.
I can't escape the financial factor. I can't.
And the people were giving it when like the worst parts came
that's
up.
why he does it.
Thing.
It's so clear.
Well, you know, it's racial hate against us is always incentivized. You know, there's always money to be made to hate and denigrate black people. Yeah, look at it. Yeah. What's up, Ray? Yeah, that's true too. And he's right. We are at a race war. He's just a little late. But we've been there. We're already there. You know what I mean? Thank you, delineation. Delineation, separation, segregation. All those things are pleasant words to us. You know what I mean? Pleasant words. Yes. Be one, brother. How you doing? Oh, speaking of, maybe you can help me with a project later. I gotta upgrade the computer to Windows 11. I can't do it. I'm having a hard time finding it to upgrade it. But I don't know. I can't get it to do it. Windows won't allow me, even though I say I can do it. You know what I mean? I just don't want to give up on my desktop. So let's get back to the show.
Clear to me.
Boom! Go feed it, right? Stop giving them money. Feed them bullets.
In these videos, these people see a man willing to take advantage of innocent young children for the payouts from his sick followers who thrive on that hate.
I'm all for free speech.
That's not speech.
That's not
This is a
those
crime.
Are
this
threats.
is exploitation of
Those are
minors.
actual threats.
Yes.
Let's go kill him, bro. Let's go kill him.
Hunting season. Woo! All right, brother. You're getting it. How old are you?
John Menadio responded to my questions in a chat on X, insisting that he is not the problem. He said no one under the age of 18 is supposed to be on these video chat apps saying, and these are his words, you should blame their parents. Obviously, that's no excuse for his own conduct. He also said he offers a disclaimer on his podcast that he does this, quote, for entertainment purposes only, and that he disavows any violence. Of course, that's not something he tells any of the children.
Worse.
We now turn to Texas, where this week protests broke out inside and outside a migrant detention facility, the facility housing a 5-year-old who made headlines for his ICE apprehension. Here's John Quinones.
You're scaring the kid.
As major ICE operations ramp up across the country, some of those who have been apprehended are ending up here at the Dilley Detention Center in Texas. Protesters this week were outside the facility squaring off with police, demanding the release of one person in particular, 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos, whose apprehension last week by ICE in Minnesota made headlines.
Local school officials raising concern about the immigration tactics after they say this 5-year-old boy was detained by ICE. They say Liam Conejo Ramos was detained in his driveway alongside his father after driving home from preschool.
Liam and his dad did enter the United States at a port of entry to seek asylum. They've shared all of their information with the government, and they were following the process.
Marcos Charles, ICE's top official in Minneapolis, accused Liam's father, Adrian Conejo, of abandoning his son when he fled from federal authorities.
My officers did everything they could to reunite him with his family. Tragically, when we approached the door of his residence, the people inside refused to take him in and open the door.
Liam's family refutes Charles's version of events, saying they desperately tried to get Liam back. Now, the 5-year-old is being held with his father and 1,100 others here at the Dilley Detention Center. Drone video capturing these dramatic images of those migrants protesting outside. And this picture, obtained by ABC News, reportedly drawn by a 5-year-old girl held at Dilley for 8 months. It depicts a grim state of affairs inside.
A lot of people complain
sad state of affairs.
that there were medicines they needed that they weren't getting, or they were getting their medications late, that they're being served the same food over and over. Folks complained of worms and different things in their food at times. To me, DHS has zero credibility.
President Trump said that he wanted to get rid of what he called criminal illegal aliens. Were there any criminals at that Dilley center?
There is not a single criminal at Dilley, and I know that because ICE told me that.
Democratic Congressman Joaquin Castro recently visited Liam and his father in detention.
Liam is not in good shape. I was very concerned with his health and his well-being, and ICE should release him immediately. He's depressed, he's not eating well, he's asking for his mom, asking for his backpack and his hat. So, he just seemed very listless and lethargic, and he should be home.
Wants to go back to school, I understand.
Yeah, he misses his classmates. He wants to go back to Valley View Elementary. I relayed a message from his classmates that they were keeping his desk and his space for him.
How would you describe what's happening to this little boy?
I think it's a tragedy, and I think that it's part of a very vicious and brutal mass deportation campaign by President Trump. That really is dehumanizing. And the sad thing is that Liam is just one of probably hundreds of kids over at Dilley. The youngest child was 2 months old.
What should happen to ICE?
ICE should be disbanded. It's become part of an abusive agency that really has abused the American people, including American citizens. They assume that these people are bad people, that they're criminals, and they need to be repressed, when really it's a 5-year-old kid with a backpack and a hat.
Congressman Castro tells us he wants to go back inside this detention center, possibly as early as next week, and this time with bipartisan members of Congress. Perry?
We've reached out to the facility and ICE and have not heard back.
Just 1 second.
Well, Portland City Council has passed a resolution now asking Governor Janet Mills to consider a statewide eviction moratorium.
Supporters say recent immigration enforcement actions have forced some working families to stay home, putting them at risk of losing their housing.
We're learning the state of Maine made roughly $45 million in improper Medicaid payments for autism services.
Oops, back to what I was saying earlier. We'll go right here. Back to the children. Okay. Jesse's getting ready to leave, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Everybody said hi.
Hey, who's in there, Twitter?
And and Ray.
Oh, what up, y'all?
Yeah, he's getting ready to leave. Anyway, so back to what I was doing. Sorry. After she comes, I'm gonna go into like hibernation mode. Okay, come on, where is it? Yeah. Hold on one second, Belly. Kind of lost my feed. What the hell? Oops. Oops. Okay. I gotta restart it. Start the thing. 1 second. Technical YouTube difficulties. And when it does this, man, like, okay, it won't let me do something. I gotta look at it. Go do another one. Come on. Okay. It won't let me do it. Hold on 1 second. It's kind of being unresponsive. Oh yes, here. Oops. Come on. Anyone. Oh shit. I moved it, so what's the real excuse? Oh, 1 second, family. I gotta stop it. Figure out why it's not working. Let's see. 1 second. In 1 second, technical difficulties. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? It's not on my end. It's on YouTube. Well, it probably could be on my end. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it. Let me see. Let me see if it's gonna start over. Okay, let's try it this way. Yeah, don't make it. Hold on a sec. Okay. Bye. Come on. Anyone. Stuck on this one fucking video. It says won't let me do it. And I'm like, all right, well, that's enough of that. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Let's try the other channel. Or not. Let's not try that channel. Okay. See? Yep, exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened, okay? It's like the fucking bearer of bad luck, okay? It's exactly what happened. Now it's just acting stupid. Now it won't even move. It's like it's stuck on this fucking this video. I'm like, let it go. Okay, fine. Fuck it. I don't want to watch it. You know what I mean? But it won't even move. It's like even if I want to go back, like it won't even let me go back. Like all right, well let's see what happens. Like I don't want to lose my queue. I really don't. I don't want to lose my queue because then we'll be really fucked. I have to make a whole new one. Stop. Lay down. Oh Lord, good Lord, help me. Okay. This page is unresponsive. Fucking YouTube, okay? Okay, hold on a second. It's just YouTube really just being unresponsive. Hold on. I'm still trying to, I'm like, okay, well, at least I get some of this shit up. Oh, they're making a backup queue real quick, just to just for the sake of covering what I was gonna do. So just in case. I put some Colorado shit on there, and big stuff that's happening. Just in case.
Public outrage is growing over a potential Muslim community in Indian River County. Residents packing a planning and zoning meeting to voice concerns about a company called Epic Estates.
Let's talk about another example.
What's your name? That's ICE. It's them. Where are your body cams? We're not competing, we're recording.
Man, you guys know so much because you guys listen to TikTok. You should be in school, kid.
Hey, what does that mean? Like, what are you saying?
We got a report that ICE is in a parking lot. So far, one car verified. We don't know if there's more. I assume there probably are more. But we're going to go and try to get plates.
I don't fall asleep on my
any information
programs.
we can document. Yeah, they're right over here.
I don't give a damn. I work
Here we
hard,
go.
okay? They'll let this light shade fucking like the message. I work hard.
There. Don't block the vehicle in any video, Sam.
Okay, now it's showing. Watch
Ben and Sam Lumen are teenage brothers in the Chicago suburbs.
This is what the kids are doing.
Watch out. Make sure you're not blocking the vehicle at all.
Aren't you in school, kid?
They spend their mornings tracking ICE agents.
Buckle up. Here we go.
Just drop my
Our
heater,
position
bro.
in this is to get that initial filming. You show up with cameras and they're gone. We have other patrollers that are gonna monitor their direction. The biggest thing right now is I don't know where they went. When we have a lot of responders out there, it makes it
What your
difficult
parents
for us
give
to
you a
operate
car
because
for,
we're
huh? So you
constantly
go
getting the location of their vehicles. So they have to spend their day kind of dodging us instead of committing these illegal arrests because they know the cameras will be there whenever they get out of their car. And getting the names of anybody being arrested is really helpful because if we don't get the names of these people, then they just disappear and they're gone. They're very unpredictable and violent, so
16.
always
Why
I'm
aren't you in
trying to keep
school?
an eye on what they're gonna do and be one step ahead of them.
Everybody get in your car and follow. Follow them.
Hey, back away from our vehicles now. Back it off.
How did you guys get involved in this patrolling work? It was a morning in September. My mom turned my light on and turned my fan off and said, Ben, ICE is in West Chicago. They just made multiple arrests. We have to go. We've learned a lot about what's really happening and how immigration works and a lot of how messed up the legal process is throughout it. How much the Trump administration has just torn apart families and destroyed lives through their operations.
The Trump administration says they're prioritizing violent criminals for arrests and deportation.
They say they're targeting violent criminals, but time after time, we find out that these people who've just been taken in front of our eyes and put in handcuffs and shoved into a car have no violent background. What's your phone number? These are our neighbors being taken. They're members of our community. It's evil. They're just people with families that are trying to live.
You hear?
Since September, federal agents have roamed the Chicago.
You hear? His mama got him involved in it. That they're protesting and got to go get involved. So this is sort of like somebody's. So some parent thought it was a good idea to have your kid go fucking patrol the motherfucking police and shit. You know what I mean? Like, whoa. You know what I mean?
Area, arresting thousands of people. Operation Midway Blitz, as ICE calls it, is part of an aggressive immigration crackdown
Right.
across the country. The Trump administration insists that they're targeting violent criminals,
We're doing the worst of the worst, always first.
but their own records show otherwise. According to a document from the Department of Justice, out of 614 people arrested during Midway Blitz, only 2.6% were deemed a high public safety risk.
Ben, we have two cars going east, and we're gonna go try to check if they stop at the gas station or an apartment complex nearby.
Are you sure that those two cars are ICE vehicles?
So we've checked the license plates, and they match previous
Like,
arrests.
what kind? How the fuck are you checking license plates?
95 plates that Sam
Like,
and I have
look,
verified in
look.
different encounters.
That's a lot of ICE vehicles for the
Like, how in the fuck do you have access to be checking license plates? Like, that's a flock camera thing. That's a police thing. How the fuck do these little white kids have access to checking anybody's license plates to see if it's a fucking ICE vehicle or not, or if it's a rental or what? Like, how? Why the fuck? This is why Tom Homan said earlier that these little blockades are legal. You know what I mean? That they're checking against their data. What database? How do you get it? what do you know that we don't know? Like, and why do you know it? Do you understand? Like, I can't go around checking motherfuckers' license plates, because if that was the case, I would surely be doing that for the next door white people that go and snitch in my neighborhood, trying to get my brother's truck towed. I definitely would be on that type of shit. Like, are you serious? That would be me and like every other motherfucking cop watching motherfucking individual that does that, or suspicious white people in bad neighborhoods type shit. Like, what are you doing? How do you have access to that? Like, where did you get access to that? You know what I mean? That's like, it's like one thing to be listening to the fucking police scanners, another thing to be running plates at 16 fucking years old. Are you serious? This is just the making of a motherfucking law officer. We're watching it in the making. This is the making of a motherfucking of somebody who's gonna eventually be a motherfucking police officer. Watch, you'll see. Let's call it now.
Chicago suburbs. We're with ICE patrols. What are you guys seeing? We heard that there was a Denali in the area.
There's a Denali, I guess, somewhere in the corner by where that truck is going over there.
Gotcha.
Heavy
Okay.
accident right there.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Oh, there they are. Oh, they're like fully out of the vehicle now too. Oh, and there's guns, big guns. That's terrifying. Okay, let's.
Hey, blowing whistles? What are you doing? What if, I wonder how mommy's going to feel with her kids.
So we just saw the end of an arrest. Community members here say officers pulled up to this car and two men ran from it. They grabbed one. People here are too afraid to talk to us, but they said that the man who was arrested repeatedly told them he had a work permit, but they put him in the car anyways.
We're gonna stay here.
You think?
We're gonna hold down this area.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm gonna keep GoPro rolling. I turned my phone off. We're gonna hold down this area.
GoPros, look at these little guys. There's
been a lot of
I don't know what
activity
they.
over the
I don't know
last
what
month.
the
They've been
fuck
terrorizing the town,
journalism,
picking up people left
obstruction
and
of the
right.
law.
I grew up in the
It's like a
United
whole bunch
States,
of
but I mean,
shit.
for the first time in a long time, like a couple months ago, I was telling my wife, I felt uncomfortable being the only Mexican in a restaurant, and I shouldn't feel like that.
Immigrant families across the Chicago area are now dealing with the aftermath of the raids, including the family of Ricardo Aguayo Rodriguez, who was arrested by federal agents while riding his bike on a Sunday morning. A video of the incident went viral. Can you tell me what happened to your brother?
Mi hermano fue a comprar algo de comer en la marqueta y cuando venía de regreso, ahí estaban los de la migración. Lo tumbaron de su bicicleta y lo tenían en el suelo pegándole. Tenía dos aquí arriba en su pecho de él, tocándolo.
They punched him in the eye. They knocked his two front teeth out. You got severed collarbone. These two guys had to help him stand up, get to the bathroom. He can't move. They just destroyed this man for no reason. Absolutely 1,000% no reason. No man should get beat that bad for something he didn't do.
Do you know why ICE arrested him?
Pienso que lo agarraron ahí por el color nomás de su piel, porque lo miraron como era un mexicano.
Were you able to see him after the arrest?
No sabemos cómo está ahorita, no nos dejan verlo, pues nomás porque no lo puedo ver, no sé cómo está. Y pues él y yo siempre hemos estado juntos. Y pues sí, tengo miedo de que ya no lo vuelva a ver y que se haga justicia por lo que le hicieron, porque eso que le hicieron no está bien.
Rodriguez is currently in immigration detention in Oklahoma. Federal authorities claim he resisted arrest. They also say Rodriguez has prior convictions for assault, battery, and drug possession, though it's unclear if that's why he was targeted.
Watch out, we've pissed this guy off. He might switch lanes and brake check. Yep. Do you want to open your window?
We're legally allowed to record.
You can't follow us.
We can follow from a distance as long as we're recording.
18 USC 111.
No, I need to make physical contact with an officer or their car.
You're following us. Stop following us. You're impeding us.
We're not impeding you.
impeding. We're just recording. We're not.
Stop following us.
We're not impeding. We're recording. Okay.
And you
Ben,
can
have you
do it.
gotten warnings like that before?
Yeah, I mean, they've boxed in our
They
car.
just don't give a damn. Look, some might not
held
think
Sam
so.
against the door with his hands behind his back while they threatened to arrest us.
Teenage version.
It's just empty threats. I mean, they definitely shake you up.
It's empty threats, but what happens if one of them does something to you? How your mama gonna feel? She woke you up. You know what I mean? What, like, how your mama gonna feel? She woke you up. So you can go fucking stand in the way of fucking justice. Right. Right. Exactly. You're basically, you are obstructing. You are fucking impeding. And you're making it fucking dangerous. We don't know what anybody is on, really. You know what I mean? So it's a dangerous world out there. It's a cold, cruel place, like my father used to say. So you don't know. You just fucking around. You think it's cute. It's not cute at all. And it won't be cute when your fucking mama gets the phone call. And she gonna be responsible for waking your punk ass up to go do shit instead of go to school. And none of these kids is in school. Really, for real. I know I don't like it. I pull to the side when I think motherfuckers are following me. We have little dialogues if they're bold enough. It happens. You know, I'll be outside patrolling the real weird hours. And motherfuckers just like to pull up on me and shit. And we have a little dialogue exchange. It happens all the time. Like, literally, every time I go outside late at night, at least one motherfucker has something to say or pulling up on me as I'm riding around doing, just riding out in the street, just looking and just doing what I do, right? And a motherfucker will roll up behind me. I'll see the fucking lights and I think they're just a little close. And I'll pull to the side and I'll just wait there. Yeah. Now they're looking at them and like, okay, like what? You know what I mean? What? And they were like, what? You know, I'm like, what? We have a little dialogue and the shit gets kind of stupid. And I'll be like, hey, kid, just go around me, motherfucker, and do whatever you're going to do. But hurry up and get it over with. If you got the motherfucking, if you got it in your heart, act on it. That's usually my statement. You got it in your heart, act on it. Not move around, bitch, because I ain't got time for it. You know what I mean? It's always how it's been for me. You got it in your heart, act on it. But they don't. They just want to fucking, some don't, some do. Really depends. You know what I mean? You just don't know. You don't know. And every single interaction is a different interaction. It could take a motherfucker might not like what I just said. And really might act on it. And what am I going to do? Well, I guess we just got to find out on the action. You know what I mean? But we don't play games like that. I'm just like saying, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. Nobody likes to be followed and or questioned about what the fuck they're up to. I question white people all the time because this neighborhood wasn't, there was hardly any white people over here. Okay, so the gentrification is happening on the other side of the street. So on this side, it's still like relatively, it used to be black, but it's relatively Hispanic now. But either way, there's still some black people that live around here. And they've always lived over here, you know what I mean? And there's certain areas where it's a little concentrated. And I like to patrol either way. I like to patrol. I know what's in this neighborhood. I live in this neighborhood. I could, like, so just call me Miss Aurora. You hear me? So I know what cars belong here. I know what people look like when they're fucking sitting in their car outside my complex, fucking snitching and shit on that next door app. I know what that is. I read that shit. That's a good thing to be informed. A motherfucker like me wants to know everything that white people are thinking. Really. I want to know exactly what they're snitching on because they call up city council and make these big old fucking scenes and ordeals that create legislation and then only to cry later that they don't like it and want it. You know what I mean? So I find it quite amusing. I don't like them just patrolling the motherfucking neighborhood. I really don't. I think, why aren't you in your neighborhood? When I'm patrolling your neighborhood, you're never around. Why are you over in my neighborhood? Shouldn't you be asking that question? You know what I mean? I'll be over there in their neighborhoods, driving around. I like to take the dog. For little jogs in the white area. You know, when they do pull me, like, want to pull over and chop it up, it's never good. It's never good when I'm over there. And I'm like, shit, this is a free motherfucking country. It's a free motherfucking country. I can go wherever the fuck I feel like. Try to stop that. What you gonna do? Can't do shit. Can't do anything, actually, especially when I have a legitimate reason to be outside. My dog had to go to the restroom. That's my legitimate reason. What you gonna say? I couldn't take the dog out? Man, bitch, fuck you, fuck off. It's a Rottweiler, a real thug. That's a Rottweiler. It's a Rottweiler. She gotta go. I'm not. She just likes to go for little jaunts around the neighborhood and look at other dogs. So, shit. That's another answer I can take. What are you going to tell me? I can't go outside and I can't take my dog for an exploration of the neighborhood to find a clean patch to pee on? Yeah, right. Fuck off. And I'm telling on you. How about that?
Up, but there's nothing they can really do with it. Yeah, they can still detain you. They can still arrest you, but if the charges don't stick, then that's kind of all that matters. Okay, they're here. Let's hop out. Guys, they're here. They're here at college. They're here at college. The Rebel truck. We're two white miners who have always had the privilege to live in America unbothered. With ICE especially, I think it very much changes how they think they can treat us.
White privilege definitely has an effect with how we're treated, and that's horrible, but I'm gonna use that privilege that shouldn't be here and do the right thing.
What is the right thing by impeding the law? And like, just white privilege. You're not using your white privilege for good. This isn't for good. This is motherfucking standing in the way of fucking, motherfuckers that broke into the country, fucking bankrupted certain infrastructures in blue cities, and just are hiding amongst motherfucking amongst the community, acting like, oh my God, they're ripping up families and whoop and all this extra shit. When they got all these extra privileges before black people, like, come on, cuz, what are you really, like, you're not really you're not using your white privilege for fucking good, like reparations or anything. You're using it to stop motherfucking the law from being enforced. Like, for real? And you're following, and you're the most, and you think that nothing's gonna happen to you because you're white. That's not a rip. Like,
Ben and Sam come from a family of 8 kids.
Mom, can I watch on the TV?
The Lumens are devout Anglican Christians who see resisting Trump's immigration crackdown as an extension of their faith.
Do you ever worry about them out having all these encounters with law enforcement?
Yeah, I worry. Absolutely. I'm tracking them on my phone all the time throughout the day. At the same time, I've had to come to realize that a lot of my immigrant and at risk for being racially profiled neighbors and the people around Chicago have to worry every single day of their lives with their kids, not just during Operation Midway Blitz, but this is ongoing. In America, it is not safe to be an immigrant right now, and maybe hasn't been for a long time. If they have to carry this day after day, why should my life be normal? Why should my family get to be safe and comfortable and go on about our days and just ignore what's happening?
We're not sure if our kids are going to be safe,
black people, stop
but at the same time, we're incredibly proud with what they're doing. People are being actively hunted.
This is a testing ground, Chicago as a city, for Trump's vision of what ICE and Customs and Border Patrol could do in lots of cities around the United States. They are testing our resistance, and we are also learning ourselves and trying to formulate what does peaceful resistance look like. All right, guys.
Lord, we give you thanks for this day and this food. In God, we pray that you would obstruct the work of ICE, Lord, that you would soften hearts and that they would change their ways. We pray this in Christ's name. Amen.
Trump's immigration raids show no signs of slowing down and are poised to expand and intensify over the coming months. ICE's budget is set to triple in 2026, making it the highest funded law enforcement agency in the country. But communities continue to push back. In the Chicago suburbs, people gather weekly outside the Broadview ICE facility to protest the raids.
So religious leaders are pushing past the police barricades here and trying to get closer to the ICE facility and immediately getting arrested by the police.
Everybody that we see get arrested comes here. The conditions in there are horrible. They're not given enough water. They're given one sandwich a day for food. They have over 100 people in 20 by 20 foot rooms. Not enough room to sleep on, no beds, no showers. The 2 showers in the facility are broken and used
Just you get arrested. We you talk about the
and
conditions,
it's
you get arrested.
horrible. It's
You go to regular jail.
That's why this protest is.
That's us.
There's so many agents out there. We just need numbers of people out there.
That's how
keeping
we're
an
like
eye
this
on
is.
our
You don't get arrested.
You can film all you want. Just get back. You start interfering, I'll arrest you.
I'm not interfering. Okay.
If enough of us got in the street and said enough is enough, this is evil, and we need to see people for who they are and not quotas to fill, then this would stop, and people could live again.
Where's your enthusiasm with that? The motherfucking blacks just get killed. There's the same fucking energy, right? They don't do that. This is that pick and choose fucking whatever suits me fucking activism. This is stupid. That's stupid.
What's going on, y'all? It's Steve here. So now you have a lot of residents out in Minnesota that are getting really sick and tired of these protesters out in the streets protesting against ICE. Now, here's what I have to say about this, because you have a lot of protesters out in Minnesota blocking the streets while protesting. And not only that, but they are getting their kids involved in this whole protesting. And mind you, too, there's no police outside to get these protesters off the streets.
I could dig it.
Which that to me is
You just
insane.
like guns, cuz just say that.
And listen, for all of you anti-ICE protesters out there, listen, y'all need to just go the fuck
Might be a
home.
derringer.
Go home. Or better yet, go to work.
Right, go to work.
Like I'm
fuck is it
so
interfering with work?
sick and tired of y'all, man. Like there are a lot of people out here who are getting really sick and tired of y'all.
Right.
Like
go to
y'all are
work.
really out here protesting
Has to work.
over
There's
some
nobody
goofy
at work.
shit.
Nobody's at school. Everybody just got all this free time. Like what in the
Like
fuck?
it's
I know you
insane,
can't
man. Like it's
that
really
way.
insane.
Right.
ICE
Like a
was
radar.
brought out to do their job. So let them do their job. Mind your business and let ICE do their job. Get off of the street, go to fuck home, mind your motherfucking business, and let ICE do their fucking job, and let the residents of Minnesota who are not participating in these protests, let them get to where they need to get to safely. Please.
Please.
Listen, you're stopping these people from going to work. You're stopping these people from going to the hospital. You're stopping these people from going to the grocery store. Like y'all need to get off the fucking streets. Like y'all are being a pain in everybody's ass right now.
Yep. See,
Like go
I
to
was the only
fuck
one
home.
doing it.
Mind your motherfucking business. And stop getting kids involved in your bullshit. Because that's the other thing that's happening. You have a lot of these protesters that are getting children involved in this shit.
Yep. See? It's exactly.
And let me tell you something, man. It's going to get to a point where somebody's going to.
Every Monday, man, y'all hear me talk about it whenever they let me fucking speak. At city council, what am I always talking about? What am I always talking about? The motherfucking people's taking their children and tokenizing their children. Right? What happened? That little man beast called me a racist. Whatever, guys. Right? I got a pause right there. Man, you saw Jesse, man, fucking Jesse, dude. I didn't even know he was recording that shit. I didn't know he was recording that shit at all. Until after the fact. I was like, what in the fuck? That shit really really has to make me wonder sometimes. Like they can't even. I don't feel like I should have a conversation with Jesse anymore ever. Period. I don't know when the fucking camera's on or off. You know what I mean? I hate that shit. But you saw how that went down. You know what I mean? They sent somebody to try to talk, so they could mediate from that little agency, and it was the same. Should have brought the other man beast too, so I could put him in check. But man, you saw how that worked out, right? Basically said an agenda passing an agenda, you know, and you are tokenizing and da 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 da. I gave that motherfucker the business. It was ridiculous. I was laughing at her and everything. I laughed at her face, like I was laughing as soon as she started talking. I started laughing, like as soon as she started talking, as soon as she said something, I was like, "This is the same bitch that fucking did all that." All right. Now I started laughing. It was fucking amusing because I thought that bitch was high on drugs. I was like, bitch is all over the place. Oh, it's fucking unrelatable shit she's talking about. You know damn well she's like one of them individuals. Oh, God, I was all over it. I'm glad I fucking bogarted my way to that. Because he wasn't going to take me. I wasn't invited. There's a reason I wasn't invited. Pastor Davis knows exactly why I wasn't invited. Because I was going to do the same shit I do every time. It just takes fucking 2 minutes of stupidity, and I was on it. I was like, shit. I was laughing in this person's face. You know how insulting that is? That's something that makes a motherfucker feel horrible inside. Like, see, I need you to take me seriously. Well, I can't take you seriously because this is confusion right in front of my fucking face. Second, I just can't take you fucking seriously. I won't. I can't. I refuse to. Because you're stupid. You know what I mean? I don't like stupid people. I think they're fucking dumb. They're dumb. This bride is stupid. I'm gonna laugh at her face every time she speaks. She's stupid. You know what I mean? Like, and you got the audacity to fucking sit there and, you know, do all this shit to get a police officer to manhandle a fucking black man. Like, the fucking audacity. But yeah, no, I was on that shit. You talk about clowning, talking shit, and rolling my eyes and shit. I was totally doing all that. I was doing all of that. You heard it. I was doing it. And damn right, it should be a motherfucking attorney. I was like, they're calling all that fucking bullshit out. Like, this bitch right here, this old wild ass stuff. She all over the place. Like, why are you so like,
get hurt? It's going to get to a point where somebody's actually going to get killed out here in these streets.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter.
Simply because they want to protest and try to make a point.
Right.
Like, stop it, man. Stop it. People are getting sick and tired of this shit. People are getting fed up. And you have people out there in Minnesota that are trying to get to where they need to get to safely, and you got these goofy ass protesters blocking the goddamn street. Meanwhile, there's no police around to get these protesters off the street. Like, where's the police at? Where's the fucking police?
That's a real
like where are they at?
I think they're taking a fucking sabbatical. Scared.
Like, I'm telling you, man, these protesters, man, they are these people. They're about to fuck around and find out. I'm telling you, these people, they are really about to fuck around and find out.
He's mad about it.
Like, these people are still out here protesting over some goofy broad that made the stupid choice to not mind their fucking business.
See?
Oh, Steve, that's mean. Hey, look, it is what it is.
What it is.
Okay? Look, it's sad that Renee Good lost her life, but at the same time, too, she was stupid for not minding her business. And you still have people protesting out here in these streets in the name of Renee Good. Like, yo, y'all need to get your goofy asses back in the house where y'all belong.
See?
Get the fuck out of the way and let ICE do their damn job.
See? No, we're not the only ones to be thinking that.
I swear to God, man, like this should not be happening, man. This shouldn't be happening.
I bet he's on his way to work.
And you know what, too? It's going to get to a point where you have one of these Minneapolis residents run over one of these protesters. And if that happens, then it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to cry.
Right.
I'm not going to feel sorry for anybody. If one of these protesters get hit and ran over by a Minneapolis resident that's not involved in these protests, I'm not going to shed no tears. I'm not, because these people, they're pissing everybody off. They are.
He knows what he did wrong. Not talking to you.
And again, they're doing this shit simply because some goofy ass broad made the choice to not mind her business.
You're supposed to be at home babysitting the kiddies.
They're out here protesting simply because some goofy ass broad made the choice
She's encourageable.
to use her vehicle to try to kill an ICE agent. And because of that, she got dealt with. She got hot lead to the face.
Right. That's her fault. That's what I said. Her fault.
And you still have people out here protesting. You still have people out here telling ICE to get out.
No, we're not.
Like, nah, motherfucker, you get out. You get out the fucking way and go to fuck home with your goofy ass.
I don't want to go look around.
Stop trying to act tough. Stop trying to play hero. Go to fuck home. Mind your business.
Mister.
Like, these ICE agents, they're not playing with y'all, man. These people are not playing with y'all.
Not playing with you at all.
So with that being said, mind your fucking business. Get the fuck out of the way and let ICE do their job, and let ICE get these damn Somalis up out of our country.
Yeah, them kids, them white
because these people, they're wasting, they're taking up space.
Started yet?
These Somalis, they're taking up space. They're stealing our money and they're stealing our resources. They need to get out of here.
That's right.
These people have overstayed their welcome. They need to go.
You're still on the way home. You only had one bus to take.
But anyway, man, that's it. That's all I got to say. Let me know what y'all think down in the comment section below. If you enjoyed the video, hit the like button, subscribe, share the video.
I agree, cuz. I agree. You are not telling no lies. I agree. And continuing.
The Loudoun County School Board held a private meeting to prepare themselves on how to respond to a violent attack. According to multiple sources in the room that night, the school board brought in actors to portray parents attacking the school board during a meeting. One of those pretend parents even had a fake gun. Sources also tell 7 News that school board chair April Chandler said this terrorism training was needed because unhappy parents have shown up to school board meetings in the past. She referred to them as agitators and disruptors.
No, it doesn't surprise me. They've been labeling me as an agitator and a disruptor from the day my daughter was raped.
Or you left the crib.
From the day they threw me out of the school trying to get my daughter to the hospital.
Scott Smith's daughter was sexually assaulted in a girls' bathroom at her high school. And when Scott showed up at a school board meeting in 2021 to voice his concerns about what happened, he was arrested for disorderly conduct and resisting arrest.
We're not violent.
Don't encourage Ray.
We're loud.
These are the job.
We're very loud and we're very forceful because they won't listen. I know nobody, that has wished any violence upon the school board.
No, seriously,
not me
Ray,
once ever has
not.
thought about doing anything violent against the school board. All we want to do is be heard. That's it. We want to be heard and we want to be respected and we want our children protected.
All right, Patriots. So we've got the Democrats are so desperate right now. As you heard in that initial clip, did you hear in that county, they are referring to parents as agitators and disruptors. They're doing terrorist training at the school for
well, that's what it looks like. I mean, he's not wrong.
Parents. And so what's happening now, children are being radicalized. As a matter of fact, the Democrats are so desperate because they don't have their slush fund, their USAID money, which they used for we don't know how many years when we saw protests and unrest. How many times may that have been paid for and not genuine? Because we have factual proof that these people are being paid. There have been job ads that have been located that are recruiting agitators, paying them between $3,500 and $4,000 a month for 20 hours of work a week. This is real. So now,
yeah, because I covered that earlier in the broadcast DSA is over there doing all that paid agitation, paid protesting and whatnot under the and they're collecting money off the what you call it, out of Act Blue, right? And I forgot what it's called, Jesse. What was it called? What was it? The Fair Elections Fund. What was that? What was that under? Because they were accepting when you ran for mayor. Remember how everybody was getting double the money that they raised, right? And that's how they were moving up in advancement. And then motherfucking old Paul Lopez was over there shitting on us and shit. And that's why, he was in the elections department. He had control over all the shit, like all the what do you call it? The papers that you do all the signatures. What's the form called? I couldn't think of the name. I still, for the life of me, can't think of the fucking name. But everybody's on Act Blue. It's a Democratic platform, and then you couldn't join on it because you're an independent with an independent party, right? And there's no independent like fundraising type thing for you during that time. Remember? Of course you remember, but I can't remember what the name of it is called. I can't remember the name of the signature paper, the forms they had to regather all the signatures, and DSA. Yeah. No, it's all over. Yeah, you gotta watch it earlier in the broadcast. I covered all that. I showed it. Is under the Nick Friedman show. Yeah, that motherfucker was exposing it. Paid protesters, and they're in all the protests. Every single motherfucking protest you could think of, Palestine, the No Kings, all that shit. Yeah, all that shit. Yep. Petitions, yes. Thank you, Jesse. When we get the petitions and we turned them in, remember we did all that work, and he kicked out like half of each petition, and I was over there with the highlighter talking about there's all either Muslim or elders. You know what I mean? Or he was kicking them all off. Remember? And I was like, this is why none of them. Nothing would go through, and he's shitting on us. Remember? And I was like, I can't believe I cried on public. I was like, that shit was horrible. That shit was so devastating. And then only to mock us later, you know what I mean? Thank you. To be mocking us later because we're like straight independent, right? And they were talking shit on Jeff Farr's show, it was all over the place, right? And I was saying that they didn't want you to get anywhere because you're the only motherfucker that had the unhoused experience. You are the only one with the lived experience, unhoused lived experience, like a good amount of lived experience. So much they made movies with you in it. You know what I mean? Because they tokenized and shit. So they made you see. I'm always talking about, right? So I was like, how the fuck is all this work possible and everything that you do? You're the only one that can speak to the needs of the unhoused, especially with regards to Black people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then just to get shitted on. It was a motherfucking design, but it didn't set in until just recently when I started really doing some exploring. When I make the RVA, I pick certain things that we don't necessarily cover on purpose, intentionally. So I was like, ooh. I saw it today. I was like, ooh, and I had to remind. It was just me and Twin in here earlier, so I was like, remember? Yeah.
In their desperation, they're going to the young people, to our children, our grandchildren, and forcing them to go out and be human shields and to protest against that child's own best interest and on behalf.
I showed it earlier too, where they were leading out the small babies, the small babies, little tiny babies, like on a fucking field trip to the motherfucking protest. Just recently, on this last little protest where they're like on strike basically. I was telling everybody I was doing mad shopping on Temu that day. I wasn't listening to a fucking thing they were doing. It was like, just don't take your motherfucking ass out there. But they're bringing kids out. I was like, good and goddamn well, nobody signed that fucking form to have your kid walking no protest. So it's basically like kidnapping. You know what I mean? It's because the adult wants to go protest. You gotta take the fucking children out and put them in danger when nothing is guaranteed to be peaceful.
Of illegal immigrants. They're radicalizing the future generations to hate ICE and eventually get them to the point to where they believe that open borders is awesome. As a matter of fact, did you know that Kamala Harris even said that she felt that the voting age should be reduced to 16 years old.
I really believe we ought to lower the voting age to 16. Anybody who is 16 right now, they are so aware of how this is not working out for them. And think about the influence they would have if they had an ability, if people who are running for office knew they had to respond to the needs of someone who is 16. What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid. That is why we put them in dormitories and they have a resident assistant. They make really bad decisions.
Wow.
Now, do you know why she would want that?
Wow.
The reason why she would want that is because, think about it, 16. I know at 16 years old, I myself thought, hey, if somebody's super rich, why shouldn't everybody be able to have something? I grew up in Detroit, deep blue. I was a Democrat, didn't know any better. And I looked at things from a poverty, poor, victimized mind state. And I didn't realize how bad it was until I did get older and I began to travel. And then I turned into a Republican when I really started learning what's going on. And that was in the early 2000s. I graduated high school in 1996. And by 2002, 2003, I was a Republican. But growing up, I felt like, hey, it's not fair. I'm thinking about fair. This person got billions while this person's homeless. They're playing on people's heart. Because if you just ask somebody, hey, do you believe if somebody has billions and somebody's starving, that person should be willing to help that person? What good-hearted person wouldn't say, well, yeah, without understanding? Is that person there because they wanted to be there? Is that person there because decisions they made put them there? Are they there because they lazy? Are they there because they're a drug addict? They're a thief, they're a murderer, whatever it is. But there's a lot more going in the story rather than, hey, they built up their life, they became successful this way, so they should have to share. Socialism. Now, in this video, I'm going to show you not just clips of these children and how they got them radicalized, literally throwing things at the police. I'm going to show you the parents who decided to fight back and what has happened to principals who decided that they were going to endorse this crowd. So stick around with me. Now, I want to ask you something in the comments. Let me know. Would you yank your child out of that school that sent them out on a protest, or would you yank them out and would you sue them? Or would you allow your child to participate and exercise their right to peacefully assembly? Because there is no right to protest. I'm so sick of people saying that. There is no such constitutional right. We have the right to peaceful assembly, not protest. But would you take your child out of the school and look to sue the school board? Or would you let them exercise their First Amendment right to a peaceful assembly? I'm interested in that. Please leave that in the comments. Now, as you see right here on your screen, this looks like it was written by a child, but it wasn't. This is actually for Linden Middle School. Look at this. 7th graders, leave during your lunch to Adeline and wait there. Some high schoolers might arrive. Don't leave until we are sure we are all there. 8th graders, wait for the 6th graders. Then walk to Adeline. After everyone is at Adeline, we will start the protest. 6th graders, go get your stuff. Walk to the cafeteria. Don't let teachers stop you.
What?
Allow the 8th graders will be also the 8th graders will be there waiting for you. We are planning on wearing green and white and red. Also, if you would like, bring a Mexican flag and a sign. So we're in America and we got teachers taking middle schoolers, 6th graders. Now imagine if one of these children would have got hurt or killed. You know what the media would have.
Mexican flag. Wow. 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 That is fucking unreal. Like, wow. Right. Right. And I'm like, what protest for what? Man, you need to learn how to read. Yeah, you need to be learning how to read. Jesse, nobody asked your opinion because Jesus Christ. I'm talking about me covering you today, not what you've been doing for the last fucking 18,000 years. God, you guys are going to make it about you. Don't you got something to do? Shit. Get off the internet, Jesse. Man, you made me forget my thought. No, dude, no. Fuck are the protests? First of all, you know, some adult that put this shit in their fucking mind and let them watch the news and shit, and then said, "Oh, you know, made them think this way." This is programming. This is programming all day long. Everywhere you
oh, it's the evil ICE agents, it's the evil police. They hurt a child. I believe that's what the Democrats want. They want a black person to be slaughtered or they want a child to be harmed.
Right.
And here's why I say that, in my opinion,
Yeah,
because they did it with Renee Good. If you're enjoying this video, do me a solid, hit that thumbs up, because I will never ask you for a cash app, a super chat, or a donation. You hitting that like button, it helps get the video out there, which is awesome. And if you aren't subscribed to the channel, subscribe. And whether you're subscribed already or subscribing now, make sure you hit the notification bell and select all. That way, YouTube will make sure you get notified when I upload new videos. That didn't get enough people charged up. People have sense. It radicalized those people out there in Minneapolis. But as you see, as far as across the country, it didn't happen. They've tried everything they could to get black people in. Everything they could. Now they said, okay, that didn't work. So now they're going to the children, because they know if a child gets hurt by law enforcement, the country will go insane. These people are diabolical. They're willing to risk your children, my children, on behalf of their demonic ideology. If you have children or grandchildren in these middle schools and in high schools, you really may want to consider putting them in private school if you can afford it, or homeschooling them or something, because they're being radicalized. And you saw where it said, don't let teachers stop you. They're evil and labeling parents as terrorists and agitators. You think they aren't telling the students that about their parents, causing resistance and rift within the household, as if the state is their only friend? But check this out, in Maine. Also another coincidence. It's Maine,
totally happening.
Washington State, Minnesota. What's another state that was? Georgia. You know one thing that all of these states got in common? Illegal immigrant fraud. We see what's happening in Maine, fraud, billions. We know what's happening in Minnesota and Minneapolis, fraud, billions. Georgia, guess what's happening there? The Trump administration has gone in and taken those doggone ballots for the 2020 election. So now, because they don't have like an illegal immigrant problem like everybody else, they've got them students going out to remove the headlines about the Trump administration and those 2020 ballots. This is nothing more than a snatch headlines. But check out Maine.
And right now.
Yeah, fuck ICE is one of the signs.
There you go.
These are students with FIs. Now, who paid for the signs for these children? How they get these signs when they're supposed to be learning? When did they have time to do that? And then you're taking them off campus. I could have swore when I was in school, if you left campus, if you left your school during school hours, you were getting arrested by the truancy police. Literally, the Detroit police would take you downtown, call your parents, come get you. They don't take you back to the school. They was taking you downtown, 1300 Bobian. But here, but they're all in radicalized states. But wait till you see, you know, they FAFO'd big time.
This is absurd. I'm gonna hang up. Okay.
Donald doctrine.
Look, little kids.
None of them kids know what the word Gestapo mean. They can barely even read, write, and do math, which is what they should be focusing on. Now, listen to this story of this mom who found out about it, and she went in to go get her daughter. But listen to what happened when she went up to the school. Mind-blowing. On the heels of all of the stuff that's taking place in the country right now, seniors, it's extremely important that you make sure you've got the best Medicare plan available, because this year, Medicare plans are expected to increase 10%. And that's $215 out of your Social Security check. And guess what? Some of your doctors may not be in network. Some of your prescriptions may no longer be covered. And that would suck for you to be going to visit your doctor to find out they're not in network, or for you to need a prescription to find out it's no longer covered. Why take the risk? With Chapter, you can reach out to Chapter, and a free phone call can last as short as only 20 minutes and speak to one of the highly skilled, unbiased professionals that will help you make sure you got the best Medicare plan available. If you've got the best, great. But if not, they can make sure you've got what you need. So use that number there on the screen, or visit the website at askchapter.org/realpolitics and let Chapter make sure you've got everything you need.
This is my daughter's middle school. Being allowed to protest ICE agents, disrupting traffic, having everyone home. I'm pulling my child from school today. This is f***ing unbelievable.
Nobody's don't even know how to read or write. Like,
I'm here to pull my child from the school right now. I'm here to pull from the school district.
You want to withdraw?
Yep. This is unbelievable. I can't believe my kid is in this environment right now. I'm blown away. Can she be brought down to the office right now, please?
Again, if we have everybody out there, we'll get her.
I'm blown away. The mother?
Yeah. Well, so I can explain to you what we're.
This is disrupting traffic and my child's education. I need to see my kid. Okay. When she's down here, I will sign. Are you serious?
Because there's unfortunately some parental agreements where
Every time I bring it in, she doesn't check it because she knows me. This is amazing. As I walked up, I was getting booed by every single student. By the way, I'm making that known. Because I didn't honk, I pulled up to make sure everyone was okay. Absolutely not.
Like, why did you go get the
No,
kid
not yet.
and let her do her business? Motherfuckers just impeding everything.
Seventh
It's her
grade.
kid, like, go get her motherfucking child.
Stairs to here?
And I want to be escorted to there because every single student booed me because I pulled up here, rolled down my window. Is everything okay? What's going on? To run into this? I didn't honk. I parked as soon as I walked up.
Who cares if we did or didn't? Like,
I'm telling you right now, this is going to be a huge problem, guys.
Oh, like, what the fuck is wrong?
I cannot believe that my child is in this environment right now. I'm ashamed and I'm embarrassed as a parent and as an adult. Wow, I thought my kid was safe here.
They're very safe here.
No, they're not.
You hear him say they're very safe here. Like, oh my God, I'm so grateful that my children are grown because, folks, I would have lost it. I am the person that would have went to jail in that school because no matter what excuse they would have gave me, I would have went so berserk. And there's nobody could tell me that's my blood. That's my child. And that's the thing about these liberals. They literally believe they own your child. Like Tim Walz creating a sanctuary state to where the parent will be arrested for coming to try to take their child for kidnapping. If you pay attention to Joe Biden's speech, he said, they're our kids. They're all our children. And people don't realize that's double talk. They're not saying they're all our children as in like, oh, yeah, we love them all. No, they're saying they're all of our children. And all of the stuff with this Epstein and this PDF crap, we know how they feel. You got hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrant children missing. Trump administration has found over 150,000 of them. Where the other ones at? God only knows what happened to those babies because look at what they do. If they're willing to do this in broad daylight during the school day with the parents knowing and not giving a dang, they didn't care that that mom was in there. Imagine what they do behind closed doors with children that nobody's looking for. Something to think about. But check out this story about Georgia. And again, remember, Georgia, they got their own heat going on right now because the 2020 election was so secure. Did y'all notice that all the Democrats have been saying since the 2020 election, that was the most secure election in American history. That was they put emphasis on that. As in like, okay, so then why was 2020 the most secure in American history and 2024 wasn't, 2016 wasn't, 2000s wasn't? What are you talking about? Why is 2020 all of a sudden the most secure ever? But now we find out it is the most fraud of almost any election in American history. One thing I tell people, whatever the Democrats say they're going to do, or whenever the Democrats say what somebody else is doing, opposite is true. It's the opposite. So when they're saying, oh, you're being a racist, really, they're the ones that's the racists, the Democrats. Whatever they accuse you of is what they actually are. And if they say, yeah, we're fighting crime, nope, that means they're working to make it higher. They have these dog whistle words and these very cute titles of things that make people say, oh, but underneath it, it is destructive, it is demonic, and it's disgusting. But check this out about Georgia.
Leading to empty classrooms today in Georgia. Organizers say more than 100 schools across the state walked out in protest. Line News First reporter Abby Kasouris is live at Centennial High School. It's where a large number of the student body stepped out together today. Abby, why does this issue hit so close to home?
Well, the school here is pretty diverse, and that really matters here. While some students participated in the walkout, others stayed home because they're afraid. After the bell, more than 100 students came pouring.
These children don't pay bills, can barely take care of themselves, and they know these children, you ever had a day where they gave y'all a free day at school, or it was like, I'm from Michigan, where we had a snow day where the schools were actually closed, but a lot of kids had already left heading to school before they knew. But if the children didn't come, it was okay. Man, those days you could just run through the school. You didn't have to be in class because nobody was hardly there. The school was technically closed, so if you couldn't make it, you weren't going to be held accountable. But if you did make it, you had to stay there. Man, those days were cool. And tell me what high schooler or middle schooler, if they're told by an authority figure that they can leave campus and go outside and have some fun, because some students were out robbing people, were out doing vandalism. They had nothing to do with protests.
Out of Centennial High School. This was part of a nationwide day of walkouts sparked by deadly ICE shootings in Minneapolis. Organizers say more than 100 schools across Georgia participated, but at Centennial, this hit home. Students say some Latino classmates stayed home out of fear, worried they could be targeted or put their parents at risk. So instead, their classmates showed up.
Look at the hair color.
Walked out for them, saying if some students don't feel safe enough to be here, they'll use their voices instead. For parents like Carol Vesci, this isn't a policy debate, it's everyday life. She's adopted 2 children from Guatemala. They're U.S. citizens, but because of how they look, she makes sure they always carry an ID.
I'm scared. Well, it is when they leave.
She's a woke lesbian mom. No disrespect to lesbians. But these woke parents should not be, I do not believe in them adopted children, radicalize them. And why do they always go over to Guatemala and Africa? Why don't they ever get American children who need help? Why do they do that? You know why? Because there's no family figure that's probably got the resources or the concern of what's going on with that child here. Think about Madonna and all of them woke celebrities. All of those children, they would have 7, 8, 9 children. You ever notice you never hear anything about Angelina Jolie's, all them children she had, or Madonna's, all them little immigrant children they had? You never hear anything else about them, ever.
I think that's great that they're thinking of other people besides themselves.
These people make me sick. Oh my God, can't stand these people. Now, on the heels of that, I want you to check out this clip here. It's from LA. This is the most disgusting of them all. These high schoolers facing off with the police. Check this out. Middle schoolers and high schoolers, excuse me. That is crazy because most of those children are American citizen children. And you got these adults that have radicalized these people enough to believe that they got to be worried about ICE coming to get them in Georgia. The Most High God, please, and I usually don't do this, Most High God, please, please continue to work, continue to step in, please, please. Check out this dad and how shocked he was and what his reaction with his son when he went and got his son. Oh.
I'm fitting to go rage. Who the fuck said you could bring my child to a protest? Any of our kids to a protest. They see what's happening today. Bringing kids out there now. Purposely in schools. Washington State. Send this out. Washington State sending their kids to protest. I'll see you soon. Let me give you a little rundown on the way there. White Center, we call out here Rat City. If anybody from Washington State knows this Rat City is not an area you bring kids, let alone bring kids to a protest in this piece of city. If anybody knows White Center, you know Rat City is dangerous. Why are you bringing our kids into dangerous territory with protesting going on? Anyway, I'll see you soon. See you in the next video. It looks like they made it all back to the school already before I could get here. Yeah, so they all just got back before I can get here. All the kids. Furry teachers on their bikes. Is this really what's going on? This is craziness. This is craziness. We got the blue hairs, everything. Are you serious? Yellow hair? Oh my God, my kid is at a woke school. What is going on? This is Cascade Middle School, everybody. Cascade Middle School in Washington State. Did you consent to that?
I didn't want to.
You didn't want to do that?
No, after the cops came up, one of the guys was like the guy with the megaphone, like a kid, who was like, do not talk to the federal thing involved, whatever it is.
Just believe I will be at the next school board meeting. You'll see my next video when that happens.
Drop it hard.
Wow. Now check out this. Now here's the repercussions of what happens when you want to FAFO and you think that there's no repercussions. Check this out, because this and the next clip show you that no, you're gonna be held accountable.
The principal of Olympic Middle School was fired because she encouraged students to participate in ICE-related off-campus activities without prior consultation with parents. After learning about the situation, the mother of one of the students clearly expressed her opposition to her child's participation in any form of off-campus protest. However, the school authorities later expelled the student on the grounds of leaving school in violation of regulations. As the incident was exposed, more and more parents began to speak out.
Now understand something. The school suspended the child for leaving with their parent.
Brother is bothering me.
They suspended him for that, not for the kids going out protest.
It turned out that the principal had clearly conveyed to the students that if they did not act under the unified command of the school, they would face the risk of being expelled. This statement soon caused a tense atmosphere on campus, and many students were forced to express their opinions under pressure. Under the pressure of public opinion, the school district focused on reviewing the principal's decision-making approach throughout the incident and whether he abused his management power. Eventually, the principal neglected student safety during the handling process and crossed the boundaries that education should have. The school decided to fire him. What's your opinion on this?
So the principal has been arrested and fired, and there's more to come. These parents are raising HE double hockey sticks, and rightfully so. Luckily, like how they try to make it sound big, 100 schools across the state of Georgia. There's thousands of schools in the state of Georgia. So luckily, we have more sensible students and schools than we had radical. But the fact of the matter is, they're starting young, y'all. They're starting very young, and that is scary for them to be doing that. As a matter of fact, listen to this mother as she lays down what she thinks about it.
Glad accountability is happening right here, because that needed to happen, and I hope that more staff is held accountable. But at least the principal's gone. How dare they try and put the students in a situation, if you don't do this, you might get expelled. Excuse me? Well, in essence, you're just forcing the kids to go out there for stuff they don't even care about, as they shouldn't, because they are in school for their education, not for your political discrepancies, Trump, you better start, doing some more stuff faster with these people, because we're not going to let it affect our kids and their education at all. So
Right. Moving along.
Meantime, we are getting a closer look tonight at the experience at the ICE facility for many this past weekend as protesters encountered chemical munitions, sparking outrage from many, including lawmakers. Fox 12's Michaela Armstrong spoke to one man who was nearly hit in the face by a device deployed into the crowd. She joins us now in studio with more. Michaela?
Pete, the man I spoke to, tells me has been to the ICE facility multiple times, but nothing like this has happened to him before. And he made sure to get it all on camera. A crowd hit with tear gas, flash.
Hold it. Okay, so you look at all these motherfuckers outside, right? Everybody got on like gas masks and shit like this, right? Right? Gas masks, okay? Tear gas, all that shit, right?
A crowd hit with tear gas, flashbangs, pepper balls, and more from federal agents at the ICE facility this weekend.
We're all stepping back. And we got shot at anyway, and we got tear gassed anyway. Like that moment alone will just live in my head.
Joseph Apoka says he was there Saturday with his fiance, and says the couple was nearly hit in the face by a device deployed into the crowd and caught the moment on camera.
I do think that this is the worst that it has been, but something like that so close and
she got a gas mask on, waving a motherfucking flag with a pole like fucking gigantic, right? She's wearing a motherfucking gas mask, right? And a fucking Captain America thing. Look at all these motherfuckers outside, right? So just listen to what she says.
explosive going off a foot away from your face is different.
This blew up on my ear. Apoka says the crowd control tactics by federal agents left the couple shaken, their American flag damaged, and the couple still trying to process what happened.
I'm okay. I just can't hear.
Her ear took a lot of it, so she was having a hard time hearing for a few days, and then a lot of ringing in her ears. We've just been kind of pretty shaken up. I had to leave work early because I just found myself just crying in the middle of the day, just like this happened. An explosive went off in our face, shot at us from the federal government.
And now I'm just supposed to go back to work like everything is normal.
On Tuesday, a federal judge temporarily limited federal agents' use of force on protesters outside the ICE facility unless they pose, quote, imminent threat of physical harm. And Aboka says he hopes the ruling sticks after what he has experienced.
It is brutal. Like your face just burns, your eyes burn, you can't breathe, your nose starts running. Like you're just completely, you're not able to do anything. It goes from protesting what is happening to then suddenly feeling like you're a human shield and you're a target.
In a statement addressing agents' use of munitions against protesters at the ICE facility, Homeland Security Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement, quote, assaulting and obstructing law enforcement is a felony. Despite these grave threats and dangerous situations, our law enforcement has followed their training and used the minimum amount of force necessary to protect themselves, the public, and federal property.
No one's coming to save us. No one's coming to stop it. We have to stop it ourselves, and we need more people to be out there and show their face when ICE won't show their face. And
what are you talking about? She got a fucking face mask on, a gas mask on. Like, what are you talking about? She's intentionally out there to fucking create fucking havoc. Like this is like havoc creating.
Be heard and be seen. That's the only way that any of this is going to stop.
Aboka did share with me that despite what happened, he still intends to go back to the ICE facility along with his fiance to continue to protest. In studio, Michaela Armstrong, Fox 12 Oregon.
So yesterday we discussed
President Trump has just announced that major U.S. cities will not receive federal funding.
This is serious. So now we're moving on to him punishing sanctuary cities. Well, I wouldn't say punishing. Well, I guess it will be. And we happen to live in one that's on the list. So you can see that Democrats don't give a good goddamn what happens to us.
This includes massive cities like New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Illinois, Denver, Colorado, San Francisco, California, Boston, Massachusetts, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, even Seattle, Washington. Now, why is President Trump threatening to pretty much withhold federal funding to these states and these cities? Well, it's because of one thing. Look at this right here. President Trump is threatening to cut funding from sanctuary cities. That is the reason why. This isn't anything new. We have known this for the past several weeks, that come February 1st, this was a very high probability. That's exactly what President Trump stated. And February 1st is today, meaning some of these cities are not going to receive federal funding. But can President Trump do this? Is this something that he can unilaterally do without Congress? Well, some say no. You need Congress in order to do this. They have the power of the purse. They can control who gets the money and how much they get. But here's the thing. According to reports, the Trump administration has found a loophole to get around this. Not only that, we are still trying to deal with some funding. There's still a fight over funding that has to go to the House of Representatives tomorrow for a vote in order to keep the federal government open. Guess what? If Democrats do not support what President Trump is talking about right now, according to experts just this morning, they are saying that Republicans can actually just withhold this funding bill, meaning several government agencies could be shut down for a prolonged period of time. So again, according to President Trump, Democrats were the ones that caused the 43-day shutdown. Well, now some say it might be a Democrat started shutdown, but Republicans could finish it. We'll see what happens there. Listen to this right here.
So federal funding is ending today on February 1st for several sanctuary cities. I want to talk about this a little bit more, what the impact is from all of this. So joining us now to discuss is Jimena Bustillo. She is a reporter with NPR focusing on immigration and the Department of Homeland Security. Jimena, good morning.
Good morning.
So let's just start with a breakdown here for our viewers. What is a sanctuary city and how do city officials designate it? What is that process like?
Yeah, I mean, this gets really tricky. There is no exact legal definition of a sanctuary city, but, really broadly talking, the term has been used to describe or define any city, state, or county that limits its cooperation with federal immigration authorities. And so, an example of this could be a city whose police department are not necessarily enforcing themselves federal immigration law, if they pull someone over.
So it's not only that if a law enforcement officer pulls you over and sees, this person doesn't have legal status here in the United States, they don't go and report you to the Customs and Enforcement. Okay, and so one of the things that the Trump administration wants is for all law enforcement, okay, every single one, if they pull you over and you don't have legal status, then you'd get reported to immigration. Doesn't mean you'd right there be put in the back of an immigration van and you're deported. No, there's a process, but that's what they want. Now, here's what's interesting though. Okay, well, I want to read something to you. These are the sanctuary cities, and just keep in mind, these cities are all over the place. But here are some of the biggest sanctuary cities, and this is where a lot of people are moving to. Okay, they're going to some of these cities because, again, they're trying to, especially if you are, not, born here in the United States, or you don't look the part, which, again, interesting. But people are moving to these cities because, again, they want to feel safer. But the list, these are the notable cities. It's New York City, Los Angeles, California, Chicago, Illinois, San Francisco, California, Seattle, Washington, Boston, Massachusetts, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Portland, Oregon, Denver, Colorado, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Newark, New Jersey, Jersey City, New Jersey, Hoboken, New Jersey, and even East Lansing, Michigan. There are also many counties that are designated sanctuary counties, and there's some states, okay? Here's the reason why I'm bringing this to your attention today. What we have learned over the past several weeks is that the Trump administration is not going to back down from this immigration fight. But this is what President Trump just announced. This came out yesterday. Look at this. It says, Trump orders Department of Homeland Security to stay away from protests in Democratic-led cities unless federal help is sought. Now, here's where things are interesting. We've been told these are Democratic-led cities. Essentially, it is sanctuary cities. It's not every single Democratic-led city. But if Democrats want the federal government's help, they have to ask for it. They have to request it. It will not be like before where the Trump administration sees that, Washington, D.C. is looking a little bit rough out there. We're seeing crime go up. And so he gets federal, gets military personnel or National Guard involved. And then, crime goes down. The same thing happened with Los Angeles. He tried to do the same thing in Portland, right? We've seen it in multiple other cities. Now, here's the thing. The Trump administration is pretty much, and I talked about this morning, saying that, if you want to just go with the protests, and whether they're peaceful or they're riots or whatever, doesn't matter. But if you want to control that yourself, great. Okay, that's on you. But there's reports that President Trump believes that what's going to happen is these cities are pretty much going to collapse. We're going to see people get hurt. We're going to see buildings get burnt. We're going to see just complete riots. And then at that point, they will request the federal government, and the federal government will come in, clean it up, but also deport many people. Okay? That's what we're hearing. Now, here's what you need to understand. Okay? What happens next? First off, if President Trump decides to withhold federal funding for these cities, these counties, or these states, there's going to be legal challenges. We've seen it before. Okay? Now, this isn't going to happen just starting today. All these cities don't get any money. Okay, it's not automatic. Okay, many of these different programs and agencies, and I'll give you a list here in a second. Many of these have already received funding, some time ago. So it's not like they get funding the first of the month. Every single month they get a big check. No. A lot of times they get, a huge amount of money just up front, and that's what's supposed to hold them through to the end of the year. But these are the programs that, according to reports, are likely going to feel the biggest impact if this does go through. Okay? There's no single or list, or very clear list as to which programs, but this is what they're talking about. Some major federal grants include community development block grants, public safety and policing grants, emergency management funding, social safety net programs, that's a big one, health, human services, some of the grants for those, okay? Transportation infrastructure. You could see roads in some of these cities go unbuilt, okay? These highways, people just get pulled off, okay? That's what you could see, that these programs, these projects are pretty much put on pause until all this stuff goes through, okay? That's what we could see. Now, again, does this mean crime's going to go up in these cities? I don't know. Does this mean we're going to see the taxes go up in these cities? Again, I don't know. But this is what could happen, okay? Let me just put this out there. If the Trump administration withholds funding for long enough and these sanctuary cities start to struggle, keep in mind, I believe, what city was it? San Francisco, for instance, okay? Give you an example here. The federal funds make up a little over 6% of the city's general fund, okay? It's almost $1 billion. $1 billion. This means for money for social services, money for some of their infrastructure projects, money for emergency management, okay? All this stuff is in question. Now, guess what? Do you think all these social service grants, all this money that's going back to the citizens of the city, the residents, do you think this money just stops? No. What the city will likely have to do is go and find the funding elsewhere. They will have to make cuts elsewhere in order to fund some of these programs. Maybe not entirely, but they'll have to do it. So that list of cities that I gave you earlier, that is just the start, okay? Keep in mind that if the federal funding dries up or come next year, we see that, nope, the Trump administration says we're not sending that much money to all those cities. The cities are the ones that are going to have to pay. That means residents will likely see their taxes increase, whether it's property taxes, excise tax, sales tax, what have you. Your money is going to go to pay for some of these things because, again, it's not coming from the federal government. So,
yep. And just before the commercial break, we did bring some comments from Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. She was at Miami's International Airport just yesterday on Saturday, and she was talking about airport security, airport travel going forward, but a lot of the questions that she took had to do with immigration enforcement operations, and that's where we want to turn to next. So federal funding is ending today on February 1st for several sanctuary cities. I want to talk about this a little bit more, what the impact is from all of this. So joining us now to discuss is Jimena Bustillo. She is a reporter with NPR focusing on immigration and the Department of Homeland Security. Jimena, good morning.
Good morning.
So let's just start with a breakdown here for our viewers. What is a sanctuary city and how do city officials designate it? What is that process like?
Yeah, I mean, this gets really tricky. There is no exact legal definition of a sanctuary city, but, really broadly talking, the term has been used to describe or define any city, state, or county that limits its cooperation with federal immigration authorities. And so, an example of this could be a city whose police department are not necessarily enforcing themselves federal immigration law, if they pull someone over. And so legal questions here are really nuanced. Local law enforcement cannot block federal agents from doing their jobs and their work, but courts have said that state and city officers can withhold some cooperation, in terms of whether their specific officers are the ones doing the work. And we have seen this definition change a little bit even during this Trump administration. You might remember that at the very start of the year, the Homeland Security Department and the Department of Justice were tasked with creating a list to, really pinpoint what are the places we're talking about. They created the list, very quickly took it down because there were many mayors and sheriffs that were confused as to why they ended up on the list. And then they redid the list, and there is now a new list published by the Department of Justice. And so roughly we expected those jurisdictions to be impacted, but we still aren't really sure who's going to be impacted.
So we are taking a live look here out of Chicago in Illinois. Chicago is one of these sanctuary cities. We also know of New York City being one of them as well. But Jimena, what other major cities are part of that list?
So, many cities you might expect. Minneapolis is on that list, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Seattle, a lot of major metropolitan areas. And then, since this does cover counties as well, some other counties across the country in red and blue states.
And then I want to talk about some of the policies within these cities and how that could benefit undocumented immigrants or just immigrants that have come here rightfully so. I mean, what does that list entail in terms of those policies?
Yeah, again, it really varies depending on the city. So again, these laws or policies, I guess we should call them at times, don't prohibit federal immigration law from being enforced. So federal immigration law typically is carried out by the federal government. A lot of sheriffs, police departments actually don't necessarily want to be involved in being the one to detain someone on federal immigration authorities, because they say that can, reduce trust in local policing. It can prevent someone from calling 911 if they live in a mixed status household, if they think that, if they do that for, an emergency, a domestic violence situation, a natural disaster, then they might end up getting detained on federal immigration law. But, we have seen more cities and states really promote what's called 287G. And that's essentially where a city can do the opposite and do a very proactive partnership with the Department of Homeland Security to enact federal immigration law. We've seen this particularly out of Florida. So the state essentially has mandated that local jurisdictions do work with federal immigration authorities. We've also seen this out of Texas, where Governor Greg Abbott has essentially allowed its local police departments to enact and carry out federal immigration work.
Speaking of some of these cities and states that cooperate with this kind of enforcement, I want to put up here a social media post from Eric Schmidt. He says the deportations must continue. Sanctuary cities must end. We don't need fake comprehensive reform to enforce the law we already have. Illegal entry is a crime. Enforce it. No theatrics, no apologies, no amnesty, just enforcement. It is the only way through. But keeping up with this and the fact that this federal funding is ending, and this, of course, was pushed forth by President Trump as he continues that immigration crackdown. It was one of his campaign promises. Jimena, do we have a dollar sign amount as to how much money is allocated to these cities from the federal government?
We don't, because we don't necessarily know what programs are going to be impacted. I think we have to remember that the federal government is kind of like a sprawling funding octopus. It has funding out of USDA that helps rural development and, schools. It has, of course, the education department, which assists schools in urban and rural areas. We see money for healthcare. We see money for utilities, for broadband. Of course, right now, many states are dealing with the winter storm. And so we are seeing FEMA and natural disaster funding. And so there really are so many pockets of dollars that could be affected. And, there are many arguments here that are being made for and against this. Many mayors are currently in DC for a large mayor conference where there have been several panels on immigration enforcement and many questions raised about the 10th Amendment also, and this division of powers between the federal government and what the federal government can essentially, makes local governments change in their policies in exchange for funding. That's not necessarily something we haven't seen before. Way back in the past, we have seen the federal government withhold, certain policies or certain funding dollars in order to, get highways made and kind of things like that. So this is a newer iteration of that, but it still raises the questions of, to what extent can the federal government say that what a state or a local town is doing is punishable or should result in funding getting stripped.
See, that's really interesting because that was going to be my next question, is if legally the federal government can block these cities from receiving this money just because they are sanctuary cities. Of course, you just said, there's still questions from that. This is a very new territory that we are charting at this moment. But I'm wondering, though, if we do have an answer as to how sanctuary cities could push back on this and what kind of, preemptive measures they have taken just to make sure that they can still remain a sanctuary city even without that federal funding.
I think we have seen lawsuits related to this already crop up, even starting really on in the second Trump administration. We did see funding get impacted if they deemed a program to be related to DEI, for example, so diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that also had a very broad and non-legal definition. And so we saw states see their funding being impacted by that policy that you wouldn't think was funding that would be impacted. And so, I think it really depends on what dollars are exactly that are going to be lost. And I think, to kind of answer two questions in one is we can definitely expect many lawsuits to come from this, and it'll be in the hands of the court, whether or not money continues flowing while those legal battles play out or whether it doesn't.
As someone who reports on this extensively, you're obviously following along with the different arguments made from both sides of the aisle. So what kind of debates are you seeing here from Republicans, from Democrats, from cities, from states, the federal government when it comes to this issue as a whole?
The Trump administration really wants as many resources available to it in order to enact a mass deportation policy. And I think that we have seen very early on this target on particularly Democratic jurisdictions that they see as, a perceived threat or a perceived limit to that. We see that fight very, very clearly in Chicago and in Minneapolis. But, we also see these Democratic areas argue that they have the right to create a separation between the federal government and state governments in terms of their laws and policing and enforcement. And in terms of whether or not federal immigration enforcement can still be enforced, it definitely can be. And, there are many other ways that the two can work with each other while still having that perceived separation. Again, I think it's really important to remember that the term sanctuary city or sanctuary jurisdiction, it's not a legal term. It's not something that you can just necessarily declare. And so I think that makes it really easy for both sides to, for a lack of better terms, manipulate the term and kind of use it to whatever they say is limiting them or helping them best.
My shit.
A lot of the focus the past several weeks has been on these blue states. And even when we talk about sanctuary cities, they're mostly located in these blue states. So, we've been seeing Minneapolis, these raids, also saw the same thing in Los Angeles, and Chicago is on high alert as well. I want to focus, so before I let you go, on these red states. You had mentioned briefly before that places like Florida, places like Texas, they are already working with immigration enforcement officials. They have their local law enforcement there helping within those efforts. But what are we seeing on the ground in terms of, even possible protests? Are we seeing the kind of dynamics that we're seeing in Minneapolis? Is the fact that we don't have so many live images from
our civil rights are being violated. There's no accountability.
There's violations on so many levels. It's like kind of hard to wrap my mind around.
I understand that they have their job to do. I do get that, but the way that it was carried out was inappropriate.
We have to hold these people accountable no matter who they are, no matter who they're with.
For months, we've been hearing your calls for accountability for federal agents, including Immigration and Customs Enforcement, especially following the deadly shootings in Minneapolis, but also incidents here in our own Colorado communities. Thanks for joining us for Denver 7 News at 5. I'm Micah Smith.
And I'm Jessica Porter. Today, Democrats in the state legislature touted a package they say would hold federal agents responsible for their actions.
Denver 7's Colette Bordelon has been at the Capitol all day speaking with supporters of these bills that they say defend constitutional rights, protect immigrant communities, and build trust for all Coloradans. But as Colette will tell us, that's only one side of the story.
Abolish ICE! Abolish ICE!
In the same place where countless Coloradans have come to protest.
We are going to turn that pain into action and do everything we can to protect our neighbors.
Democratic state lawmakers unveiled a new package of bills targeting federal immigration enforcement.
This bill will focus on law enforcement clearly identifying themselves. And yes, that means not wearing masks and concealing their face.
The bills that will be introduced soon would enact violations when personal information is unlawfully shared, require reporting on the demographic makeup of immigration detention centers, and put protections in place from deportation when someone is traveling to or from places like schools and courthouses.
We have to take action as a state.
Usman Boss spoke in support of those ideas.
I'm originally from Senegal, West Africa. I came here as a refugee at the age of 6 and really came here to live that American dream.
He believes that American dream is in danger.
There's so many immigrants like myself whose stories need to be heard, and right now their voices are threatened and they might not be able to be here.
How much did what we've seen in Minneapolis play into what we're seeing here today?
We were putting together what is now called Senate Bill 5 in the fall, November, December, before Minneapolis.
State Senator Mike Weissman explained the bill that's already been introduced, which would create legal recourse in state law for someone injured during civil immigration enforcement.
It basically says where you have rights, you have to have a remedy if the rights are violated.
Senate Bill 5 came before the Chamber's Judiciary Committee on Monday afternoon, where the opposition made their voices heard.
This ridiculous bill may cause law enforcement to worry more about avoiding to get sued other than focusing on protecting the community.
And lawmakers were accused of political grandstanding.
I have followed the rules. I have respected the process. It is insulting to a lawful immigrant to see the state prioritize sanctuary policies that make our communities less secure, just to score points against the federal government.
Democrats have the numbers to pass this bill out of committee today. And if it makes it through all of the hurdles in the Senate, it still needs to make its way through the House. We'll have an update on what happens at the end of the hearing. Well, just last From the Capitol steps to downtown Denver, the bakery counter, and school campuses, Coloradans are joining the call for action, taking a stand in a nationwide strike against ICE operations. Thank you for joining us on Denver 7 News at 5. I'm Jessica Porter.
And I'm Micah Smith. Today, dozens of businesses closed up shop to make their voices heard. These are just some of the emails and posters we've received from full closures to donations, even free giveaways for demonstrators.
They tell our Adria Irahita live at La Alma Lincoln Park tonight that they just want to help make a difference in their communities.
Yeah, Micah and Jessica, from educators to small business owners to everyone in between, they all hit pause on what they were supposed to be doing today to gather here at La Alma Lincoln Park. As you can see, this gathering is still happening. About half of the group broke off. It started marching about an hour and a half ago. But as you can see, they are still out here now. They say weeks of protesting hasn't been enough. So they're resorting to this general strike to really make an impact.
If we can all stand together and kind of take the hit, I think it'll be felt at levels that need to feel it right now.
It's quiet inside Good Bones Coffee today. Carson Allen, one of the many business owners who decided to take part in the nationwide shutdown condemning ICE.
It's not easy for small business to shut down, especially on a Friday, but it's important. Like right now, it's not about money. It's about solidarity.
And it's not just Good Bones Coffee. Many business owners here on Colfax chose to shut down completely today or donate part of their proceeds to different organizations.
Are you going to the protest?
Oh, nice. Do you want a free cup of coffee?
Like here at Champagne Tiger,
Joy can be a form of resistance, and we are chock full of joy.
where 20% of all sales are going towards the Rocky Mountain Immigrant Advocacy Network.
I think it's going to be a busy day, and for us, it's a meaningful way for us to participate.
A few miles away,
Myself, I'm an immigrant. I was born and raised in Venezuela, and Venezuela has been all over the news lately.
Ishmael de Sosa, owner of Reunion Bread in Rhino, giving back with free breakfast for those who closed up shop for the general strike.
I've been extremely outspoken about this whole thing. I became an American citizen a couple of years ago, where you can still you can still speak and you can still say what you think.
Just a small part of a big movement across the city of Denver today.
I think this is a big step for us in the labor movement. It's kind of merging like the social causes with now economic causes. I think it gives me hope. I have hope, and you should have hope.
Now, I reached out to the Colorado Office of Economic Development about the impact of today's strike here in Denver and across the state, but they weren't able to comment at this time. Reporting live in Denver, Adria Arejita, Denver 7.
All right, Adria, thank you for that report.
It'll be interesting to see the long-term impact of all of this, whether it be economic or if people continue to make their voices heard.
The highlighted positions are the most crucial. Most are self-explanatory. Mobile patrols send their entire shift searching for suspicious vehicles. When they find one, they send it to the group so that the plate checkers, y'all, they're actually people whose job it is to run license plates. They have databases of license plates.
How is this possible?
Not in a nice vehicle, right?
No.
Right, get in your truck and get the fuck out.
Why?
Because you need to go. Confirmed ICE.
We're not ICE.
And we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching
like that
today.
better.
Go ahead and hit that like button, my people. You know that it helps us out a ton. And of course, it helps you because it helps us keep
Can't
bringing
find it,
these
Jesse.
stories every day. Now, y'all, over the last couple of days, a major revelation has come out on X about an alleged Signal group, y'all. Now, you might say, well, what is Signal? It is an online messaging platform that supposedly has encrypted messages, and an ex-user named Cam Higby, and you're going to see all of this here in today's video. He says he infiltrated the Signal group in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and that there are actually various groups that all coordinate, communicate, and otherwise get together in order to disrupt ICE, y'all. This is not a little thing, y'all. You're going to see here in this video. This is like high-level logistics. They all get together. They have license plate databases. They have a command and control structure. They have leadership. And importantly, y'all, one of the people in this group, some are speculating, is actually the lieutenant governor of the state of Minnesota, y'all. In fact, people are speculating that many Minnesota officials may be involved in this group. Now, there's no confirmation of that. It's an allegation that's out there. I am certainly not making the allegation myself, but that has been the talk of X for the past day or two, is that it seems like there may be Minnesota officials all the way up to the lieutenant governor, or maybe even Walls, y'all. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm not making that allegation myself. This is what people are saying, that these people may actually be involved in all of this. If you wonder why you've been seeing what you've been seeing, we will have a hint as to what's really going on by looking at Cam Higby's wonderful reporting, y'all. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
But before we do, y'all, you know that we are a paralegal school. If you've been watching our program now, you know that we've been around for 23 years. You know that we help people get going in the paralegal field. You know that we've helped hundreds of people since 2003 start their career in the paralegal field or even move up in their career. Our certificate is good nationwide, and our program comes with an internship placement so that you'll get real experience on your resume. If you're interested, y'all, we are running a discount for all of our YouTube subscribers. Click the first link down in the description. Join us. New year, y'all. New career. Now let's go ahead and get into the story.
Now here Cam says, Minneapolis Signal infiltrated. I have infiltrated organizational Signal groups all around Minneapolis with the sole intention of tracking down federal agents. impeding, assaulting, obstructing them. Now, it looks like Higbee believes that not only are these civilians, but perhaps there are actual people in the government, whether state or federal level, who are assisting. He says, buckle up, all will be revealed. Each area of the city has a signal or several signals. Let's start with a screen recording of all the members of the Southside group chat. So you can see him there scrolling down. All of these members, there are thousands of members, y'all. Here he says, I have been undercover inside the groups for days. You'll notice emojis next to people's names. Here's a key for what those emojis mean. The highlighted positions are the most crucial. Most are self-explanatory. Mobile patrols send their entire shift searching for suspicious vehicles. When they find one, they send it to the group so that the plate checkers, y'all, there are actually people whose job it is to run license plates. They have databases of license plates so that the plate checkers can compare with their database and see if it's a known federal vehicle or if the patrol can make the confirmation so that the database can be updated. Dispatch, y'all. Check this out. Dispatch runs a maxed out call all day telling protesters where ICE has been spotted and how they can best be impeded. For each occupation or shift position, protesters have to undergo training. It's unclear what the training entails other than numerous slides of instruction. He said he's seen it mentioned repeatedly, but who is paying for all of this? So each chat for a specific part of each city has smaller districts broken up within what are called patrol zones, which guide ICE chasers on where they should be positioned. So y'all, I'm gonna stop right here. Now think about Renee Good, who was killed, right? She was reportedly a member of this type of group, not necessarily this particular group or one of these particular groups, but she was reportedly a member of one of these types of groups. Same thing goes with the VA nurse who was killed just a few days ago. Reports are he was a member of one of these types of groups. Okay, let's continue. Here is a screen recording of their plate database as well as a link to its instructions. Now, some people ask, you know, are they accessing like official government databases, or is this something that they have created on their own? I think as of now, it seems like they have created their own databases through observation that is searchable. Okay.
Right.
Here is a screenshot of the active dispatch call. It's always bullshit. Active,
I don't know,
as well as a shift change. You can see the folks are changing their emojis, clocking in and clocking out, y'all. He says, I'll also attach below a video of dispatch actually tracking the vehicle I was in. So Cam Higbee, the guy who made this thread on X, he says that his own vehicle was tracked. They were claiming that he was confirmed ICE, but of course, it says they constantly misidentify vehicles. Pay attention to the emojis tagged on the plate checks. And also here he includes a video where he says protesters were actively labeling him as ICE and instructing the commuters or the ICE chasers to follow him, y'all. So I think as of right now, this gives you enough information for you to know that this is well organized, or at least apparently it's much more organized than you would have thought, right? I mean, how well organized it is up to debate, but it's way more organized than you would have probably thought. And let's take a look at a couple of videos that Higbee included to show how he was being chased by these ICE chasers.
White Chevy Silverado with the newly changed plates with the coexist sticker on the back. We're on Irving and Lake Street going north on Irving. We seem to be the only commuters following. Just wanted to give an update on our location.
Thank you. Do you have anyone in the car with you?
Yes, I do.
Lovely. Thank you.
And we are getting a photo sent to the chat for confirmation.
This is John 612. That we are at Grand and Lake. We're heading toward Irving. We can try and join you.
Wow.
We're not ICE. Why are you guys following us? And they leave like right when we get out of the car. We're not ICE. We're not ICE. We're following them because they were following us.
No? You look suspicious as fuck.
Wait. So should people follow and harass any suspicious-looking person?
Get out.
Why are you guys following us? We're not ICE.
Oh, and not ICE? Not in an ICE vehicle, right?
No.
Right, get in your trucks, get the fuck out.
Why?
Because you need to go. Confirmed ICE.
We're not ICE.
Yeah, same to the people that you're abducting. Get out.
We're not because we're being followed. They're following us. And they came up. We didn't even know they were following us until they came up and said, we've been following you, reporter.
Go report something.
Okay. Go to the airport. We don't want people following us.
Go to the airport.
And y'all, finally take a look at this. After ICE shooting, protesters apparently, okay, that's what the Sun is reporting, that they tried to find ICE in their hotel rooms, y'all, to do what? Who knows? Take a look at this video.
Oh my God. Right.
So yeah, y'all, just bring you this information so that you know what's going on out there. You have two organized groups that are essentially in a cat and mouse game, a battle at this point. And in case you didn't know, y'all, now you know. So what do you think? I mean, it doesn't seem like any of this is illegal. Does this qualify as protest, though? What do you consider this?
No.
Would this be under the rubric of protesting? And if not, what name would you give it? Let me know, y'all. Drop a
It's
comment down below.
definitely not
Before you
that.
do, please stop, hit the
White
share
people
button.
do whatever
Share this
fuck
video
they
out
feel
over
like.
email, text message, WhatsApp, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, all your favorite social mediums. And of course, if you're not a subscriber, please do subscribe. Thank y'all for watching. Love y'all, and we'll see you back in the next one.
Fucking
At
crazy.
nearly 6 feet tall, the newest police recruit
Wait, we're not going to that right now.
Do it over 99%, right?
The robotics craze here is also powered by a state-sponsored public relations machine.
All right, y'all, this AI is getting serious now. For the past couple of days on my TikTok feed, I have been getting hit with this one particular type of ad. I ended up screen recording an example. I'm gonna show it to y'all first and let me know if I'm tripping.
Want to prank your friend like they were caught on a hidden camera stealing drinks from the supermarket? Just upload their photo, pick the effect, and boom, you fooled them. Try it free now and don't miss the trend.
Come on now, Granny. Granny's still all right. Now, to be fair, that's just one ad, okay? So we're not going to jump to no type of conclusions. But while scrolling through Twitter earlier, people have had similar experiences as me. So we have a tweet by Andrew. He says, this is a real ad I saw on TikTok, by the way.
Want to prank your friend? They were caught on a hidden camera stealing food from a supermarket. Just upload their photo and choose the style and it's ready. Look at this. You already fooled them. Try it now.
Yeah.
I don't know, y'all.
version just-
I don't know. They got to be targeting black folks. Now, someone ended up replying
It
to
is
this tweet
targeted
saying
black
this.
folks,
Popped up several times on my timeline.
They were caught on a hidden camera stealing chicken from the supermarket. Just upload their
Always
photo, pick the effect, and boom,
a black
you
person.
fooled them. Try it free now and don't miss the trend.
Yo.
And they're just looking right at the
Yo.
camera. Come
Someone
on,
else ended up replying. They said, I kept getting AI ads with black people and took a screenshot every time because I couldn't believe it. Got an older black man, a black woman, a young black man, and a black woman, bro. What is going on? And these are different apps. It's just so weird, man, because majority of the AI videos I see are
How
black.
fucked up is it? Like, that's so fucking stereotypical, cuz. That's so racist shit right there.
People like, even though it's other races I see as well, it's majority us. Why is that? I literally want to know.
You
This
don't
is the
even have
same
to
way a
ask
few
why.
months ago when the EBT shutdown happened. News companies and people on TikTok were literally referencing AI videos of black women talking about the EBT shutdown because I never physically saw a real black woman talk about it.
Well, I just found out that they were making AI videos of black women saying it's the taxpayer responsibility to pay for their 7 kids. This is where they were getting this from. Watch this.
Since this government shut down, I can't use my EBT in November. I got 7 kids with 7 different men. How I'm supposed to feed them? This is not on me. This is y'all taxpayers' responsibility.
I have had no food in
You
my
can
home
tell
for 10
these are
days.
AI.
And to everyone telling me to get a job and that this is my fault, no. This is your responsibility as a taxpayer to support me and my 6 babies.
Shut down. They telling me I can't use my EBT in November. I got 7 kids with 7 men.
This whole time, I was sitting here wondering, where are they getting their information from?
Right.
And it was AI this whole time. I don't know how else to say this, but if y'all can't identify that that is AI, we are cooked.
I just need them to turn my food stamp card back on. I ain't trying to hustle nobody. I got a little barbecue plate business. I run out the house. Without that card, I can't buy no meat, no.
Bro, this sound like a lady I know.
This shit is stupid.
We are fucking cooked.
Size nothing. Folks be asking me for real plates, and I ain't got it. Now look, this right here is my real plate. Folks be waiting on the porch come Saturday morning for this. 2 bone, slow smoked out back, my own sauce, sweet with a little kick. Got that creamy mac and cheese, 3 cheeses. Thank you very much. And these greens, they got personality. A little vinegar, a little heat, and some smoked turkey. So you know it's real. $10 get you. Look, I'm still mad about it. 2 whole weeks and they act like I'm out here scamming folks. I got 1 box of noodles left. Had to bar this cheese from next door. I'm in here making it stretch. You hear that? That's the sound of me being responsible with nothing.
Now let's talk about a situation that happened a few weeks ago, man. The AI over on Twitter, Grok. People have been doing devious things with that. As we all know by now, Twitter is racist. It's ran by racist Elon Musk. And we all know the racist to PDF and weird person pipeline, okay? It's very real.
For the past few days, men have been asking Grok, the AI chatbot on Twitter, to take photos of women and girls and remove all or most of their clothing. Here is an example of a young woman who took pictures of herself going out on New Year's Eve. And this is what she came back to when she opened up the app. A bunch of men asking Grok to take off her clothes. This woman posted this photo and somebody asked Grok to put her in a small, transparent micro bikini. This woman had a similar experience. Here are 2 photos that Grok made of her. The one on the left, the person had asked for her to be put in a bikini, and the one on the right, they had asked for her to be put in a bikini and to be slathered in baby oil. As women have been trying to raise awareness about this and say, hey, this isn't right. I haven't consented to my photos being used in this way. A lot of men are in the comments saying, well, you posted this picture on the internet, so this is what's going to happen.
Just straight weird nigga activity, man. And one thing about me, man, I tend to compare the struggles of women to black people. And let me break it down. If a woman is explaining to you, you know, her experiences with men as a whole, right? I always try to hear these situations out because they have truth to them. It's the same way as a black person, right? We call out racism. And a white person responds, oh, but my family's not racist. I'm not racist. We haven't did those things. Yes, that may be true, but systematic racism from white people is real. So that's just the way I've been learning to deal with these type of things. Like, we shouldn't automatically just discount what happened to women.
Or the terms of service mean that you give up the rights to this photo once you post it on this website. And what people seem to not understand is that consent actually matters. And when a woman posts a photo of herself in whatever outfit, it's not giving anyone permission to change her outfit. This is true even for people who have OnlyFans accounts or people who have posted photos of themselves in a bikini before, because when they choose to do so, it is their right to do so, but it's not someone else's right to do it to them. But rape culture is so embedded in our society that the immediate response is not that Grok shouldn't allow this to happen or that men shouldn't be asking Grok to do this, but it's that women shouldn't be posting our photos.
Literally, that's the same analogy of like, if a black person, black on black crime, oh, y'all killing each other? Why can't the police kill y'all? Why can't we kill y'all? It's the same analogy, my brothers, okay? That's why I view the shit out the way I view it. That, you know what I'm saying? We can't do that. We can't do that. We gotta, you know what I'm saying? I hope it open up some of y'all minds on the way I feel about that type of shit.
In the same way that people say, well, women shouldn't be going out at night or women shouldn't wear certain outfits if they're going out or else they're asking for it. And as bad as it is that they're doing this to women, we know because we live in a sick society that anything that's done to women will also be done to children.
Did that nigga said remove the dress on a little? Yeah, man. Wow. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Send the meteor. Send a meteor. Send that meteor, man.
And of course, we can say, please don't post photos or videos of children on the internet. But again, that's not getting to the root cause.
Not, bro. And you know, people tell me this all the time, like on my Instagram, y'all gotta follow my Instagram, but I post my kids sometimes, man. If y'all know I got 3 sons. Every time I say that shit, niggas be like, damn, listen, I got twins for one. So it ain't like we had 3 back to back. It was twins and then another one, right? So I got twins that are 2, and then my baby boy, he turned 1 in a couple of weeks. But I post them occasionally, man. And Like, it just be like, I feel bad sometimes. I'd be like, what if a weird nigga try to do some shit? And it's like, why should I even have that thought in the back of my mind? Like, why are we so fucked up as a society? Because with me, I just like posting the stuff online because it's like memories for me as well. Like, it's on there. I even go back and look at my old photos. Like, I'm glad I uploaded old photos of myself. It's just a memory thing. So it's like, why should I have to stop shit like that because of weird motherfuckers? You know, it's so messed up. Like a girl can't post a picture of her because she's scared niggas are going to undress her. You know, and the sad thing is they could just screenshot it and go to an AI app and do the same thing. It's messed up, man. It's messed up, bro.
Problem. The existence of women and children is not the problem. Men's desire to override our wishes.
And don't mind me, y'all. I just bust me down a whole thing of berries. Shit cost me about $30, nigga. Why is berries so damn expensive, bro? Like, I'm talking about, nigga, a little container of some blackberry, $7. Nigga, get out of here.
And disregard our consent is. Those who have been reporting these tweets that Grok has been putting out have been told they're not in violation of the terms of service. Even if it's not all men, it is a man who owns this platform. It is a man who owns Grok. It is a man who refuses to stop this. And it is many, many men who are abusing Grok to harm women and children. We need regulation of AI yesterday. It's clear these platforms are not.
In the future, y'all, I'm sorry for pausing her video so much, but there are going to be jobs where your sole purpose is to tell us something is AI or not. That is going to be the job. And hey, y'all better get on it now. Like, start analyzing these videos. I can tell off the rip. I can really tell off the rip. Like, it be little subtle shit, the way they move, they be bouncing. You could tell. Make sure y'all stay on y'all P's and Q's, man. AI is here to stay, and it's only going to get worse and worse, more dangerous, man.
Then they just quit all of a sudden. Like, they were really trying to moderate it. Like, what in the fuck happened? You know what I mean?
French prosecutors searched the offices of Elon Musk's social media platform X on Tuesday as part of a criminal investigation. Authorities are looking into alleged complicity in spreading child sexual abuse images, sexually explicit deepfakes, and Holocaust denial. Scripps News international correspondent Ross Cullen joins us now from Paris with more on this. And Ross, do we know what authorities were looking for in their raid and what they might have found?
Well, Holly, that raid taking place a little bit earlier on today here in the French capital. The French authorities looking into cybercrime assisted by the European Union's police agency, Europol. Now, it's all tied to an investigation that actually began in January last year over whether X's algorithm had been used to interfere in French politics. The investigation has since then been widened to look at X's artificial intelligence chatbot, Grok. We do know that the French prosecutors have announced that they have summoned Elon Musk here to Paris in April for a voluntary interview as part of this investigation, because there are also parts of the inquiry that are looking at allegations that there was the promotion of Holocaust denial content. Also, there were allegations related to data extraction and also complicity in the possession of child pornography. We know that in the past, X has characterized this specific French investigation as an attack on free speech. And we are waiting to hear, Holly, if Elon Musk will agree to coming here to Paris for that interview with Paris prosecutors.
And so, Ross, then what happens next if he decides to come, or even if he says, no, I'm not going to Paris, I'm not going to France?
Well, it's an official summons, but it would only be for a voluntary interview. So if he decides not to come here to Paris, there might be formal written evidence that the Paris prosecutors might accept, perhaps if he were to give a voluntary statement rather than appearing here in person. Certainly, we know that there are lots of issues related to X in a number of European countries. There is increasing pressure on Elon Musk's social platform in the United Kingdom, and we do see the wider impact of problems with X in the suggestions by different countries, including France and Spain, that there should be a social media ban on the use of these platforms for anyone under the age of 16 or 15. X is one of those social media platforms that would be targeted by such a ban.
And Ross, I know that some authorities have said they're no longer using X. They're going to communicate through other means like Facebook and LinkedIn. But could there be a ban of X in France and then perhaps even in other European countries?
Well, that would force a lot of European officials, including the French President Emmanuel Macron, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. It would force these officials who continue to use X to find other means of disseminating their information, such as formal announcements or perhaps using rival platforms such as Blue Sky or maybe LinkedIn. There has certainly been a call by several European members of parliament for their leaders at national level to stop using X because of they feel that there has been a degradation of the content on there since Twitter became X, since Elon Musk took control of the social media platform. Certainly there are some people who would like to see X banned, but here in France, one of the words in the national slogan is liberté, liberty and freedom. And so there is always a part of the French society, whether it's politicians or the public, who want to hold those truths of freedom dear and be able to have these social media platforms available to everyone and say it is up to the person themselves to choose whether to use it.
All right, Scripps News international correspondent Ross Cullen live from Paris. Thank you for the update, Ross. We appreciate it.
I asked you who this nigga on that name? It's Snowball.
Congresswoman Presley, do you support? Sir, my phone out of my hands. Sir, Congresswoman Presley, do you support President Trump investigating Somali child care fraud in Minnesota? Congresswoman Presley.
Okay, welcome back. That was the husband of far-left Democrat squad lawmaker Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley. Her husband slapped the phone out of a reporter's hands on Monday after he was asking simple questions about rampant fraud in Minnesota. We should point out Presley's husband has previously spent 10 years in prison on felony drug trafficking charges.
It looks like Ilhan Omar isn't the only millionaire squad member. Our team dug into open secrets and financial disclosure reports. What we found is that when Ayanna Pressley was elected to Congress back in 2018, she had a negative net worth. You fast forward to today, she's worth $1.3 million with assets worth up to $8 million. Now that's a massive increase in just 6 years, especially for someone on a $174,000 congressional salary. It's impressive, really. But how did she do it?
So remember the video I did a few days about Ilhan Omar's mysterious jump to millionaire status, where her husband's businesses went from basically nothing to tens of millions of dollars in asset value overnight? Well, it turns out this is not an isolated incident. Rep. Ayanna Pressley, sharp-tongued, allergic to the BS, except apparently on her own BS, just as her 2024 financial disclosure dropped. And folks, the numbers are absolutely wild. We're talking about a woman who entered Congress in 2019 with $12,000 to her name. Fast forward 6 years, and now she's sitting at $8 million in assets, all while collecting $174,000 a year on a government salary, just like Omar. And here's the kicker. While she's out there camping out on Capitol steps, demanding tax-funded rent relief for struggling tenants, she was quietly building a real estate empire and collecting rent checks from her own properties, including, I cannot make this up, $1 million vacation home on Martha's Vineyard.
Presley reported owning a Martha's Vineyard rental worth up to $5 million, as well as multiple Boston rentals worth up to $1 million each. Now, for context, back in 2019, she only reported owning one property in Boston.
I guess she became one of the elites. Let's get into it. So, all right, these are the numbers straight from Presley's 2024 financial disclosure, and these are public records, by the way. This is not any speculation. This is what she reported. So, in 2019, when Presley took office, she had about $12,000 in assets. She had one rental property valued between $500,000 and $1 million. But in 2024, her current disclosure, she has up to $8 million in total assets. $8 million. In 2024 alone, her and her husband, Conan Harris, pulled in up to $300,000 from rental income and property sales. So let's break down, where is this money coming from? Because the details matter. I guess she is building a very impressive real estate portfolio. First, they own up to 4 rental properties in Massachusetts, a $1.1 million 3-bedroom home in Martha's Vineyards, you know where the Obamas and Martha Stewart have homes. This property alone generates between $15,000 to $50,000 in rental income in 2024. She also has a 2-unit rental property in a predominantly Black low-income neighborhood in Boston that also brings in about $50,000 to $100,000 in rent last year. She also has 2 additional rental properties, each generating between $15,000 and $50,000. And then there's property sales. They bought a condo in Fort Lauderdale and flipped it after just over a year for a $67,000 in profit. But wait, there's more. Her husband has some kind of management consulting business, which he conveniently started 3 days before Presley took office in January 2019. That also has generated between $100 and $1 million in income last year. Now, here's where it really gets interesting, the timeline. So Conan Harris spent about 10 years in federal prison for drug trafficking. He got out, worked his way into public safety advisor position at Boston City Hall under then Mayor Marty Walsh, making $92,000 a year. Pretty good for him. I mean, second chances, redemption story, all that. But then something fascinating happens. January 2019, Arizona Presley gets sworn into office. 3 days later, Conan Harris leaves his stable city job and launches his own consulting firm. And by 2021, just 2 years later, he is making $350,000 a year, more than triple his government salary. By 2022, he's earning up to $1 million.
And as we read more of the Congresswoman's financial disclosure reports, we learn that her husband also saw his income jump while he was in Washington. His client list consists of some government organizations, including one with deep ties to the Obama Foundation. But as he started his firm and seeked new clients, he faced ethics concerns because of Presley's job in Congress. Quote,
now, again, we're not suggesting she's going in and stealing funds or anything like that, but the fact that she got rich off of her contacts in government, her husband got rich consulting with members of the business community and others, perhaps some people who were taking grants. That's, by the way, we saw that with Lee Zeldin, the EPA commissioner.
And by 2024, his income is listed between $100,000 and $1 million, which means it could be at the top end of that range. So now you have to ask yourself, what exactly does a former incarcerated drug trafficker turned manager consultant offer that's worth $1 million a year? And more importantly, who are his clients? That information is not disclosed. We don't know who's paying him. We don't know if any of these clients have business before Congress or before Presley's committees. Very convenient, don't you think? So here's where this goes from ethically questionable to you gotta be kidding me. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, Presley was one of the loudest voices demanding rent cancellation.
My colleagues, my brothers and sisters in service, to reintroduce the Rent and Mortgage Cancellation Act. This is bold legislation that meets the moment and affirms housing as the fundamental human right that it is. Yesterday, I was proud to support the American Rescue Plan to send critical relief to the millions of workers and families struggling to make ends meet during this pandemic. But make no mistake, our work is not over, and it must continue.
In December 2020, she tweeted, "We must cancel rent, extend eviction and foreclosure moratoriums, provide rental assistance, and offer legal representation for those at risk of eviction." She introduced the Rent and Mortgage Cancellation Act in 2021. If it passed, it would force the federal government to reimburse landlords for unpaid rent using taxpayer money. Now, here's a question no one asked at the time. Did Arizona Presley cancel rent for her tenants during the pandemic? Her office refused to answer. Multiple news outlets asked, and all they had was crickets. But we do know this. In 2020, she disclosed between $5,000 and $15,000 in rental income. In 2019, before the pandemic, she disclosed the same range, between $5,000 and $15,000, the exact same numbers. So while she's at the Capitol steps with a megaphone demanding other landlords stop collecting rent, she appears to be collecting her own rent checks the entire time. And get this, her proposed legislation, including a landlord relief fund, would have prioritized landlords with the fewest available amount of assets. Translation, she would have gotten taxpayer money to reimburse herself for the rent that she supposedly canceled. Talking about having your cake and eating it too. Now let's talk about Martha's Vineyard, because this deserves its own spotlight. In September 2022, Governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, sent 50 Venezuelan migrants to Martha's Vineyard to make a point about sanctuary cities and immigration policy. Within 48 hours, no migrants were kicked out by the National Guard. The same people who put "hate has no home here" signs in the backyards couldn't handle 50 people showing up unannounced. They called it a humanitarian crisis and shipped them off to some kind of military base on Cape Cod. Now, Presley was really angry about this stunt. She condemned it as being really cruel and inhumane, using people as political pawns. And then just a few months later, in 2023, her and her husband bought a $1.1 million vacation home on that same island. The same island that couldn't find room for 50 migrants found room for a squad member's vacation property. You literally could not make any of this up. Now, here's why this matters just beyond Ariana Presley. This is becoming a pattern for many people in Congress, especially with the squad members. Ilhan Omar, I've already covered this in detail about her husband's businesses that came from basically nothing to $30 million in undisclosed assets, the winery, the whole 9 yards. It was just a bunch of nonsense. Now we got Ariana Presley starting with $12,000, now sitting on $8 million. Some kind of consulting business her husband is doing that we have no idea what he's actually doing. And you also have Cori Bush. Her husband's security company was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars by her campaign. Obviously, she's no longer in Congress because she lost her primary, but you see that pattern was there. These are the same people who campaign on being champions of the working class, who rail against home inequality, who talk about eating the rich and dismantling capitalism. And yet somehow their wealth skyrockets the moment they start getting access to any kind of power. Their spouses, who in some cases have criminal records or no clear expertise, suddenly become millionaires on their own and becoming very successful business owners. Are we all supposed to believe that all this is legitimate? That there's no connection between political access and sudden financial windfalls? Come on. Now, Presley's office did respond to some questions about this, and their answer is pretty interesting. They said that Presley and her husband keep their finances separate, that conflating his income with her is misleading, and they have navigated significant economic hardship, including medical debt, incarceration, and predatory student debt. So let's address this. First, they're married. Financial disclosure forms require reporting spousal income. That's not conflating, that's the law. Second, they may have faced hardships. Many people have. But that doesn't explain how you go from those hardships to $8 million in 6 years on a government salary. Third, the spokesperson said that Presley is a steadfast champion for economic justice and opportunity for every family. Her record speaks for itself. And you know what? They are right about one thing. Her record does speak for itself. It speaks volumes. So look, this is the bottom line because Stone Cold said so. I mean, I'm just messing around. I don't begrudge anyone for building wealth. I don't care if you're worth $8 million or $80 million. Good for you, fantastic. But when you build that wealth while preaching about income inequality, while condemning capitalism from your Martha's Vineyard vacation home, while your spouse's business mysteriously explodes the second you get political power, people are going to start asking questions. And people are going to demand receipts. I mean, come on. This is just ridiculous. But let me know what you guys think about this story in the comments below. Thank you for taking time to watch this video. And I'll see you guys in the next video.
French prosecutors searched the offices of Elon Musk's social media platform X on Tuesday as part of a criminal investigation. Authorities are looking into alleged complicity in spreading child sexual abuse images, sexually explicit deepfakes, and Holocaust denial. Scripps News.
We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism.
Just a short time ago, Mayor Mamdani announced the deaths of 10 people found out in the cold.
The warmth of collectivism.
Well, 3 more people are dead in this ongoing cold weather. The blast across the tri-state, frigid temperatures now linked to more than a dozen deaths. The total's 13 people lost since last weekend's storm and subsequent freezing weather.
The warmth of collectivism.
We learned the death toll from this dangerous cold has now increased to 16. At least 13 people have died from hypothermia.
Tonight, there are calls now for the mayor to do more to get the homeless off the streets and find better housing for them.
The warmth of collectivism.
So the mayor of New York City said that he was going to cloak everybody in the warmth of collectivism, but now people are freezing to death on the streets. Here's why. So we are back in New York City with their new mayor, Zoran Mamdani. Now, he's been in office for about a month now, and things are already starting to look bad. Now, first, he's facing a $12 billion budget deficit because remember when New York City said they want all the migrants to come there and the migrants came there? Well, they started spending billions of dollars to take care of the migrants, and now that bill has come due, just like it did in Chicago.
I will be blunt. New York City is facing a serious fiscal crisis.
Mayor Mamdani spoke directly to New Yorkers. The city, he said, faces an enormous $12 billion budget deficit.
We are speaking about a fiscal crisis at the scale greater than the Great Recession.
Now, Mamdani's plan is to obviously raise taxes on the wealthy, but to do that, he needs the state to approve it. Specifically, he needs the governor of New York to approve it. But this is what she's saying about it.
Any tax increase would have to be approved by the state legislature and signed by Governor Kathy Hochul.
We're not raising taxes in the state of New York. I'm not raising taxes for the sake of raising taxes. So he'll continue to say what he needs to say. I'll continue to say what I want to say. And you can report it any way you want.
But Mamdani believes he can persuade the governor and lawmakers.
Now, with that crisis happening, New York had another crisis that was going on. It had a homelessness crisis. See, when Mayor Adams was in office, a whole bunch of homeless encampments started coming up. Now, homeless encampments are dangerous for a couple of reasons. Number one, it gets extremely cold in New York. So if you're sleeping outside, you can freeze to death. So what the Mayor Adams administration did was go and break up these homeless encampments and then try to take people to shelters where it was warm, especially in the wintertime. Here's a news report from 3 years ago explaining it.
City officials have just confirmed that an initiative is underway to vacate and clean up homeless encampments. We're told the city has identified more than 150 encampments and is giving residents 24-hour notices to clear out. Officials with body cameras are offering shelter and services to everyone living in the area. A task force made up of police, social services, sanitation, and parks has visited nearly half of the locations since March 17th. The organization Coalition for the Homeless is criticizing the plan, calling it, quote, tired and cruel.
Now, Mamdani said he's not doing that anymore. He's not breaking up homeless encampments. He's going to leave them in place and send out the social workers and try to convince people to get off the streets and go into homeless shelters.
If you are not connecting homeless New Yorkers to the housing that they so desperately need, then you cannot deem anything you're doing to be a success. We are going to take an approach that understands its mission is connecting those New Yorkers to housing, whether it's supportive housing, whether it's rental housing, whatever kind of housing it is.
Mamdani's vision is effectively for an army of social workers to take to the streets and subways to tackle the crisis.
So Zorhan becomes mayor and lets the homeless encampments stay up, and it got out of control.
They are an eyesore. CBS News New York discovering homeless encampments, 2 on the Upper West Side, 2 in Hell's Kitchen, with many wondering how the new mayor will deal with the twin problems of finding a humane solution and optics that make it look like the city is out of control. This man, afraid to show his face, says he's called 311 repeatedly about the 2 encampments on West 45th Street.
They take the call like they're supposed to, but nothing's really happening.
How do you feel about the fact that nothing's happening?
Well, I don't feel good about it because I've been in this neighborhood for 3 decades and it's gone back to, the old school ways of, crime and everything else.
Now, the news media asked them, said, hey, it's January. It's pretty cold outside. Are you sure the best idea is to allow people to just live in the streets?
Mr. Mayor, I wondered if you could indulge me for a second. So I took the problem to the mayor himself, showing him video of people camped on the street in such frigid weather. What is your office going to do about it? And is it acceptable, given the fact that it's 21 degrees, for these people to be there on the street, on the Upper West Side, and getting no help?
It is not acceptable for a New Yorker to have to find shelter outside, whether on the Upper West Side or anywhere in this city. New Yorkers should be able to find a place to call their home. And what I have said consistently, first as a candidate, now as the mayor, is that outcomes are how we judge ourselves.
Now, the mayor's plan was simple. He was going to have the social workers just talk to the people and convince them to come inside.
When those sweeps first began, we spoke to Eugene Watts, who told us he felt safer sleeping in Penn Station than he did in a city shelter.
Is there anything they can do to make them safer that would make you want to go?
Yes, make sure people should not come in there with weapons and threatening people.
Advocates say that fear is echoed by many on the streets. I brought this to the mayor-elect.
How do you convince people and make sure that the shelters are safe for them and then convince them that that is the safer option?
We have to use the power of example. We have to get to work to ensure that when any New Yorker looks at shelters, looks at supportive housing, they see a better option than living on our street.
So now everyone started ringing the alarm bells. You can't just let these homeless encampments stay up, because when the weather gets cold, people start dying. They'll freeze to death outside.
We reached out to Governor Hochul's office for a statement. A spokesperson responded, quote, "The governor does not believe that allowing New Yorkers to sleep on sidewalks or under bridges is a humane solution to homelessness. She supports an approach that combines enforcement, including sweeps when needed, with connection to supportive housing and mental health and substance abuse services."
So now we're about a month in, and a huge winter storm is about to hit New York, one of the worst that they've had in years. But you also now have the problem of homeless encampments. People are actually living outside in sub-zero temperatures.
Right now, this is what it's looking like, guys. 11 degrees, Central Park. We've hit our lows. That's the wind chill. It feels like -1 winds already out of the northeast. And these are pre-SIP futurecasts. These are our chances throughout the day. So it's going to be coming down at some point throughout the day, at times 1 to 2 inches per hour.
In New York City, we're expecting some of the biggest snow totals the city has seen in years.
So the stage is set. On one side, we have Zohran Mamdani saying he's going to take care of these people with the
warmth of collectivism.
While on the other side, you have the governor of New York City saying you got to remove these people off the streets because they can freeze to death. So the storm rolls in, and what do you think happened? Here's a quick message from this video sponsor, ZocDoc. Okay, raise your hand if you've been putting off doctor's appointments, dental cleanings, annual checkups, eye exam. Yeah, my hands raised too. I present to you ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website that helps you find and book high-quality in-network doctors so you can find someone you love. We're talking about more than 150,000 providers across all 50 states. Whether you're looking for dermatology, dentistry, primary care, eye care, or one of the 200 plus specialties, you can search by specialty or symptom and build a care team that's right for you. Want to see a doctor in person? Great. Prefer a video visit? You can do that too. You can read thousands of verified patient reviews, see real-time availability, and book instantly. No phone tag, no waiting around. Appointments through ZocDoc happen fast, typically within 24 to 72 hours, and you can even score same-day appointments. Now, I use ZocDoc, and so should you. Stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/Nate the Lawyer to find and instantly book a doctor that you would love today. That's ZocDoc.com/Nate the Lawyer. Link is in the description and the pinned comment.
Thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring this message.
So the storm rolls in, and what do you think happened? Because of the mayor's incompetence, people froze to death.
10 people have been found deceased outside in the cold weather. 4 in Queens, 3 in Brooklyn, 2 in Manhattan, and 1 in the Bronx.
It was another neighbor who saw the man with lots of snow on top is sitting on the park bench and dialed 911.
That was Saturday morning. A 52-year-old man found dead in Corona.
We had not seen this number of deaths in New York City during a snowstorm, at least as far as I can remember.
Now, if you thought 10 was a lot, 3 more people died, bringing the total to 13 people, the most in a long time to die outside in the cold in New York City.
Well, 3 more people are dead in this ongoing cold weather. A blast across the tri-state, frigid temperatures now linked to more than a dozen deaths. The total's 13 people lost since last weekend's storm and subsequent freezing weather.
Yeah, within the last few minutes, City Hall has confirmed that the number of deaths now under investigation as cold weather related since the start of the storm now up to 13. It was 10 at the start of the day, now 13. And as a result, the Mamdani administration stepping up efforts tonight. They are opening up what they're calling a new low barrier entry shelter. They're also sending ambulettes directly to homeless individuals on the street to try to get them indoors more quickly.
Now, former Mayor Eric Adams predicted this would happen if Mayor Mamdani stopped the sweeps.
This action will create a quality of life nightmare. Just look at cities that allow encampments, and you'll see the damage. Worse, leaving people to suffer in the cold isn't just neglectful, it's a disgrace.
The interesting part with this story is that I think the mayor of New York is a victim of his own success. he took a hands-off approach. We're going to let the social workers in. We're going to convince people to go into housing. But if you know you have people who are mentally ill, who don't want to go to shelters, who don't want housing, who wants to live on the streets and freeze to death, then you have to take some ownership of it. Because the former administrations, from Adams to de Blasio, they all broke up these encampments. They all sent these people to homeless shelters, even if it's for a night, just to get them off the street so they wouldn't freeze to death. And the shocking part about this whole thing is Mandami thought by letting the homeless encampments stay up in sub-freezing temperatures and letting people sleep outside was the humane approach. Where I personally think the humane approach is getting those people off the streets forcibly, if necessary, so they can be safe from the cold. That's how it was always done in the past. That's why you didn't have 13 people freezing to death in winter storms generally in New York. 1 or 2 people may have died, but when you have 13, you have a problem. New mayor wants to have this compassion for the homeless by not breaking up their homeless encampments. So at a point, I think Mandami is going to have to make the hard decision of forcibly removing these people off the streets for their own safety. Now, he's been sending out the social workers, but obviously that hasn't been as effective as he believes they can be. So we'll see how it plays out. But I'm predicting that eventually they're going to have to just start forcibly removing people off the streets, even temporarily. And I think you see some of that setting up right now. Mayor Mandami is going to take the resources to the people,
offering warmth, food, medical attention, and a direct path indoors. We are also opening a new low-barrier bed shelter site specifically to meet people where they are and remove obstacles to coming inside. And I will continue to remind New Yorkers, this cold is dangerous. Remain diligent.
Now remember, there were 13 dead. Now, as you can see, there are 14 people dead. And now you're about to hear about 2 more people dying, bringing the death toll up to 16.
We are following breaking news as the city is gripped by this brutally cold weather. More than a dozen lives have been lost. In remarks this morning, Mayor Mamdani said 16 New Yorkers have died. In 13 of the cases, the mayor says preliminary findings indicate that hypothermia played a role.
We learned the death toll from this dangerous cold has now increased to 16. At least 13 people have died from hypothermia.
Tonight, there are calls now for the mayor to do more to get the homeless off the streets and find better housing for them.
Here's City Hall's response. We don't believe these people lived in homeless encampments.
The mayor added that from information available now, it appears that none of the individuals who have died outside were living in homeless encampments at the time of their death. He says the city remains in a code blue and asks New Yorkers to call 311 if they see someone in need.
Now, the high temperature on Saturday is forecasted to be 15 degrees with a 6-degree low. Now, I know sometimes I can be a simple man, but I think keeping the people alive and forcing them into shelters is better than letting them freeze to death on the street. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, do all that great YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer. I'm out.
The warmth of collectivism.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again.
There's an absolutely organized effort right now underway to interfere in the 2026 midterms and the 2028 general elections. And when I say interfere, it's a failure on my part, not really getting it done. It's not interfere. It's to rig an election. It is to, outside of the law, absolutely violating the Constitution, violating U.S. code, put troops in, like Steve Bannon just promised yesterday, that we will have ICE agents, we will have immigration and customs enforcement agents surround the polling stations to intimidate voters. He wants, and Donald Trump will make this happen, mark my words, unless Democrats step in. But they want this untrained, functionally illiterate force of idiots, these trigger-happy idiots who are loyal to only Donald Trump. They're not loyal to their oath to the Constitution or the contents therein. They have no concern about that. They are here to terrorize communities in service to Donald Trump. These criminals, these untrained idiots. And it is illegal for them to be there. It is illegal for any armed federal force to be there interfering in elections or even be present. One, It's not up to the federal government to run elections. It is unconstitutional for that to take place. Article 1, Section 4 of the United States Constitution, a document all of the people that you're going to witness today. I have a clip of Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, and Mike Johnson. All of them have at one time or another sworn oath to the Constitution. And part of that Constitution says, again, Article 1, Section 4, the times, place, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. If they want to change it, though, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing the senators, and that has been changed since we have amended the Constitution. It used to be that the state legislatures chose who was going to be the senators for their states. That's not the way we do it anymore. Now it's selected by the people. But it's not just the Constitution. We have laws in place in the criminal code against federalizing, against federal troops, armed agents from being there. I'm going to say these. I'm going to read one and then show you the other on screen before I play the Bannon clip, because I want you to know exactly just how illegal this is. I know it's, I'm hearing YouTube videos being clicked off all over the world right now because this isn't sexy. This isn't, what do you mean you're just going to show us US code? That's boring. You need to know this information. It's critical for you to know this information so you can be armed in conversation with your idiot MAGA family who doesn't have any regard for such things or for information that much. 18 U.S. Code, Section 592, troops at the polls. Whoever, being an officer of the Army or Navy or other person in the civil, military, or naval service of the United States, orders, brings, keeps, or has under his authority or control any troops or armed men at any place where the general or special election is held, unless such force be necessary to repel armed enemies of the United States, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both, and be disqualified from holding any office of honor, profit, or trust under the United States. Very clear. They are not to be there. Armed civil troops, which ICE is, or military, not to be there. And it's not just this article or this item in U.S. Code. It's also 18 U.S. Code 593. I'm not going to read this entire thing. I'll just leave it on screen long enough for you to pause and get a screenshot and share it with those that you think need this information. But we're going to go from here to Steve Bannon on his little podcast, America's War Room, or whatever nonsense it is, the War Room, where he is declaring, he is a mouthpiece for Donald Trump, after all, he's thick as thieves with these fascists, he is one himself, that they are going to surround polling places with ICE agents, with immigrations and customs enforcement agents. Let me say this before I play. This is why we need to abolish ICE. You don't reform this. You can't reform an army loyal only to Donald Trump, this execution squad, this urban assault raid goon force. There's no reforming this. You abolish it. Here's Steve Bannon, and remember everything that I've told you up to this point.
Minnesota shows you this. New York City shows you this. If they don't have illegal aliens voting, if they don't have these phony migrants that are here on these phony programs that are at the polls, and you're damn right, we're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen. And that's why I'm so proud of what President Trump is doing and people are doing. Caroline Wren, your thoughts on that before I go to Brett?
I think what you said about ICE is very much related to this because, in fact, Senator Mark Warren said in an interview, he said, we don't want ICE agents showing up at the polling stations. That's what this is all about. That's why they're trying to defund ICE. That's why they're trying to, go after and target ICE and shut it down. Why would you care if ICE shows up to polling stations? Because illegal aliens are not allowed to vote in this country, except for the problem is they do. And they do in these, they're not blue states. I was going to say blue states. Minnesota is a deeply red state that is held hostage by illegals voting. And it is the minorities have taken over there.
All of this is predicated on lies and conspiracy theories. Foreign individuals, people who are not citizens do not vote in our elections. And if they do, it's a crime and they are held accountable. Nowhere in any election has there ever been numbers of illegal voters the level to which would impact an election at all. This is a solution in search of a problem. We don't have a problem with our elections. The only problem we have with our elections is the fact that they are endeavoring to taint them, to rig them, to steal, because their agenda for America, their policy prescription for America is so wildly unpopular that they need to cheat to win. And that is exactly what they're trying to do. One, to achieve the rest of Project 2025, but also to ensure that Donald Trump isn't impeached, convicted, and removed and prohibited from holding office again. That's really what they're doing here. It's protection of Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump was asked about this, not the ICE troops thing, but asked about nationalizing our elections, about violating the Constitution of the United States, which holds that the states have the power. I just read Article 1, Section 4. States have the power to administer their own elections. It's not up to the federal government. It's certainly not up to the president who wants to avoid impeachment, so he wants to cheat. Here's Donald Trump.
Mr. President, what exactly did you mean when you said that you should nationalize elections? And which 15 states are you talking about?
I want to see elections be honest. And if a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it. Because, you know, if you think about it, the state is an agent for the federal government in elections. I don't know why the federal government doesn't do them anyway. But when you see some of these states about how horribly they run their elections, what a disgrace it is, I think the federal government, when you see crooked elections, and we had plenty of them, and by the way, we had them last time, but go to 2020 and look at the facts that are coming out. Rigged, crooked elections. If we have areas, take a look at Detroit, take a look at Pennsylvania, take a look at Philadelphia. You go take a look at Atlanta, look at some of the places that horrible corruption on elections. And the federal government should not allow that. The federal government should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take over.
But the Constitution says it should be states that administer
Go ahead.
elections, Mr. President.
Yeah,
That's
they
what
can,
the
you know what?
Constitution says.
They can administer the election, but they have to do it honestly.
You don't know why the federal government doesn't do it, Donald Trump? Well, you swore an oath to the Constitution on multiple occasions. You should know it's Article 1, Section 4. It's not, I have an Article 2. I can do whatever I want. It's not in Article 2. Maybe you didn't read it because it's not in Article 2. It's in Article 1, which outlines the power of the Congress, Donald Trump. Now, if we're going to go and talk to somebody in Congress about it, you better find somebody other than Mike Johnson who doesn't even care to actually play the role that he's been hired to play. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, second in line to the president, behind J.D. Vance, he has abdicated his role as the leader of a co-equal branch of government, also agreeing that we should nationalize, we should violate the Constitution and have Donald Trump control all of the elections.
Follow up on elections. The president says that he wants Republicans to nationalize elections. Do you agree with him? And do you have confidence in how elections are conducted right now heading into the midterm?
We have thoughtful debate about our election system every election cycle and sometimes in between. We know it's in our system. The states have been in charge of administering their elections. What you're hearing from the president is his frustration about the lack of some of the blue states, frankly, of enforcing these things and making sure that they are free and fair elections. We need constant improvement on that front. I don't know what the ultimate solution is going to be. I'm not going to get ahead of the negotiations here, but I think that is something that's going to be a continuing theme here. It's something that we'll continue to push. And we hope the governors will insist upon that same thing as well. In some of the states, like in California, for example, I mean, they hold the elections open for weeks after Election Day. That's just one thing that bothers so many people. We had 3 House Republican candidates who were ahead on Election Day in the last election cycle. And every time a new tranche of ballots came in, they just magically whittled away until their leads were lost. And no series of ballots that were counted after Election Day were our candidates ahead on any of those counts. It looks on its face to be fraudulent. Can I prove that? No, because it happened so far upstream, but we need more confidence in the American people in the election system, and it's essential. And everybody, no matter what party you're in, should agree with that. The mass mailing of paper ballots or mail-in ballots and all the other irregularities that have haunted us over the last couple of cycles, we need to tighten that up. Now, the red states have done a lot of good work in that front, but it's the blue states that I'm frankly concerned about. So we'll see how the law is modified and what's changed, but I hope we can get consensus to get that done. Yeah.
Can I prove that? No. Of course you can't prove it because there is no proof. There is no evidence of such. There is no fraud to the levels that any of you idiots think there is. Say there is. I don't believe they believe it is.
I asked you, who this nigga on that name?
It's Snowball. You don't know my name or the name of my horse? You ask me.
That's who the hell you calling Snowball, horse boy? I'll snap your black ass off that nag down here in the mud.
Today, we will hear from outraged Hispanics and Black Americans speaking on how many of the ICE raids agents are mostly sellouts from the Hispanic community. Check it out.
You're gonna use that gun on your people. Hey, shame on you. I hope right now your ancestors are looking at you. Look at you right now, brother. Stand up. Stand up. Brother over there. How did your family get here? My tax money put you in school. You came here without no papers. Now you're an American. Thank you. Out of the way and pay us back. We love you, brother. Don't forget that. Everybody take a picture of you.
Has anybody ever wondered what kind of childhood these Latino ICE agents had? Because your childhood had to be really fucked up for you to wake up one day and say, let me go terrorize some people that look just like me. Or some people that came to this country the same way your family did. And honestly, I don't even blame them. I blame their parents. Because many Latinos grew up with internalized hate that didn't come from nowhere. It came from their own homes. Some were taught that white was superior and brown was something to fix. That marrying a güero or a güera iba a arreglar la familia. So when I see Latinos enforcing violence against their own people, I don't see power. I see generations of self-hate passed down and never unlearned.
If you're a Latino ICE agent or just a Latino who supports ICE, just know you are a disgrace to our community and your mom should have swallowed you. You're not doing any actual work. You're not catching no criminals. You're not protecting anybody. You're going after our street vendors and our construction workers and our farm workers. I hope you can sleep at night knowing that you destroy families and have not learned nothing from history. But don't worry about it. We're not going to forget you. And if you know somebody who's an ICE agent or a family member who is an ICE agent, then you need to bully the shit out of them. Okay? I'm sorry. You're not here to protect and serve, and you're here to terrorize. There's no reason why you should live in peace. Good night.
If you're Mexican or Latino and you're an ICE agent, why did you join? Was it the money? Was it the power? Why would you do that to your own community? You sold your soul to the devil for a couple bucks. That's exactly what you did, and you messed up your karma. Because you know everything you do in life comes back to you, right? Everything you do. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad, it'll come back to you. Of course, if you do something good in life, it comes back to you. If you do something bad, it comes back to you. You're hurting people. You're hurting humans. You're making humans suffer. You're getting paid to hurt people, to hurt innocent people, children. What do you think you're getting out of it? You're getting bad karma and a couple bucks. On top of that, you're a clown. Why would you do that? You're going against your own community. Have you looked in the mirror? What do you see? You will never be American enough, ever, to people. Even your last name. What's your last name? Rosales, Rodriguez, Martinez. You think you're American? They're laughing behind your back, bro. They're laughing behind your back, and you're just getting bad karma. That's how you're doing. You're a damn fool, and eventually this karma will get back to you. Life works in mysterious ways, in very mysterious ways.
Hey, isn't it crazy
Isn't it crazy that Trump said the majority of ICE agents are Hispanic, Mexican, Latino? And I just want to know what you guys think of that. What do you guys think of that? Because the ICE agents I seen this past Monday were all Latino. I think there was one Caucasian guy. That was it. But they're all Hispanic. Just like Border Patrol.
I can't give them a raise.
Border Patrol, majority of them are Hispanic, Latinos.
I don't know how justice is done.
What do you guys think of that?
Don't you dare do it.
Do you think someone that joins the Border Patrol is basically going against their own culture, their own race? And do you think if someone becomes an ICE agent, they're turning their back on their family, their friends? What do you guys think?
Take his wrench.
What do you guys think?
I'm gonna take your motherfucking wrench.
I don't want to hear one Mexican
you can suffer that punishment.
or one Latino say anything about black people
I want to give him a
ever
wrench.
again.
I can't do it. I don't know how to do it.
You need to look
Jesse knows how to do it.
inside of your house because the call is coming from the house. This is an unearthed photo of ICE agents that
And I'm
has
gonna go on an
surfaced.
active campaign to make sure
Latinos
I like to read
deporting
I just won't stop
Latinos.
there. I'm just
The
going
call is coming from inside the house. Now I know why. They know where y'all at all the time.
Now you didn't do nothing wrong.
They
I
know when
can't do
y'all
it.
going to church. They know
I
when
know how
y'all
to do it.
going to
This is
court.
the
They
only
know
one
when
who knows how
y'all
to do it.
going grocery shopping. They know when y'all going to work because they have Latinos
Only Jesse knows how to put
who
the
telling them.
thing in there. Let me say this, put this out there. Real shit. I was trying to do it earlier in the morning, and I couldn't do it. He told me to do it on the phone. I tried to do it on my phone and get onto my I have two channels, right? I have my personal one that I go and I'm up in everybody's shit, and then you better stop. You better stop. It's not Jesus. Anyway, back to what I was saying. I tried to give you a wrench, Mac, and I couldn't do it. And Jesse gave me like directions, but it didn't on my phone. I just couldn't do it. I don't know how he did it when I was at his house. I don't know what fucking magical voodoo fucking shit he did when he gave I forgot. I don't remember who he gave a wrench to. On this channel, I couldn't do it. Yep. Yeah. Well, I can't. I tried to do it earlier, even on the thing. I don't know how to do it, but I have bigger problems, Ray. I need to worry about. You need to help me download Windows 11 so I can make the motherfucking Wi-Fi camera work, or the camera on my desktop work. Because other than that, I'm gonna be like really. Yeah. Okay, wait. You've been a blocker. Click it. Moderator. Where? Hold his name down to where? Let me see. Right. Right, but it won't. My webcam, like okay. Look, first of all, I'm not even just ready to do webcam stuff. But listen. My webcam on my shit on the StreamYard, right? When I try to do it, hold his name down. Hold his name in the chat. Why? If you got a wrench, why can't you give him one? That's it. I'm just being funny. I'm good. No real shit. Okay, I'll try it. So when I didn't have the money to pay the internet, it was down for like 98 days. Okay, and in that 98 days, my Windows 10 expired. Then it said, why right now when I try to use my StreamYard or whatever, because there's no sense of paying for it if you can't access it, right? So, it says that I need to upgrade my Windows so that my webcam can work, right? Timeout mods and add mods. There's channels administrator. Yeah, I gotta get Jesse to do it. Jesse could do it. I mean, he's not doing anything else. Not like he's doing anything else. He says it's on the line, fucking off like always. All right, man. All right. But everybody's sweating me and shit. Anyway, yeah, no. So, are you be up? Will you be up or what? Ray, here shortly. I just gotta take this. Nah, he didn't earn it. I was just fucking with him because he had a wrench. Of course not. There's only 2 people that have administrative capabilities. Which Ray and Jay should have it because they're both like eternal family members. Literally, like they do the work of actual family members. So they should have it. But no. I took Jesse's house key away. You know, I take a wrench away. No, real shit. I have to do it because I want to get back to my normal grind, man. I want to be able to, show myself. No, I did because he's just, yeah. So what it's saying is, my OBS and all that shit is running, but I try to fix it. It's just it's shit, man. So we have to do it like, I don't know, screen share and walk me through there. The other thing is that it's really important because without the webcam, like, to do my shows, it's just gonna be the avatar, and then it's gonna be like motherfucking the voice behind the picture. And I don't like that shit. I like to sit in front of the camera, but not for clout or anything. It's just that it provides a real experience. And, you know, I'm already used to the motherfucking colorism bullshit, so might as well. Yeah. So I will give you a wrench back. I will. I just don't know how to do it. Yeah. No, we're gonna do it on Google Meets. We're gonna do it after like later in the afternoon. I gotta lay down after I do this motherfucking appointment. I have an infection in my legs, and the only way I can heal is if I go to sleep. So I have a really, really bad infection. Cats. I'm allergic to the cats, but the cats jump me. They jump me, and they're playing around. They like to do zoomies and shit, and they parkour off of shit. Right, and I was just sitting there minding my own business. They parkour off me, you know, doing flips and shit and fighting, and they fight a lot, you know. So they was banging it out. Hard to ride and make money back, and I'll be able to. Yeah. Yeah. So it'll be later then, you know. That's the only way I can heal. But my leg is like super fucking infected, and I've been putting medicine and stuff on it. I was like, I might have to break out the wound care machine. Do my own shit. Yeah, no, it's just the cats got me. And they got, you know, their nails, they got germs. They're getting big. Especially Amaru is fucking huge. He's like, oh my God, he's like a big luxurious bobcat. He's got soft fur and shit and yellow eyes, and he's fucking follows me everywhere, sits there, and fucking Khalifa looks at me like a fucking killer. She follows me everywhere. She sits there while I'm in the bathroom staring at me and shit. Fucking creepy. And then we go for little rides because, you know, because my legs are like, not my legs. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my legs right now, but having a hard time walking right. So they're like baby deers, like shaky legs, right? And so I'm using this chair when I'm at Jesse's house to maneuver around from the front room to the restroom. You know what I mean? And so I always tell Khalifa, let's go for a ride. Because she's sitting in the fucking chair staring at me. It's the same chair as Jesse sits in, the mayor's chair. So yeah, but we're going to do that. Fortunately, family, I have to go because brother is sweating me, and it's going to take me a minute to walk to the fucking front room, apparently. It's going to take me like 10 minutes, it seems like, to get from my room to the front room. I'm super, super fucking swollen, and I don't know what to do about that except rest. So yeah. Yeah, Ray. I'm gonna hit you up. Give me a time when it's good, and because you know I operate late at night. Oh, of course, man. I've been up here for 5 hours. I would keep going, but I don't have I don't want to leave the program, so just running because that's just something I can't do. So, everybody needs to just stay black and dangerous. That's for sure. Well, let's stop sharing. I'm gonna come back later though in the evening and do another one because I have all things about these data centers I want to put up, and I got a whole nother streamer set up for that. So it's gonna be good. It's gonna be really good. I think they could get a lot out of it. Yeah, so I want to thank y'all for coming. I want to shout out Mac, Twin, Ray, Jay. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate you guys always, as you know. Mac, I'll get you a wrench. I promise you, I'll get you a wrench. I'm gonna have Jesse do it because he could do it on his computer. So I'm gonna ask him to go ahead and hook you up. Because I think everybody got a wrench. Twin got one. I think Jay got one. Ray got one. So yeah, you need one. So so we'll do that. I'll be back later on this evening, really late, so we'll look forward to that. And then, regular scheduled broadcasting. Thank you all for coming through. And I hope you learned something. At least learned that all this shit is propaganda and paid for. And, about the children and everything. So, yeah. Stay black first and dangerous. And I'll see you again soon. Thank you for watching the RVA. And yeah, I'm going to end it right here. Peace.